basically on fumes at this point. He's very, very short as we look at him.
4, 2, I think.
Davies had a tough week, by the way. You talked about going over there and, you know, bricking everything. Davies had bricked everything until this one, Brent.
And now they're at
That adds up in a hurry, man. I mean, you go over and you're spending $25, $50, $100,000 per buy-in. Oof. Get steep. These guys are used to the swings, no doubt.
all in.
And you wonder how used to it you get, and Tang's just going to play the all-in game. He's learned this. We saw this with Makita Pachiakowski, and he's the all-in game. I expect to see a lot of a fold game from everybody else with these huge pay jumps. Paul Poix on 625,000, Seth Davies on 500K, Kuhn on 1.16 million, Lun Loon, the only player with chips at this table, 2.3 million besides our leader Danny Tang. Do apologize for our tech hiccup this morning. Apparently, we are not on the PokerGO YouTube channel right now for whatever reason. Can't access that. I don't know. We had gremlins in the middle of the night. Yeah, some gremlins in the middle of the night. Somebody pulled the cord. So welcome to all of you if you're watching us on the luxonpay YouTube channel or on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Good news, we're still here. Bad news, we can't chat with you.
Yeah, I don't have access to chat. What is going on?
You know what, though? I'm thinking about it, Brent. If somebody wants to, they can pop out the chat from our channel.
Yeah.
And they can watch it on luxonpay or Merit Poker.
Totally easy on you.
There you go. So you can still chat with us.
Well, that is true. I mean,
we can still chat on the PokerGO YouTube channel and just watch it on Merit Poker or luxonpay. There you go. Solution. There's a look at Paul Poix. There's this man, but a very, very good short deck player. And as one of the shortest stacks, I think Kings might just go in.
Decent spot, really.
Yeah. I mean, he's got more chips than Seth Davies, but not much in it. And he's going to gamble. And you might see Davies, well...
Davies, couple jacks. Shark Darvis, his nickname, given to him by his good buddy there, Jason Kuhn. These two travel a ton together when they're on the road.
Exactly.
500 even?
Equal to 500.
500 even?
Yes. Wow, still have one left.
I got you by one chip.
Jason Kuhn's fifth final table of his time in Northern Cyprus. Danny Tang's fifth cash, looking for his first victory. Paul Poix all in with kings. I'm just not sure Poix is moving all in with less than that. I mean, yeah, he could have ace-king suited here. Could have ace-queen suited, I suppose. But I think that's a good fold from Davies with jacks. I think you're either dominated or you're flipping.
No, I'm watching. So lucky. Oh yeah.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here. We're in Northern Cyprus, the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We're going to be here for the next, I don't know, handful of hours, covering some poker. And talking about Jason Kuhn from yesterday, it was a struggle for him. I mean, the struggle was real. Just couldn't get anything going in short deck until just about 20 minutes before we went off the air, Brent.
I mean, I was just,
it's amazing how that happens, right?
Yeah,
we saw him bust, re-enter, maybe as many times as twice. Got back in and just spun it right to the moon.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance that Jason Kuhn is only profited at 12,000 in this one, and possibly might even need fourth place to break to make money.
Well, here he's gonna make money with Ace King, 900,000 in his stack. All that's gonna go in the middle.
6. You got so many 6.
I have 6 also.
Yeah, the power of being the first one in the pot in this game, huh?
Big hand. Pretty good. Pretty good.
It looked like he flashed the old ace king too, boys. Big hand.
Good for poker 6.
Yeah, nobody's getting out of line right now with ICM considerations. So for those of you who are joining us on Merit Poker or luxonpay, Brett and I do have access to the PokerGo YouTube chat.
Pass.
If you want to talk to us. And I see Ryan Ricks is there. Good morning. Good afternoon, wherever you might be. Tang all in. Tang has added 400,000 to his stack. We haven't seen it flop yet. Nothing like waking up in the morning, 3:30 in the morning, that is, to just find out that gremlins have chewed up the wires, right?
Oh, it's frustrating. I mean, I still don't know what's going on with this. Our own PokerGo YouTube channel just completely locked out.
All in.
Liam, cheers. Cheers, Liam. You know what, Liam? I'm a little happier now. Thank you for that.
Cheers, Liam. Good morning to you. Tang all in with the Jack-8 suited. You need a monster to call, that's for sure.
Oh. Okay.
And that is not
a monster. I'm going to give you guys a chance to pay ladder. But it was the 6 and not the queen.
Brian Hanks, David Tuckman. We are live from Northern Cyprus, the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Our host for the Super High Roller Series, Europe. We've got, Brent and I have one more stream tomorrow. So it'll be same bat time, same bat channel, 4 a.m. Pacific time, 7 a.m. Eastern time. We'll be live. We've got No Limit Hold'em tomorrow on tap. And then April 13th, 14th, and 15th. Yeah, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. We've got the 250K Super High Roller Bowl. The Cadillac of Cadillacs, right? The big boy.
And good news, Tuck, we're back on the PokerGo YouTube channel. We are back. Just like that. Little magic wand.
That was quick. Yeah. Yeah, I had my tech team on it this morning.
Excellent.
They're an impressive group, I tell you. Shout out to our production team for getting that sorted out. As we take a look at our final 5 players. They were going to stop last night at 7, but the players decided they wanted to play down to the money. And when we got off the air, the chip leader yesterday was Lee Y. Kiat, who had just heaps and heaps. He had 1.9 million. I mean, this was with 25 players left, right? I mean, registration had barely closed. He had 1.9 million. Take a look at the chip counts of this final table. 1.9 million would put him in 3rd place, just below Lun Loon at 2.3. So Lee Y. Kaya, not much went his way after that. He finished in 7th.
He kind of just walked away.
Almost.
50-50.
50-50.
Looks like we've got an all-in and a call.
Queens.
Paul Poir at risk with ace-jack of hearts. Lun Loon,
Optimistic
queens.
50-50, but yeah.
I feel good about it.
Paul says, I feel good about
bad
it.
news.
You have queen jack?
No, good news and bad news. Would you like it? Or would you like to just...
He put it hearts, but a queen. Queen of hearts.
And queen X of hearts, yeah. Little bit of good news, a little bit of bad news.
Oh, yeah, take you again. Oh.
Jack high flop here. Paul needs more work, more help.
Paul with a little bit of love, looking for a carrot or another jack.
Oh,
there it is. The ace of clubs on the turn, and we already heard Jason's folded a queen, so I'm looking for a king or the queen of spades.
Oh,
and then it is the queen of spades.
GG, bro.
Like a dagger in Paul Poir's heart. And Paul has been eliminated in 5th place. He'll earn himself $112,000. The rest of the table is happy. Not because they don't like Paul, but they all just made themselves an extra $64K.
Especially Seth Davis, who's just extremely short right now. Davies is, I think he's sitting on about 6 antes or so.
No, I just get a steamroll the table.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that queen of spades on the river. You know, Lund Loon is obviously happy. Paul is crushed, but I don't think anybody's happier at that table than Seth Davies.
Well,
especially with the way his week has gone. The extra 64,000 certainly helps. Take a look at our ggpoker leaderboard. Sorry, our payouts. Paul Poix, $112,000 as he exits stage left. Everybody looking for that first place prize, $640K.
That money going up and up and up for now. Remain.
I just bought in.
Shark Darvis. That is Seth Davies. Again, very good friends with Jason Kuhn. They talk a lot of poker. They play a lot of poker. Kuhn believes that Seth is one of the best.
Kuhn with the raise. Does not just shove all in.
This guy, yeah, wow, a couple of bullets.
I would imagine he's very polarized in this spot.
You would think so, right, Tuck? Would he ever be raised folding a lot of hands? I guess Tang wants to find out. Queen Jack off. It's all going in.
I mean, we just saw Kuhn move all in with Ace King. I have to imagine that kind of hand he's just moving all in with. I mean, to me, this is probably just aces and maybe one bluff. I don't know. Have to climb inside Jason Kuhn's head and find out. Seth Davies is just posturing. I don't think he's ever calling here.
He is extremely short, as you can see, only 300,000. Maybe thinking that the price is right to dance, but 10-9 off doesn't seem like a great hand to do it with.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn is going to gamble, though, and this is about as big a pre-flop equity edge you'll see. Kuhn, 70% to double.
Last one out for queen.
Kuhn set the trap, and Tang walked right into it.
He's a little nervous, you can tell. He's seen it time and time again. You just got to hold.
Yeah, I mean, ace is just not as big a favorite in this game as it would be in normal no limit. And there's a queen.
Oh, you a queen, and then there's so many jacks left, right?
Yeah. There's so many nines.
I mean, Tang
and
is.
sevens left, what's important.
Or we can just turn a 10 first.
Tang 33% to eliminate Kuhn here.
That's bad as hell.
Oh, that's a good turn card for Jason Kuhn, and Tang now needs a queen.
What
I raised.
Raise, shove. Or low ace queen.
Very sneaky.
I'm still ping the one out.
Oh, there's it.
Million 15.
Take back the 7.
Million 15. I got you.
Tang hits 2 pair on the river.
There she goes.
But Kuhn with aces and sevens will get the full double to 2.1 million. And that's probably one player at this table. Danny Tang definitely did not want to double up.
1 million?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the whole thing begins with Jason Kuhn coming in with that sort of unorthodox open to 150,000. Tuck, I think you nailed it. Might be the only hand he do it with.
Yeah, ace queen.
Everything else just seems like it's all in pre-flop, as we have seen as part of Jason's strategy, but he set the trap pre-flop. It worked out to perfection. Major double up for Kuhn.
Yeah, a really, really smart play there. You know, I guess he just knows his opponent and figured that Tang would fall for it. I don't know Jason Kuhn's short deck game enough to know exactly what he's doing that with. But I think with Seth Davies on 300,000 chips only, and with there being a $64,000 pay jump between 5th and 4th, I just dare I say that was a misstep from Tang.
2, 3.
I think it was a misstep. A little too aggro. Not a lot of thought going into it, other than you know, was he going to call if Jason moved all in pre-flop with queen jack off? Absolutely not.
No way.
Do you think he could possibly get Jason Kuhn to fold if he was raised folding various hands? Clearly, that was the mindset, but certainly a misstep. A little too aggressive.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you just want to be a little too aggressive, and if you want to be, you can be. That's right, for free. On our own Texas Hold'em Poker app, built from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. You got a chance to be aggro if you want to. Yeah, I mean, I am all for, as the big stack, kind of pushing around your weight and pressuring your opponents with ICM. And I just think with Seth Davies, who just moved all in, by the way, with only 300,000 chips, I don't know if Kuhn is ever doing that light. I mean, Kuhn is very cognizant of the pay jumps. You know, here's a guy, we talked about it earlier in the week. Here's a guy who made sure that he registered early in one of the next tournaments to save the $1,000 rake. So, and it looks like he's going to give him action here. We don't know what they have, but Kuhn has got to be pretty strong here.
I don't know if he has to be that strong, though, right? I mean, we're putting in 300 certainly to consider folding if Tang were to once again go bananas. I think he could be calling with a hand as bad as, say, king-queen offsuit here.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I mean, in fairness, I mean, he might even be in there with queen jack suited.
And there goes Tang, ripped it. We don't know what Kuhn had.
King 10. Wow.
King
So
10.
he was actually lighter than I would have ever imagined. So yeah, good call by you. You nailed that on the head.
There's Tang. Yeah, ace-9 suited. Wonderful hand.
Sure.
Remember, aces do go low in this game.
Give you 3 diamonds, queen jack,
meaning
X diamonds.
Could essentially represent a 5
Jack queen.
if the board were to run out
I just pulled Jack queen.
6, 7, 8, making ace-9 a straight.
Pretty sweet. Good update there. Real solid.
On the line, Tuck. Here we go.
Yeah, Davies tournament life on the line. Pot is 875,000. King 6-6. Nothing there for Davies, really. I mean, backdoor spade draw, backdoor straight possibilities.
I have no
He's looking for a pair, though.
Yeah. Yeah, always a sweat.
Davies 41% to win it, though. Oh, there is a spade.
Big sweat.
Davies with 10 outs.
10 of hearts. You guys want 10 of hearts. I know you guys all do.
I think I had 10 of hearts.
Oh, okay. 10 of diamonds then?
Oh, no, I had 10. I had 10.
A spade. You couldn't say it. Oh, lucky, bro.
7 of diamonds.
Nice run.
And you mentioned it, by the way. Tang does make that straight. So, interesting rules about short deck. No deuces, 3s, 4s, or 5s in this game. Stripped down deck. Flushes beat full houses. And as you can see there, the ace can be used as a 5 when there is a 6, 7, 8, 9 available. So ace-9, 6, 7, 8 on the board. A straight for Tang eliminates Seth Davies in 4th place. He'll earn himself $176,000 for his 4th place efforts. And then there were 3, the remaining 3 players, all guaranteed a tad over $250,000.
We've arrived, Tuck. The podium is here. Top 3. $640,000 for that gold medaling first place prize. We got serious money on the line now.
I want to say hi to some of the people in the chat there. Andre Tomas, Liam, Patrick B. Axinity Studios. Is that your burner account? Yep. Says Hank's the GOAT poker commentator, superstar, filet mignon of commentary.
Whoa,
and also IT
whoa,
wizard.
Excuse me?
Oh, no, I have...
Anxiety Studios.
80.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely loves you. Well, now we got an interesting threesome going on here. So we get rid of the short stacks. Lun Loon, Kuhn, each on around 2 million chips. Maybe a tad less. Tang on 5.4 million.
Threesomes, interesting, Tuck.
I wouldn't know. Wonk, wonk. Last time I got three-handed. 2004.
Ooh, yeah, the college era, huh?
Loon on 2.6 million. Kuhn is our short stack. I think he's got 1.9. This is the Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. I want to thank you all for joining us.
Ace hand. Ace king.
Get a dealer change. Take a give us a chance to look at the Merit Poker payouts and leaderboard. Kuhn on 1.7 million. Lun Loon on 2.5. They're both chasing Danny Tang, who is looking for his first title of the week, his 5th cash. We have seen him lose heads up already. That was to Marius Gersha. Can he close the deal today? Stick with us and find out.
Yeah.
The Tang has been knocking on the door. Various final tables. Today feels like this could be the one. All these chips thus far, three-handed. Things seem to be going his way. Kuhn, though. A couple of honeys. Just limps in, sets the trap. Oh, this could be a massive coin flip for all of it.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe Kuhn considers folding pre. I don't think so. Is the ultimate short stack. ICM sort of out the door when you are this short. Comparing yourself to the other players, he and Loon are close, but
we've got some chips here, though. We can just play poker, can't we?
This could be
Take
deep.
it to the
But I mean,
streets.
even playing poker, it's with 2 queens
All in.
off this stack
All
size.
in.
Yeah, this is just going to go in.
Queens.
Have ace king.
Wow.
And they're going to flip a coin.
Setup, huh?
We'll see if they'll make it easy on you.
3.4 million.
Setup, huh?
Yeah, pretty sick.
Tell you, Lun Loon is happy to see this. Chance to slide right into second place.
Lucky ladies, please. Lucky ladies. Shit, man.
AC, AC. Lucky AC.
Maybe. Maybe lucky AC, maybe lucky lady.
Take a look at this flop here. Ace King versus the Queens. So far, so good for Jason Kuhn.
I think a 10.
No, 6.
6.
6.
9? How about a queen? Queen's fine.
That's not fun. That's not fun. 6.
10.
6. No.
10 is not good?
10's fun. Like, 10's a fun
Ten is
spot
fun.
for everybody.
Like king, man. You want him to bust or not? 6.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
There's still a lot of cards in the deck I win with. Most
Always
cards in
king
the
on
deck.
river. King of spades.
6, 7, 9,
of
jack.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Get it in
10
there.
out.
King of spades. And
Boom.
pink.
That's me, baby.
Wow. 6, 7, 8.
That is 1.705. You got it. So 1.75000.
Monster pot, and that is certainly changes dynamic at this final table.
Lucky ladies.
Jason Kuhn absolutely sizzling.
Jason Kuhn and Danny Tang now neck and neck for the chip lead.
Might be a long day, boys.
7.
Yeah, and then 1 blue chip.
Now we're deep. He's got 137 antes. Tang has
Here we go.
a very similar
Very
stack
deep.
to that. And all of a sudden, Loon
now.
is quite short, comparatively speaking. Still our chip leader, I believe, Tuck, Danny Tang, just by a hair.
Yeah, we don't get a chance to see much post-flop play in
I felt
short
like it was
deck.
a setup, honestly. When you raised, I was like, I just felt like you had it to me. And I was like, this is sick. but maybe it's just jacks.
I believe that's the case. That's what we're going to see.
Should be.
Shut the now. Hey.
You
Oh
have.
no, sorry.
How much do you have, Danny?
2.5,
3 something.
3.5, 3.6.
Okay, so you have me covered by like 200K. And how much do you have?
2.5, I think, around that.
Yep.
200K. Raise the 200. Yeah.
Oh, another pretty one for Tang. King, queen suited. Now maybe Tuck is a spot where you mentioned a moment ago where we could simply just play poker. Everybody extremely deep. You hate to 3-bet a hand like king, queen suited and then be forced to fold. Yeah, he's going to peel.
Yeah, as I mentioned, if you like post-flop short deck play, I think that's what we're going to see over the next little while. Queen high flop, all clubs, neither player with a club in their hand. As you mentioned earlier, Jason Kuhn at his 5th final table in Northern Cyprus. He's going to bet the gut shot.
And a fine bet at that. Obviously, Tang does not have a club in his hand, as we can see. Top pair, this sort of texture. I don't think you're giving up the pot. You're coming along for the ride. And allow the turn to provide a bit more information. Let's see what Kuhn does.
Kuhn now open-ended. He checks. You hear players talk about this game, the strategy of this game, denying your opponent their equity. And if that's the case with top pair, do you bet if you're Danny Tang, or do you check it back?
260.
Looks to me, Tuck, like he's looking at betting. Sizing 260.
Yellow chips
side.
are 25,000. Red chips are 100K.
Kuhn knows, I think, he's up against king, queen, maybe even king, jack for the nut straight. Nice little pot there. If Kuhn had a club in his hand, he's absolutely coming along for the ride to the river. And we move on.
Yeah, he has to be wary. You think about what Tang's calling range was pre-flop. I don't think Kuhn even thought, had he hit the bottom end of that straight, he would have been good. Or certainly wary that he might not be good in that spot. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. Super High Roller Series, event number 5. The 50K short deck. We had 32 entries, 5 cashed. We're down to 3.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
By the way, I feel like you've been mentioning Daniel Negreanu's tweets each day. Each day, it's a Daniel Negreanu tweet regarding Phil Ivey and the fact that Phil Ivey is back. Yesterday, we had the privilege of commentating on Phil Ivey's second win this week.
Sorry, how much did you start with again?
200. 2.1, 2.2. It's like 2.3, 2.5. Complete.
Kuhn with ace-jack once again. And again, he's up against king-queen.
All in.
A very similar spot. Loon just shuts it right down.
Effective.
Rip it.
Against my hand, very effective. Big hand. All in. You have king, queen?
Yep.
Danny Tang, our chip leader. Loon and Kuhn, basically neck and neck for second place. Both fairly deep, though. Well over 100 antes for each player.
$225.
Oh.
Tang came to this final table with 5.1 million chips. He's given some of those away to Jason Kuhn. We had a huge flip, ace king versus queens. Tang has been able to get some of those chips back.
His strategy for Tang has absolutely changed. In the event of two Jason Kuhn double-ups, which has happened, Tang has been sort of forced into not being able to just go all in pre-flop anymore. Stacks are too deep. Kuhn comes with a simple little call with a couple of sevens.
That is jack that hand. Yeah.
So Kuhn limps in. Loon on the button with 9-8. For those of you who are new to short deck, there's no small blind or big blind in this game. Everybody antes. The button antes twice.
This is interesting.
Action
Kuhn just
begins just
into
the left.
150 with sevens on that board. I don't know if I don't think I've seen the slight overbet of the pot in short deck like that, especially with a hand like 2 sevens. I wonder if that was kind of a misclick by Kuhn. Maybe not. I'm not crazy, right, Tuck? There was 150 in the middle, and he
No,
bet
you're
200?
You're 100% right.
I am crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, the two things are not mutually exclusive. That said, I don't know. I mean, I imagine that Kuhn's limping in range there much stronger.
Raise.
And he can rep the king, the queen.
210. Oh, sorry.
110, yeah?
Yeah, 110.
I mean, yeah, it's got to be.
It's got to be 150, I think, right?
It could be 110. Those green chips are 5K each.
All right.
110.
Yeah.
Yeah, the yellow chips are 25K. The green ones are 5K. The red ones are 100K. Ace-10 versus Queen-9. And this time it's Kuhn who outflops Loon.
Check.
Loon gives it up, and Kuhn back up over 3 million chips.
Well, yeah, like king 8 off of it.
No. No, I was calling a shove.
Pre?
No, right on the turn. If he just put it in, I was calling.
Yeah.
He has nothing that can go over it.
Well, I'm just saying if he did have something, I would have called. That's how good my hand was. I didn't have king 8 off.
Queen 8 off.
Queen 9.
Queen 9. Yeah. Big hand.
And Queen 9.
Only 36 cards in this short deck. No deuces, threes, fours, or fives.
Big boss.
So we got a short deck.
I respect the big boss.
We got 3 players left, all with short
know,
last
so round the ball.
names.
Gotta give you lots of walks. We're kind of equal boss, but
Yeah,
that's still
equal boss.
Still mutual respect.
Yep.
Been saying all week I want to play some deep short deck, and here we are. Everybody's got a bunch of chips.
I'm not convinced that even deep short deck lasts a long time. Maybe this will be the day. Maybe I say that and we'll be here for hours and hours and hours watching these guys battle 3 ways. I don't know. I'm just not convinced,
yeah.
Jay.
I'm with you. I think there's just a little too much haymakers that are able to be thrown in this game. The variance sky high. And, you know, Tuck, when you remove half the deck, for crying out loud, it's very likely you just get premium versus premium over and over again. Aces versus kings is not highly unlikely.
Yeah, in a game where you're trying to deny your opponent their equity, well, your opponent's actively trying to keep their equity. So you've got that battle. This is kind of the perfect game for your shirt. No gamble, no future, and your show.
Touche, Tuck, touche. Nice little call out there. Appreciate that.
10.
Green.
Yeah, this is a game where it's hard to miss. It's actually more likely for you to have a pair after all 5 community cards are dealt than not have a pair. Brian Avner says it's kind of fun how they openly discuss their hands after.
That is a great point. And Kuhn seems to be very, he gets it, right? He understands these spots, the table antics, the table talk. He feels he's the superior player. He is the superior player. He's going to sort of act accordingly, show these guys from time to time what he's doing, openly discuss his hands, the situations.
Check. Finally stop raising me.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Keep it friendly here.
Check.
Lone flops 2 pair. Check, check. Kuhn catches up to him and passes him on a turn.
I think he knows he's got the goods. Deny a little equity, protect that hand, sprinkle 80,000. Nice fold by Loon. He's been getting out of harm's way correctly thus far.
What about this time?
Had it. I had it. I did.
Vakash
Every time
in the chat. How come
Next time I
Negreanu isn't
can't
playing these events? Good question.
Next time I got him.
He started to get a little FOMO on social media, on Twitter. He said he might head out to play these series. He was missing the action.
Next time I won't have it.
Turns out that the travel
Hard to have it every time.
just didn't work out for Negreanu, so he's home. He's been tuning in, cheering on his buddy Phil Ivey, who's made 5 final tables spread across Triton and the Super High Roller Series. He's earned roughly $3 million. A couple sevens now for Kuhn and aces for Tang. Keep an eye on this one, Tuck. This is a situation where, again, these stacks are so deep. Tang open ripping, that doesn't help anything. Certainly going to raise. Size it up. 250, somewhere in that neighborhood. There's 150 already in the middle dead, as you can see. There it is, 225 to go. And Kuhn with a pair, you're just going to get a price. You're going to peel. You understand you're up against a pretty good holding from Tang. He can be as wide as, say, king, queen off, all the way through aces. Jack 10 suited, certainly a premium in this game as well. So he can have a variety of hands. It's not necessarily just aces or kings or ace-king.
You called it right, Hanks. There's the raise, 225. Kuhn makes the call. Pot is 480,000. And a 7 on the flop. If you're Tang, you've got to be a bit wary. It feels like every flop is scary in this game. This one has a little flavor to it, though. Queen, Jack, 7. You start thinking of the hands that Kuhn might limp call a raise with. King 10.
A ton.
Yeah,
Right.
10-9. 10-9 suited. King 10. Queen Jack. A lot of hands in there that Tang is either behind or basically flipping against. And here, he's way behind.
Now there's 830 out there. Kuhn only 2.9. You mentioned denying equity in this game. Don't be surprised if Kuhn comes with a very hefty sizing. How about just all of it?
Yeah.
And this is going to put Tang into a really tough spot. Just the overshove. Those draws you mentioned that Kuhn could certainly have. I don't think he would play them like this. Keep in mind, only because we've seen Kuhn play a lot. It'd have to be exactly Jack X of clubs where maybe he'd be just playing for all of it like this, although, again, highly unlikely. He might do this with a hand like Queen Jack, and, again, sets of 7s.
What about 10-9 of diamonds?
I don't think so. I think Kuhn would just check call, you know, those sorts of holdings. Just take your equity to the head. Uh-oh, here we go. He called. This is for like 80% of the chips in play. Whoa.
Kuhn is at risk here.
We can just turn an ace. Just have you dead, you know.
Turn a 7, bro.
How'd you get this wet broad?
Let's go.
Tang looking for a red ace.
1 club.
Yeah, you
There
got like
are a
500
lot of
left.
cards that will give him more equity.
10 of club.
Come on, bro. Take it easy on me here. 7.
10 of flop.
Oh.
I don't think so,
8
man.
of clubs.
Makita did me dirty. I don't think so. I don't think so. Doesn't feel like it this time.
7 outs for Tang.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, and Kuhn just crumbles.
Oh, it's sickening.
Wow.
For Kuhn, a devastating beat, Tuck. That's for all the chips.
Wow.
Wow.
You never know what
happened?
happens heads. You never know what happens heads up, but that is essentially for the title.
Bravo.
And you heard Jason Kuhn allude to it just moments ago. He said Makita did me dirty earlier.
Wow.
He was referencing a short deck final table earlier this week where he lost when he flopped a straight and Makita caught running flush cards here, a set, and then on the river an ace, and it's a set over set. Jason Kuhn finishes in third place, $256,000. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, heads up, Danny Tang looking for his first title of the week. Wow.
I'm sick to my stomach, Tuck. We needed this break. I'll see you in 10.
Champions is long.
Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Christoph is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
What a deserving victor. Ike Caxton, bravo.
Tonight, the best in the world try to add their name to that list to be a champion of one of the most prestigious events there is. The Super High Roller Bowl, a $300,000 buy-in 2021 edition is next.
And BK, 14 bigs, 7-7. Do we have fold equity? Let's see. Perhaps it goes in now, Ollie.
Yep.
Curious to see how Brewer handles this. Man, I think we have to action gamble, but oof.
Yeah, Klein's ace-10.
It's like 130, right? 138.
Disinterested.
After the prerequisite Hollywood of sorts from Solver, looks like he's out. What does Brewer do here against the 14 BB Jam? He's just in. We do what needs to be done. Heads, tails.
And we don't necessarily do it because we think King-Queen is in good shape, but we feel the price is right. And now Kenny will spin the wheel with an edge in equity. Best hand going to the flop. Can he hold?
Well, a massive situation for both men.
Yeah. Shortest and second shortest stack at the table.
The cruel nature of poker upon us, although these are short stacks who again have to gamble, but it is now up to the deck to decide.
Thank you.
Oh. Brutality.
I'll pair the board, dealer. A little sweat. Can we get a board pair?
King or a queen, perhaps, for opportunities?
Right, there you go.
Oh.
It's never easy with BK, but
There is the queen, and now 3 outs for Bryn Kenny. He needs a king and a king alone to chop it up here. Is it there?
Good game. Good game, guys.
No.
Good game, Bryn.
good game, sir, BK.
Our first casualty here at the final table. Meanwhile, Bill Klein is open to 45,000. Michael Adamo looks down at 2 queens, which have been somewhat omnipresent here.
35.
Up we go. I think within both Foxen and Bonomo's right, by the way, to take a bit of issue with the fact that at least 200,000 in chips were kind of hidden from view in the original configuration and Sean stack there.
Fair enough, the chips need to be visible. Awkward spot for Klein.
Adamo second in chips. Klein first.
Perhaps we respect the nature of the chip situation, although Klein might have big ideas. Ace-Jack off is a big ideas kind of hand as far as bluffing is concerned.
We will end at the end of the level, or are we done the first?
Look at this, Ollie.
Okay. Whichever comes first.
Bluff me.
95.
Kind of click-back territory?
I doubt you have
Or no, meatier than that, huh?
Meatier than a clickback, and for Adamo, we saw in a semi-similar spot, Bonomo went with the just call here. See what Mike comes with shortly.
This is a big flop for me.
Well, we watched Bonomo against Adamo flat a 4-bet in position with 2 queens and ultimately be forced to fold. Adamo also
maybe a 6-7.
going to flat.
That's a straight.
It's true.
Klein has now bloated this pot to 640,000.
You knew it was one of the two.
Thought you had a 6 in your hand. I was getting a 6-5.
And he's flopped a jack on the Jack 10-7 board, Nick. Trouble awaits.
Well, 640 out there. Let's just kind of see how this one plays out, Ollie.
Super savage if I called it. Just show me a fucking 9. That'd be sad.
I can bet like king 5.
Maybe.
I believe that's 200K just south of third. Highly awkward territory for Adamo, but an overpair nonetheless. And as we touched on before,
Maybe
he's
not for that much.
Been pushing Klein around a little bit, he might think.
This is not the time, though, in this spot, is it? Big stack against the second biggest stack.
No, I'm not saying that, but when we're trying to assess the relative strength of our queen-queen, some of the meta, a million out there, Ollie. What a situation this is, and the rest of the table should probably stop talking. Really tough card for Klein there.
Yeah, the 7 doesn't rate to be involved with Adamo's range. And now he has himself Jackson 7s with an ace kicker.
That's about the most brutal card in the world for Klein. It never hits Adamo and is something of a brick. Looks like he's counting out 300-ish, perhaps a stack counting of sorts.
$350, I believe.
I think you're right, Ollie. It is 350.
Third pot. Still developing.
Queens are concerned, Ollie. Adamo's concerned, but we're going to see a river worth just tons of actual money, EV-wise.
Now that Klein's been called pre-flop, on the flop, and on this turn, which puts 4 to a straight out there.
Oh, and he does put it in, Ali. And
2 10s, 2 jacks, 2 kings, 2 aces.
Wow. You very well said, Ali. Kings and aces, we don't know if we're in Adamo's seats, but that's 6 combinations of boats. Another 12 combos of those over pairs that might not take this line.
What did Adamo ask?
Would you jam aces here? And then he said, probably. This is very intense. Time bank's coming.
Welcome to the blender.
Truer words never spoken, my friend. Ten seconds remain. Oh, and he does pay it off. And Adamo just continues to get it done. Wow.
Klein.
Oh, my God.
Will live, but with the faintest of pulses. 3.4. Up top, along with the ring. 1-9 in second, and that $1 million membrane.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly impregnable, but with Brewer sitting on 11 bigs, it could happen at any moment. Nick blinds at 15 and 30,000.
My defense is impenetrable. My style is impregnable.
I agree, which is why I didn't
It's Iron Mike, baby.
I mean, I didn't take 6.
Tyson?
Correct.
I'm just saying, like, in this field,
The sweet science.
Gets
Never
no more
far from
intense.
Honestly, like, I could have
Gets
just
no
knocked-
more intense than this,
Probably
Ollie.
they wouldn't have got the cut in time.
No, I mean, it's fine. I just won't be in, like,
Blinds up to 30K now.
all the game.
Is Bonomo considering big boy moves right here? He is
not
putting
just
them in
considering,
with the suited
executing.
10, so note the bubble application of
Break in.
pressure from Justin here with 10-4 suited.
Oh, and Brewer wakes up
does
with an
call.
ace
Here we
queen.
go, right
Biggest
away.
flip of my life.
And a 10 in the muck already, narrowing Bonomo's
Can I win this one after the ace-king?
winning prospects.
Well, as Brewer said, the biggest flip of his life. Winter with a massive sweat as well. Two to 1 favorite on $1 million bubble. Ali. This is the real deal.
695 in the middle.
Ace, queen, queen.
Can't be
Not
too
to be
greedy,
greedy,
out there,
yeah.
Chris, but
And the flop is
my.
queen 5-7, top pair against the heart draw, and it's never easy, is it, Mr. Brewer?
no, I mean, just look at him, guys. He's He's squirming a little bit, but as is Winter pacing. Cleanliness is godliness. Fading a heart now, and that's all. 4-1 favorite for Mr. Brewer to double and slide into third. At least chip stack wise, and
the mantra now.
Well,
no heart. No heart.
Oh.
King of hearts.
Man.
It's hilarious, man. I lose ace king to 9-3 suited on the bubble, and then ace queen to 10-4 suited on the bubble. I'm the best.
I'm gonna buy you something nice.
I mean,
Did you like that?
I'm the best.
That was good for you?
I had 10-9 off, no heart, so I was happy with the flop because I guess you're more likely to hit a heart.
Palpable steam coming off of Chris Brewer, a consummate professional, but a disappointed one nonetheless, as he is left on the outside of this bubble as it bursts, courtesy of his elimination. And now all three of these gentlemen are guaranteed $1 million+ for their effort here in Super High Roller Bowl 6. Did you say
2.6 and a Bitcoin?
penchant earlier? Did I catch that? I mean, I let it slide during the hand. I know you
really
like to focus on the
Bitcoin's
action,
what,
but
40K?
here in between, as we see Adama with the
I
ace-jack
haven't
suited
I try not to look
on the
during
button.
these series.
Ali, you know
Just
I
wanna
did.
verify.
You know I did.
We didn't want to use penchant, perhaps, there?
Isn't it French? Is it not penchant?
Are we in France?
Is it not?
I mean...
I wish you guys could see how the way this guy is just like, he's so smug.
Do you say Las Vegas? Or
Oh,
do you
yeah.
just say Las
Ace
Vegas?
Jack tens,
you
but
know?
sure, here he is.
2 red 10s for Winter, going to be a welcome sight here in the face of this open from Adamo.
Indeed, sub 30.
Oh,
it goes in, and I mean, for Adamo ace jack hooted, it's snapped. So
Yep.
here we are.
Gentlemen, start your
playing
engines.
some poker.
Can Winter do it again, Ali?
This is also a small flip for you.
This has been epic spins for Sean.
That's a decent pot.
It's a big pot.
It's a decent one.
You don't feel it, man.
1-6 and change out there. Bonomo taking a quick peek and then returning to lurk in the shadows.
So you
If I'm three-handed, we could play for 5 hours.
Win-win. You fold a 10, Justin?
Will the 10s hold on the flop?
Or something.
Wow.
So far, so good. And those 10s now turning into blockers to the Broadway draw for Adamo.
I want a 6.
You want an ace and a
I want
jack.
a 6 of diamonds.
You want an ace and a jack.
Further in Cyprus, easy for you to say. 50K short deck. We are heads up, and in brutal fashion, once again, Jason Kuhn getting eliminated in third place in the most brutal way. A few days ago, it was at the hands of Makita Badziakowski, who did it. Jason Kuhn was about a 90% favorite to win that hand. This time, Kuhn gets it in with a set, was about 77% to win the hand. Danny Tang makes the call with aces, hits an ace on the river, and Jason Kuhn is out in third place once again. Danny Tang, our chip leader, with about a 3-1 chip advantage. Playing heads up here for $224,000 and the title.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, Tuck. That is essentially what was cost Kuhn. You mentioned the bad beat against Makita a couple events ago where he was a 91% favorite when the money went in, which is extremely hard to do in short deck. And then here today, nearly an 80% favorite when all the money went in for roughly 80% of the chips in play. And those are just sickening beats. It's a part of the game that you and I and everyone here in the chat are accustomed to seeing and being a part of. It hurts, let's face it.
Yeah, I just put a tweet out, and I said, it's hard to feel bad for somebody as fortunate. Wow, what a flop here for Tang. Top pair, nut flush draw. Yeah. It's hard to feel bad for somebody as fortunate as Jason Kuhn. But ouch. I mean, that hurts again. His fifth final table of the week ends in brutal fashion.
You know, something I think also worth mentioning is we see Tang has just got an absolute stranglehold on this one, understanding that flushes do beat all the houses. He's not going to be afraid with this sort of holding despite the other queen. But, you know, Ivy, understandably so, has grabbed all of the headlines this week. It's Phil Ivey, after all, 5 final tables, nearly $3 million in earnings, 2 victories across those 5 final tables. Jason Kuhn also was at his 5th final table here today. Ali Mshurovich, which, Tuck, unbeknownst to us yesterday, didn't even realize that that was his 4th final table of the trip as well. Danny Tang has put, I believe, 3 or 4 final tables together across his tenure here at the Super High Roller Series as well as Triton events. I mean, there are some other guys here outside of Ivy.
In fairness, I mean, Danny Tang, this is his 5th cash. Considering the fields, if you're cashing, you've probably made the final table. So when I say
made the
5th
final
cash,
table, yeah.
Yeah, he probably has 5 final tables as well. Yeah, Danny Tang, Ali, Jason Kuhn, they've just made final table after final table this week. It's been unbelievable.
And I get it. We're going to talk about Ivy. We're going to talk about his 2 victories and sort of the resurgence, the comeback for Phil Ivey, if you will. And that makes sense, right? He's the GOAT. Everyone wants to see if he's going to come out and play the World Series of Poker. Back on the bracelet hunt. Daniel Negreanu said that as of right now, and this is, I talked to him yesterday, as of right now, Phil Ivey's plans are to play at the World Series of Poker. I don't know what the volume will look like. I don't know how many events he's going to fire, but he's certainly going to be there. And it's also possible that some large bracelet bets are being discussed.
I'm going to come out and say it right now. Over 6.5 events for the World Series of Poker for Phil Ivey.
I'll take the over. I'll safely take the over. And now, unless something comes up, and Daniel said the only thing stopping Ivey from playing a heavy schedule at the World Series of Poker is really, it's going to be about what's going on internationally, whether, the Triton guys put some events together, whether some big cash games go off. That'll be the only thing stopping Ivey from playing a full series.
Triton and the rest of the poker world don't tend to compete too often with the World Series of Poker because they do have those high rollers. They do get the one drop, and I think the rest of the world understands that most of the heavy hitters do want to be in Vegas for the World Series of Poker to at least play. Even if they're not going to play the World Series, they want to play the cash games there. So I would be surprised if that was the case. By the way, I think over 6.5 is probably pretty safe too. I'm thinking more like 9.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think you're right.
I can see that for sure. Let's turn our attention to this heads-up battle. Lun Loon, kind of under the radar, but he's quietly had a pretty good time here in northern Cyprus as well. He's got a lot of work to do, though. About a 3-to-1 chip disadvantage to our chip leader, Danny Tang. And going back to that hand, that elimination hand versus Kuhn, I know checking back in this game is not as prevalent as it would be in No Limit Hold'em because it is a game of protecting your equity and denying your opponent's equity. But when you think about Jason Kuhn's limp calling range pre-flop, and then you look at a Queen Jack 7 2-club board, would you ever be tempted to kind of check back the aces, knowing you might get jammed on and you're not going to like it?
Oh, I would, man. I mean, I'm not trying to play a pot for all the chips in the tournament with a single pair against arguably the best short deck player in the world when all the money's going in. When Jason Kuhn puts that money all in, I'm at least, if I'm going to bet aces on that board, like Tang did, I'm going to bet fold when Jason Kuhn puts it all in. He is never putting it in there without a high equity hand or perhaps even just, you know, a massive favorite sort of holding. He's never going to be very far behind.
Well, you're never far behind with PokerGoHold'em.com. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker. It's from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and all those amazing shows. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. My man, Brent Hanks, it's his voice in the game. You got to check it out.
Hello.
Yeah, it's now in the App Store, Google Play, or you can get it by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Yeah, I mean, I think you and I disagree. I think Kuhn is probably being pretty aggressive with, you know, maybe a 10-9 suited, a King-10 suited type hand. But even those hands have a ton of equity against aces.
Money.
And I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be an expert in short deck. I'm not. I know you're not either.
Right.
And maybe checking back is a mistake. But to me, that feels like a check back spot with aces.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to build a pot with just that sort of hand. You're exactly right.
Especially on that texture board. I mean, there are some boards where I'm happy to bet, you know, Queen 7-7, you know, even a hand, say, like a King 9-7, something like that. That kind of flop. Yeah, I'm happy to bet call off. But Queen Jack 7 is pretty scary. A lot of draws out there. And those straight draws, they come through a lot more often than they do in Hold'em because there are no bricks. Remember, no deuces, no threes, no fours, no fives in this deck. So if you have a straight draw in this game, you're going to hit it about 50% of the time if you're open-ended, as opposed to about a third of the time when you're playing Hold'em with a full deck. I want to thank all of you for joining us. Loon is going to raise this to 210,000.
210.
Yeah, Loon he's getting himself back into this thing. He's now up just about 3 million chips. About a 2-to-1 chip deficit. Don't count out the Loon. It feels like this is Tang's to lose, but here we go, Loon. Make some noise, baby.
The cord is nothing.
London Loon came to this final table second in chips, 2.3 million, and has maintained that stack. Not a ton of movement, to be honest, but he's watched the other players at the table all get eliminated. He's now guaranteed himself $416,000 with a chance at first. And the real question now, Danny Tang, he's been the bridesmaid this week. He's cashed 5 times. Can he close the deal?
Well on his way. Danny Tang, extremely animated character. Every single Triton series, he'll be there. Also frequents the World Series of Poker. To your point earlier, Tuck, about some of these guys that do come out and play at the World Series. Danny Tang won a bracelet just a couple of years ago. Very emotional moment. His friends and family all on the rail. Tears of joy dripping down his face. Tremendous achievement for Tang.
Yeah, that was a beautiful moment. I remember that.
Since.
Gut shot for both players. Tang with a pair and a gut shot. Loon with backdoor hearts as well. And Tang is going to hit that gut shot. Small pot. Yeah, and the World Series of Poker recognized that a lot of their high rollers wanted to play some bigger events. Over the last couple of years, they've started putting some bigger events on the schedule. And I think for the Danny Tangs of the world who wanted to win a bracelet, but also, you know, they didn't want to grind a $1,500 event. They wanted to play bigger games as they're accustomed to. At least the World Series of Poker gave them some options.
Vandero in the chat. This is so boring. Bye. Well, hey, Vandero, thanks for stopping by. And take care. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out.
Well, hold on a second. Can we take a moment just to miss this gentleman?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give me a second. It's gonna take me a moment to get over this.
So
Jimmy Bluffett says, Tuck, after this table, are we over for the day? No. Don't be silly, Jimmy. First of all, good morning to you, Mr. Bluffett. Always good to see you, as always.
Cool.
After this final table ends, and I have no idea when it will end, but when this ends, and at some point it will, we'll close this page. We'll get a new YouTube page on our PokerGO channel with a new table. It will, in all likelihood, be the 50K No Limit Hold'em event. Maybe a slight chance it'll be a cash game. I don't know. I haven't heard yet. I am in Los Angeles. Brent is in Vegas, and the players are obviously in Northern Cyprus, along with the organizers and the good people over at Merit Poker. So, but yeah, no, we are not going to be done with just this event. We'll stream at least for the next few hours. My guess would be it'll be the 50K No Limit Hold'em event number 6. But we will close this stream and just open up a new one on our PokerGO YouTube channel. So look for that. Bobby asking in the chat, how much money are these guys going to make? Well, the loser of this heads-up battle will take home $416,000. Yeah, a lot of money, huh? A lot of cheese. First place is $640,000. Joseph asking how long until the blinds increase. Well, there are no blinds in this game. We play with antes and short deck, but the levels are 40 minutes long. So every 40 minutes, the antes will pop up. Nico asking, what's the biggest buy-in during the World Series of Poker this summer? I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I know they have some 50Ks now. Tang flopped the full house.
I'm pretty sure they have a 100K bounty tournament happening early on in the World Series of Poker this year, where it's 10K per bounty for everyone you eliminate. And I believe there's a 250K somewhere towards the tail end of the series as well. I'm sure that schedule floating around somewhere online. You can go check it out. But yeah, there are some big buy-in events out there.
See, my advice would be head over to your browser, type in PokerGoHold'em.com, download that game, and then when you're done with that, you can type in WSOP 2022 schedule, and you'll get all the whole entire schedule. But I think you're right, Brent. Bobby says, wow, that would be lifestyle-changing money for me. Thanks for answering. Watching it from Amsterdam. Well, good afternoon, Amsterdam. And wherever you are in the world, thank you for joining us. Let us know in the chat where you are.
How about the PokerNews.com YouTube channel here in the chat with us saying that the 100K is the first event with the casino staff tournament. So there you go. There is 100K going on. Now, I also think
see that
with
pisses
that
me off,
100K,
Brent.
yeah.
That pisses me off. You know why?
Why is that?
Why did since I work for a casino, I'm eligible to play in the casino employees event. I obviously want to play in the 100K, but there's a conflict. Why do they put those right next to neck? I mean, now I got to choose. I guess I'll miss the 100K.
Yeah, I hear you. Now, speaking of choosing, and this is could be problematic. I know for certainty that Triton has another scheduled stop in Madrid at the tail end of May that is going to overlap with that 100K at the World Series of Poker. So now you're going to have these high rollers sort of having to choose. Are they going to play the World Series 100K bounty event in May in Las Vegas, or do we head over to Madrid in Spain to compete at the Triton stop? Certainly the player pool is not exactly massive when you're talking about these price points and these high rollers. So, yikes. What do you do, Tuck?
Yeah, the World Series of Poker is such a unique animal that they always seem to get a turnout. And I'm not convinced that all these high rollers are going to come out, you know, May 28th and stay through the end of July anyway. The World Series is so long. It's such a marathon that I know a lot of the players from, whether it be from Asia or Europe, they might not even make it out there until the end of June.
Yeah, I have to believe that, you know, the purpose and the whole point of having that 100K at the beginning of the series was to try and lure them out. Hey, come on out. Spend the summer in Vegas. We're going to give you high rollers throughout. And a little Madrid stop. A little wrinkle for the World Series. We could see a low turnout for that 100K bounty event.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, I think you definitely you've got something there. And by the way, Madrid is just absolutely stunning. I think this is Triton's first stop there. They have been to Jeju. They've been to Montenegro, Malaysia, Northern Cyprus. I think this is Triton's first stop in Madrid. Ace-10 for Tang. He is very much in command of this hand. Still a 3-to-1 chip advantage.
110, but 110.
If you're worried or concerned that Brent and I are not watching, don't worry. We got the poker right in front of us. If a big hand starts to develop, we are going to be on it. I promise you that. Derek Lawler pointing out there's a 250K, a 100K, and a few 50Ks.
Jiggy Dirt. Who's the better tournament player, Helmuth or Ivy? Well, I'll tell you what, Jiggy, that is...
We just break.
Yeah. That's one you could debate for a long time. Helmuth, obviously, the 16 bracelets, but Ivy is the overall GOAT. Ivy's the one that has 10 bracelets, but can also win consistently against the best players in the world, against the high rollers. He's already got 2 titles this week here across the Triton and Super High Roller Series. If I had to choose, I'm going Ivy. And I love, you know, Phil's a buddy of mine, but when I say Phil, I mean Helmuth is a buddy of mine, and I'm still going Ivy.
I'm not sure if there's anybody in the world who is better at beating recreational players than Phil Hellmuth. It's uncanny how good he is against a recreational player. That said, as you know, Joe and Jane Public continue to get better at poker, I think Phil Hellmuth's edge gets smaller and smaller. And make no mistake, you know, that recreational player who's been playing poker, they're all getting better. The games are getting tougher. And Phil Ivey just is on a different level than almost anybody because he can play all the games and he can play against anybody. I'm with you. For my money, it's Phil Ivey, and I don't think it's particularly close.
Yeah, fair.
Pro France
throw
says
Negrano into the conversation? Now that I come to, I mean, I'm wearing, by the way, folks at home cannot see this, but I have on, which you can find at shop.pokergo.com. This is the Poker Rush version, the Mount Rushmore version of poker. And on this Mount Rushmore, I've got
Who's
Doyle,
on it? I was curious.
Helmuth. It's Doyle, Helmuth, Ivy, and Negrano. So I ask, can we put Negrano in the conversation as the best tournament player? I mean, come on. And Negrano's there, plenty of bracelets. He's competing regularly against these guys, putting up the results. We know he's put in the time away from the table to study. Plays at an extremely high level. Is it simply just the lack of number of bracelets why we wouldn't consider Negrano in that conversation?
I mean, Negreanu is the only person to have won the World Series of Poker Player of the Year multiple times.
Yeah.
To your point.
And he's there every year. He's going to be like top 10 consistently. I mean, you set the money line, right? You're going to bet, okay, where does Daniel Negreanu finish on WSOP Player of the Year? He's probably minus 200 every single year to finish in the top 10.
Take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Danny Tang just extending that lead. Now at 7.6 million. Lun Loon dips below 2 million. And we are at the point of this tournament, depending on how the next few hands go, where we could see an all-in. So don't go anywhere. Jason Kuhn eliminated in third place. $256,000 in his pocket. He's had a good week. Obviously frustrated right now with yet another third place finish, especially with the way he was eliminated.
He's damn near left $1 million out there on the table between the two bad beats, three-handed at these final tables with hundreds of thousands separating, you know, third place from first place. This will be one to look back on and certainly reflect, oh, what could have been. I don't think Kuhn has that sort of mentality. Obviously, you got to put the past behind you and just play your best and move on, which Kuhn will do. He's top-notch professional, but man, what could have been?
Yeah, getting back to Daniel Negreanu, you know, here is a player that doesn't shy away from playing the best in the world. He plays all the games. He plays a ridiculously high volume. He wants it as bad as anybody. He's certainly in the conversation, and I think he is worthy of being on the Mount Rushmore of poker. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Where can I get that shirt again? It's nice.
Shop.pokergo.com. Head on over there, buddy.
Good stuff. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series. We're talking poker. We're talking the best of all time, and we're watching Danny Tang and Mr. Lun Loon from Malaysia battle it out for $640,000 up top. The title coming up after this. We will close this stream and start up a new one on our YouTube channel, on the PokerGO YouTube channel. We'll be covering the 50K No Limit event. That's event number 6. So if you're the kind of person who likes deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s, if you like a full deck, stick with us. We'll be covering
check out the live
later.
reporting, by the way, if you want to know what we're talking about, what Tuck is discussing here. PGT.com, live reporting. The 50K No Limit Hold'em event is running right now. Current chip leader, Michael Adamo. He is first in chips. Kuhn, who we've been mentioning, he's second in chips. Nick Petrangelo is third. Officer Matthias Eibinger in fourth. And Sam Greenwood rounds out the top 5. Obviously a star-studded event in the 50K No Limits.
It's one of the amazing things about these players, and I think it's almost all of them, how they can get a brutal beat like that and then just kind of let it roll off their shoulder and they just jump in the next event. I don't know about you, Brent. If I got knocked out like Kuhn just did, I'm going to have to go for a run. I've got to go to the beach. I need to cool off. Maybe I late reg later on tonight, but there's no way I can sit back down at the table and jump right back in. I couldn't do it.
No, that's just the way he's wired, man. That's the way a lot of these guys are wired. They've been through the ringer. They've suffered the worst of beats time and time again, but the reality is you get back on the saddle. You're there for a reason. You're there to play all of these events to win as much money as possible. He's going to jump right in. He's going to play his A game. That's the difference between a 1% type of player and your average folks at home tuning in. There's no tilt factor whatsoever.
That's the amazing thing. I mean, yeah, could I sit down and play? Absolutely. Could I sit down and play my A game? No way. I've been looking over at this final table, at this heads-up battle, wondering what could have been. So, Tang with a pair of 10s. Not a very big pot. I don't imagine Loon is going to put much more in there.
He might. You know, it's one of those spots where we just sort of stab, sneeze, hope to take it down on this sort of wettish texture. There's not a single good turn card for us when we have 2 6s. We're effectively bluffing, putting a 10 in a strange, uncomfortable spot. This sizing 50K likely to just get looked up. Tang's got running straight cards as well.
Tang makes the call, and you can see Tang a huge favorite.
I think for Loon, it was just simply one and done. We try to pick it up right there. We get to check back various turns, maybe try to spike a little 6 on the river.
You get hands like King 8 to fold.
Yeah, it looks like he might come with a little bit more heat, so he has decided he's going to turn this into a big bluff.
And Tang's not going anywhere. Tell you, Loon has heart because this is not easy. I mean, you got to think about it. Not only does Loon only have 6s, but he blocks Tang from having those 6s, which is kind of what you want Tang to have in this spot.
Yeah, if there was ever a card to maybe consider firing that 3rd shell, it's this river. And he's just going to give it up.
Look at that. Danny Tang with nearly 8 million in front of him. Possibly just moments away from winning his first title of the week. Beautiful trophy between these two players. You can see in the bottom left corner of your screen. James Ufu says, I love Phil Hellmuth. He's the 2nd greatest poker player of all time.
Oh, yeah? Who was number 1, James? I assume we're going to go with Ivy there. Loon with the bullets, the goods.
I do always think the conversation, the debate over who is the best is interesting, intriguing, certainly many ways fruitless, simply because the vast majority of us have no experience playing against any of these players.
Yeah.
So very difficult for us to know.
All we can do is go off results and what we, you know, sort of what we gather from other great minds, well-respected players. You know, when a guy like, you know, when a guy like Daniel Negreanu says that Phil Ivey is the GOAT, that is meaningful, right? I mean, considered Negreanu to be one of the best, the greats of all time, but he's saying, no, this guy is the GOAT, and it's not close. Okay, well, I mean, I'm going to take his word for it.
And I think that's what you kind of have to do. Listen to what other great players say about their peers.
It's a great point by, I think, too, by Niall Mitchell in the chat. Best is also very vague. It is. Now, you're right. It is vague. And, you know, part of what we're trying to do with the PGT Tour and having the player of the series and the player of the year is we want to separate the best from the rest, right? Ali Mshirovich last year, 2021 campaign, he went bananas. Overall player wins, cashes, money earned. He separated himself from the top 1%. He's doing it again this year in 2022. He is number 1 on the leaderboard, Phil Ivey currently number 2. And I think that what we're trying to do is create that. If you think about the PGA Tour in golf and the FedEx Cup and the player rankings, we have a very clear system in place. You take the biggest buy-ins worldwide. We came up with a system to tabulate points, and we want to determine the best player every single year. When you look back 10 years from now, you look back and take a look at those names in the top 5 throughout this decade, we're going to be able to pinpoint and say, yeah, look at this. Over 10 years, against the best players in the world, the biggest buy-ins, who's there consistently day in, day out, year after year? It's going to really help us put a pin on it and say, okay, we can comfortably sit back and say, this kid, this guy, he, she, they are the best.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the results year after year, especially over a 10-year period, 15-year period, you can see who has staying power, who is consistently top 5, top 10. Nobody doubts there's a ton of variance in poker. You've got to play well, you've got to run well, you've got to get lucky, you've got to avoid getting unlucky. So, while Ali, he might be the best player right now, doesn't mean he's going to finish first each year. Could very easily have an unlucky year, but if 2 years if he's number 1 2 years in a row, and next year he's 5th, and the year after that he's 8th, you look at that stretch and you go, wow, this is quite possibly one of the greatest of all time. If he can put a run together like that. And I think that's where it becomes really interesting. You look at, if you want to compare it to golf, and you brought up the PGA Tour, you look at Scott Scheffler right now, who just won the Masters. He's currently the number 1 golfer in the world. Would anybody consider him, one of the best of all time? No, certainly not yet. But
Not
let's
yet,
say
right.
But let's say he stays in the top 5 for the next 8-10 years, and he's consistently there. Well, then he's in that conversation. Alex Hirsch says, Hank's the visionary. I like it. It was actually my idea, Alex. I don't want to take credit for it or anything.
Confirmed. No.
Yeah. Hanks and I were
PGA
playing
really
Golden.
is the model for the PGT. It really is. That's what golf is, right? I mean, it's the PGA Tour is the top 1% of golfers in the entire world. You know how many great golfers are out there, by the way, that are scratch golfers that can't even sniff the tour?
Yeah.
I mean, we all know them. We all have buddies that are just like, they're zeros, they're handicaps, 1s, 2s, -1, -2, whatever. But they can't play on the tour. They're not good enough. These guys on the PGT, it's just like that in poker. Average tournament players, big results, they're a dime a dozen. But if you're going to be on the PGT day in and day out, competing event after event, that's special, at least for this industry.
Yeah, the only difference, and it's something that I love about poker, is the fact that if you've got a dream, if you've got the money, you can play against the best in the world. And that's not going to happen in golf.
No. And by the way, in golf, you can't beat the best in the world ever, right? I mean, you're not going to go out there and beat, Scotty Scheffler. You're not going to go out there and beat John Rahm in some sort of pickup game. At poker, anybody can sit down and anybody can beat Phil Ivey. That's just the reality of variance and sort of the luck factor involved with poker. Now, if you're going to play Phil Ivey 10 heads-up matches in a row, Godspeed. You're not going to win that.
Unlikely, for sure. More than a 4-1 chip advantage for Danny Tang. Lun Loon, considering his options with a very marginal hand. Gonna bet 200,000 and try to take it down, and that will work. Poker's also interesting because, and I love, by the way, the comparison to the PGA Tour. I love the vision you guys had. I think it makes a lot of sense because, you know, when you think about how many players play, you know, how many players can legitimately win or be the #1 golfer each year, it's small. It's not a lot of players. And I think that's the same for poker. I think poker is unique in the sense that we have so many different games. And if you were to ask Dan Negreanu or Phil Ivey or Eric Seidel, who are the best stud players out there? Who's the best Hold'em player out there? Who's the best Omaha 8 or better player out there? You'd get different answers for each one. But when it comes down to who's the best all-around poker player, regardless of game, to me that list starts and ends with Phil Ivey.
Yeah, I don't think it's close. I think you're exactly right. Even, let's include online poker. I mean, let's not forget that Phil Ivey, I still think to this day, might be the most winningest online player when it comes to cash games. Back during the Full Tilt and Stars era, you know, during the heyday, he was crushing.
And I think staying power has a lot to do with it as well. The ability to be consistent over decades. I mean, when you think about players that have done it decade after decade, how long is that list of players? What, Eric Seidel, Daniel Negreanu, Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth, that's it?
I mean, let's include Hellmuth, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Hellmuth won the championship. He won the World Series Poker main event in '89. So, you know, decade after decade, here's a guy who's winning bracelets and still performing at a high level. But, you know, Seidel, Hellmuth, Negreanu, Ivey. You know, are the players of today going to be doing it 20 years from now? Now, by the way, I mean, I think the internet kids, the kids who grew up with online poker, the moneymaker era, I like to call them, you know, who played a lot of online poker, they're all in their mid to late 30s now. And they're starting to put, I think, really earn respect for staying power. I mean, the Phil Galfons of the world, the Jason Koons.
You know, Phil Galfond.
They've been around for a while now.
Is a great example of that. Yeah, Kuhn, Galfond. I'm trying to think, too, even like the online tournament guys, the Chris Mormons of the world, the Nicholas Astets. You know, there's a lot of MTT players who have evolved over the years as well since the online boom that are still very relevant and crushing to this day.
You know, Loon all in here. With the ace-10 suited, we're not going to see a flop. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that somebody has a good year. It's not impressive. It's incredibly impressive. But when I see Phil Galfond and Jason Koon do it year after year, when I see Phil Ivey and Phil Hellmuth do it decade after decade, that's what really impresses me.
Chat, a couple people pointing out Garrett Adelstein when it comes to cash games. Yeah, I mean, listen, Garrett's phenomenal. He's played a number of our games inside the studio. Tremendous talent. Tom Dwan being mentioned by Alex Hirsch. Doug Polk. You know, I don't think Doug would ever consider himself in the conversation anymore, but obviously Doug is a great player.
The problem with Doug, and I think a problem with, for me at least, if you're only playing one game, I have trouble putting you in the conversation, even the conversation, by the way, of best all time.
Yeah, no, I don't.
That's just my 2 cents.
Don't get me wrong. I think Doug Polk is a future Hall of Famer. He's a shoo-in. When he's 40, he should be put in. Maybe not necessarily for everything he's accomplished in the game, which has been remarkable. Don't get me wrong. But I also think that Doug should be put in for various other reasons, considering what he's done in the YouTube space, what he's done from a streaming perspective. He's this sort of modern, new age. I don't know if it's like, it's not media, but yet it is media. He's a star in many ways to look at it. He really is an influencer in the space. And I think that he should get credited for that, and I do think he's a Hall of Famer.
They're going to have to change the Hall of Fame rules then.
Well,
we're going to have to start.
So yeah.
We're going to have to start letting in more than one person a year. Otherwise,
yeah.
I mean, nobody's getting in.
Yeah, we had to kick a bunch of people out too.
Well, we can debate that all day, but in terms of just getting some people in, you've got a whole crop of players that we just mentioned: Phil Galfond, Jason Kuhn. You've got a whole crop of people the internet kids who are now in their mid-30s who are going to be eligible for the Hall of Fame in a few years. And you still have a bunch of people that are over 40 and the backlog to get in.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I don't understand the rule of having one person or two people in a year. I just don't get it. To me, it's like
I don't think a lot of people understand.
I just don't understand. Like, to me, if you get the votes, like there should be a number, whatever. I don't know, like baseball does it. If you get a certain number of votes, you're in. If you want to cap it at 5 a year, okay, that's reasonable. But
Jeremy Osmus comes to mind, the guy's in his 40s. He's been doing it for 15 years at a very high level, cash games, tournaments. By the way, every variant he's extremely talented at. I think he's a Hall of Famer. You're going to have Nick Schulman there in a few years. Certainly Nick Schulman should get in.
But Jeremy Osmus is a perfect example. With the current rules at the Hall of Fame, Jeremy Osmus is never getting in. There's just no chance. He's drawing dead.
Yeah, and it's a shame, right? He certainly should be in.
Now, to be eligible to make the Hall of Fame and the Poker Hall of Fame, you've got to be 40 years old, so he's not eligible yet. I think
Who's
undoubtedly Jeremy Osmus. He's not 40 yet,
He's in his 40s. Yeah, he's in his 40s.
God, that guy looks good.
I know.
He's 40?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
he's
unreal.
in his 40s. I know. It's not fair, right? He's like the Jared Leto of poker. Jared Leto is like 50-something years old, man. I think he is 50, and he looks like he's 25.
Hey, let us know in the chat. Who do you think should be a Hall of Famer? Who should be in the Hall of Fame? Let us know.
Philip Bergeron says, clearly you do not understand the point of Hall of Fame. No, I think I understand it quite well, and the current setup is just remarkably flawed.
I mean, in fairness, you and I can argue. We can all debate on whether, ABC player, this player, that player deserves to be in the Hall of Fame or not. My only point is, with the way they are currently putting in Hall of Famers, the backlog is going to just be ridiculous. There's just a lot of very, very worthy people that will have to wait forever, essentially, because they're only letting in 1 or 2 a year.
Phil Gordon. Why would Phil Gordon be in the Hall of Fame?
Hey, his little green book.
I got to tell you, that's a stretch, pal.
I mean, until Cloney Gowan gets in the Hall of Fame, I'm not even going to pay attention to it.
Cloney Gowan. What happened to Cloney Gowan? Wow.
Where is she?
Talk about a
I think we need
blast from the past.
Yeah, we need a VH1 show. Where is she now? Watch it heads up. Lun Loon, Danny Tang. Tang all in. Antes have moved up, and you're seeing a lot of these hands not see a flop as one of the players is going all in. We have not had an all-in confrontation just yet.
Yeah, that's gonna change with that level going up. Tang now able to assert pressure. Loon also, there's going to be a variety of hands where he simply just has to move all in pre-flop. You can see only 43 antes in his stack. Not exactly deep for short deck.
This could be it.
All in.
There's the all in. Loon's going to call.
Oh, my.
Finally, we get a confrontation. But a 3.5 to 1 chip advantage for Tang. But if Loon can double up here, we've got a tournament. This pot is 4.2 million. If Tang can win it with Queen Jack, it's over. Both players standing up. King 9-7, 2 spades, 1 club, neither player with any sort of a flush draw. Tang with a gut shot. Loon with top pair. And Loon a 70-30 favorite.
He's going to hit this 30% of the time.
He's going to hit it right now.
GG, man.
GG.
He's going to hit it right now, and that's it. Event 5 is in the books. The river is irrelevant.
Yes, Lord.
Lun Loon finishes in second place. He'll take home $416,000. And there's your champion, Danny Tang, with his 5th cash of the series, finally rings the bell.
Great showing, Danny Tang, baby. The 50K short deck winner, his 5th final table and cash. Finally, Tuck, he takes home first place.
Danny Tang had to get a little bit lucky. And everybody who wins a tournament often does. Danny Tang, $640,000 in his pocket, and that nice trophy. He finally gets the monkey off his back, and he wins a title here in Northern Cyprus. We're going to sign off here, but we are going to be back in 20 minutes on a new YouTube stream on our PokerGO YouTube channel. We'll have the 50K no limit. More action in 20 minutes.
One of the richest poker tournaments of all time. One of the toughest fields ever assembled. $500,000 to enter. No tournament has ever changed the landscape of poker overnight. Until now.
I like tough competition and lots of money.
You're really getting only the best of the best.
You're forced to play at a high level. That's going to be awesome for the game of poker.
The 2015 Super High Roller Bowl. Game on.
It's time to see more fireworks.
That's what it is. I'm not certain.
10,000, 20,000 with a 2,000 ante. Scott Seaver with ace-queen offsuit under the gun, and he raises it up.
More play. Negreanu next act has jacks. He could play this a couple ways. He decides to just call, which is very in tune with his style.
This is the famous Negreanu small ball?
Absolutely. Anytime he's not quite sure where he's at, he loves to call, and then he'll play after the flop. He's very comfortable playing after the flop, and he has position here, so he's got a lot of good reasons to just call.
It passes over to Kim in the big blind. Ace-7 offsuit. And we've seen him defend this sort of hand here before.
Yeah, he keeps getting great prices out of the big blind. He has hands that have some equity, and he's making good defense. Unfortunately here, he's dominated in a bad way, but normally this would be a pretty standard call.
Ace-6 queen. Top pair for Kim, but top 2 for Seaver.
This is a bit of a tricky flop for Dong.
action on Brandon Steven. He finds himself in a pretty tough spot here. He liked his hand a lot before all of that action, and he does lay it down.
Yeah, and thanks to Brandon's nice check, he actually gets away without losing any chips after the flop. Now, when Jason pulls his chips back like that, that means he's either calling or raising. And it looks like he might just call, which is pretty interesting because it's for a big chunk of his stack. I would have to imagine that Jason's plan is to call and to get it in on any blank turn.
Well, the 6 of spades on the turn is not a blank.
No, it's not a blank at all. It completes the flush draw, which he had to be concerned about on the flop. And also, if Max has something like Jack-9, he's probably going to slow down on this card.
All in.
It's an all-in from Max. Big decision for Jason.
That hand's not very good, is it? It's not a very good hand. Doesn't really hit that board very well.
Good discipline fold by Jason.
Tom Marchese is under the gun with ace-king offsuit. He raises to 72,000.
It's got to be the first time he's ever folded game spree. Yeah. Fold would have been 8 seconds probably.
Seaver with king-jack offsuit.
It's a good hand, but it's not doing that well versus Tom's under the gun opening range. I would imagine that Seaver either folds or 3-bets this particular hand. And it looks like he is choosing the 3-bet here. Brandon really wanted to get in there with the Jack-10 suited. Such a pretty hand.
Back over to Tom Marchese now.
And Tom decides to just call here, and I like this a lot. He knows that the type of bluffs that Scott would have, he usually dominates, so he wants to keep those hands in. And also, he doesn't really want to re-raise and get it in before the flop. He's not doing that well versus the range of hands that Scott would actually get all in with him.
Well, ace-3-9, and that's a flop that you want to see with ace-king.
Great flop for Marchese. This is the type of board that he can withstand a couple streets of pressure easily, so he's very happy that he just called pre-flop when this sort of board comes down.
Seaver fires into this pot.
And Scott chooses to go with a smaller sizing, and I like this a lot. He's just trying to fold out stuff like pocket sixes or king-queen. He knows that Tom's not folding an ace to any size, so he just chooses a smaller size, and it gets the job done. Unfortunately, he's run into a really big hand.
Queen on the turn. Seaver now with a straight draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, that was one of the better cards for Scott to see. He picked up a lot of equity, and it'll be interesting to see how he plays this on the turn.
Marchese checks. Scott checks back. The 8 of diamonds on the river. Scott now has the flush.
Wow, that's brutal for Marchese. He had the hand all but locked up on the flop. And he has to imagine that Scott barrels some of his hands that have 1 diamond in it, so he might even find a hero call in the river if Scott value bets.
Pot of 743,000. Scott Seaver reaching for chips. He puts out a bet of 300,000.
This has got to make Marchese a little bit sick. On the one hand, his hand has shrunk a lot in size. But on the other hand, Seaver's line looks a bit like he bluffed on the flop, decided to give up on the turn, and then the 4th diamond made out in the river, and he was like, oh, I could get away with the bluff again.
Marchese rechecking his cards, and that king is still not a diamond. And he finds the correct fold.
Yeah, these guys are both just too good.
So Brian Rast has raised 10s from early position. David Peters with aces in the big blind.
Jack 10's ahead, right? Slightly ahead of up to which pair?
And he just calls. This is a really sneaky call, and I really like it. He's going to be calling out of the big blind a lot, so.
Well, he'll be glad he played it that slow and kept the pot small because, boom, Rast outflops him and hits a set.
Terrible flop for Peters. There's no way he's folding, but.
He's checked it over to Rast, and Rast bets 140,000.
And I can't imagine David does anything here but call. His hand isn't strong enough to raise anymore, and he definitely can't fold.
He does just call. Oof, well, if that was a scary flop, it just got worse with a 7 on the turn. It puts a 4 straight on board. It would be really tough to be confident with a pair here, even a pair of aces.
Not only that, but Peters knows that he can have a lot of jack type of hands when he calls out of the big blind. So his hand is actually weaker than the type of hands that he's expected to have here.
Well, Peters checks it over, and Rast is undeterred. He fires again.
Yeah, and despite all of that, Rast bets. And this is going to look pretty strong to David.
Peters does let it go. It's a good-sized pot over to the big stack, Brian Rast.
And by just calling before the flop, David Peters escaped losing a lot more chips.
So David Peters gets his aces cracked, but a nice laydown saves him from losing any more than 9% of his stack. Scott Seaver with ace-9 raises to 200,000 with the 3 shorter stacks behind him.
All in.
All in. Connor Drynan shoves 13 big blinds with a bigger ace.
Easy all in for Connor.
And
Ooh.
Peters picks up kings in the big blind.
Peters is probably not going to fold this one.
He's trying to decide how to get the most for his hand. Peters just calls, clearly trying to entice Scott to stick around.
Peters definitely wants Scott to put more chips in the pot, and calling is probably the best way to do so.
I'm gonna fold, but that's probably not right.
It's definitely right, as he sees when the cards are flipped over.
What did you have, Scott?
Scott being a bit coy about his hand.
I like how Kuznetsov just told Scott what he had in the previous hand. And now Scott's very tight-lipped when it's back on him.
8-5 queen all clubs, and Peters' hand just got even stronger with the flush draw.
Not my flop.
That's a terrible flop for Drynan. He just lost the ace of clubs as an out.
Well, that might be his turn. The 10 gives Drynan an extra out. Only the 10 of diamonds or a non-club ace will save him now, or he is out in 5th.
Oh my god.
Wow. Red 10 on the river. What a card.
And I had the ace of spades also, so you had only...
I figured when you said 2 cards that don't matter, you were just being nice for me.
And I had the... Wow.
The blinds are still at 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante for the 4 remaining players. Even the short stacks have over 30 big blinds right now. Brian Rast with a huge chip lead and King 7 of spades in the small blind raises to 300,000. Scott Seaver in the big blind. Jack 9 offsuit, he just calls. Jack 9-10, and just like that, 2 pair on the flop for Seaver, although Rast does have a double gutter and an overcard. Scott Seaver with the stare down.
Yeah, Scott Seaver seemed to make it his policy to stare his opponent down right from the beginning of the hand all the way through the end.
Rast bets 275,000.
And Scott decides to just call. I think he doesn't want to inflate the pot too much.
Queen on the turn gives Rast the straight. That's got to be an ugly card for Scott to see, but he hasn't seen it yet. He's still staring at Brian Rast. Rast is cutting out a bet. 600,000.
And this is a pretty terrible turn for Scott to see. His 2 pair has shrunk up considerably, and he's going to call here just in case Rast has a flush draw or something that he's bluffing with still.
Queen on the river means Scott's 2 pair is counterfeited now anyways. This might save him some chips.
Yeah, I can't imagine Scott's going to be putting very many more chips in the pot.
I'm all in.
Rast shoves.
mean, oh, come on.
Scott thought for a moment that he might have made a full house if the queen on the river was a jack.
I'm not going to waste time. I'm not calling on the queen.
And I'm not quite sure about Rast's bet. It had to have been designed to fold out the chop if Seaver had a king himself. But Scott can have a lot of full houses there, and it seems like a really risky gambit to take.
A lot of interested people on the rail watching, including a lot of the high-stakes poker community.
And this is tough for Rast. He has to just clear his mind and get right back into the mix. He can't be thinking about the last hand.
Well, the eights have shown up again, and this time they're in Brian Rast's hand. He's raised, and Drinan has queens in the big blind.
All in.
Drinan moves all in.
It's like 3.
And unfortunately for Rast, this is a snap call. And in back-to-back hands, Rast might lose almost all of his chips.
I have 8s, he has queens.
It's a bad spot for Rast. He's going to need to get just as lucky as Scott did with his eights. Rast isn't the shorter stack, so he's not at risk, but if he does lose this, he'll be down to fewer than 6 big blinds. 3, 3, 4 on the flop.
And that is no help to Rast. He needs an 8 and an 8 only.
Boom. Eights are not lucky for Connor Drinan.
And 8s are the hand. Maybe, just maybe.
Only a queen will save Connor, or he is out in third. And he is out.
Oof. And that is just devastating for Connor.
Scott Seaver with pocket fives raises it to 380,000. Brian Rast with the ace-9 of spades.
And this could get pricey. Both these players have very strong hands for heads up.
Brian makes it more expensive.
All in.
Scott shoves the rest of his chips into the middle.
Wow, and this is actually reasonably close for Brian.
Scott must be happy when he doesn't get a snap call.
Absolutely. If Brian had a better pair, his chips would already be in the pot.
And it's a call. It all comes down to a flip to potentially decide the winner of $7.5 million and the title.
I have ace-9 of spades, he has 2 5s. Yeah.
Seaver's hand is ahead, but he has the smaller chip stack, so he is at risk.
And for Brian, this is a chance to get vengeance. He had him in the spot already once, and this time if he wins the whole tournament. $7.5 million, a shiny ring.
And Rast outflops Seaver.
Big flop for Brian. He is now way, way ahead.
Scott needs a 5 to win this pot. It has to be a 5. King on the turn. 1 card left. One last chance for Seaver. And the 6 on the river. Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what a deserving champion. After taking that bad beat, he just fought hard, came back, and now he has the title.
Hello and welcome back. That's right, more coverage, bonus coverage. We've got the 50K No Limit Hold'em. We're in northern Cyprus at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Absolutely gorgeous, as you can see inside. We've got some big names, as you might expect. Super High Roller Series, 50K No Limit Hold'em. We've got 21 players remaining out of a starting field of 24. We'll get more piling in. Benjamin Heath, our chip leader at our feature table. Ali Imsurovich, Steven Shidwick, among others. Chris Brewer, we got the mullet at this table as well, playing No Limit Hold'em. David Tuckman, Brent Hanks. We're going to play with 52 cards, Brent. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, Tuck. The more cards, the better. Magical mullet indeed for Chris Brewer, by the way. Just look at those lovely auburn reddish locks there, C3, next to Chidwick. Ben Heath, he's got a little mane himself cooking.
Benjamin Heath, a very talented poker player. First we're seeing him this week. We've seen a lot of Chidwick. Chidwick's doing a lot of bubbling. Hasn't been a great week for the superstar from the UK. Speaking of Hall of Fame, by the way, there's another player who at some point needs to get in there. Steven Chidwick.
Oh, Chidwick, a shoe-in eventually when he gets there. At least in my mind, Tuck.
Ali. We've had a lot of Ali as he has made 4 final tables this week. It has been just kind of par for the course for that man. Everything turning up Ali over the last 18 months or so, and he is currently the leader in the clubhouse. I shouldn't even say clubhouse as he's actually still playing, but he is the leader right now in the PokerGO Tour leaderboard. Currently with 1,839 points. Phil Ivey with 1,725. And a pretty big drop-off to third, and that is Isaac Kempton, Alex Foxen in fourth.
Foxen, I don't believe, made this trip. I think he's back here in the United States in Florida, grinding it out. And also congratulations to Alex Foxen and Kristen Bicknell. They were just married, as pictures leaked out on social media.
Foxen's meteoric rise in poker, just unbelievable when you think about where he was just a few years ago and where he is now.
Well, he really is taking the high roller world by storm. You know, I remember when he was playing sort of the smaller buy-ins, grinding it out, and then all of a sudden just emerged.
I remember one year we were talking about the poker awards and who might win. Like, I think there was an award that went to, like, you know, the best newcomer, the hottest newcomer, breakout player of the year, something like that. Anyway, I think he won it or was nominated for breakout player of the year. And then fast forward a couple of years later and suddenly, you know, he's fourth in the PGT leaderboard.
I think he also was the back-to-back GPI Player of the Year of 2019 and 2020. I could be mistaken on that. I certainly know his wife, Kristen Bicknell, she was back-to-back in the female category, considered by many to be the best female tournament player in the world.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series. This is bonus coverage. We've already crowned the champion. It was the Tanginator. That's right. Drank the Tang, Danny Tang, in his 5th final table, 5th cash of the series. He finally gets the monkey off his back and wins one. He earned himself $640,000, defeating Lun Loon heads up, Queen Jack for Tanginator, Ace King for Lun Loon. Tanginator turned the straight. River was irrelevant. And Danny Tang took first. And this is bonus coverage. We got the No Limit Hold'em. This is event number 6. This final table we'll have for you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, here on the PokerGO YouTube channel. It's free. And if you are just joining us, if you're just stumbling upon the channel, do us a favor. Do yourself a favor. Hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button. We are approaching 250,000. We're so close to that magical 250,000 mark. I'd love to get that.
I'd like to get it on your watch, Chuck. I'd like to hit that 250,000 mark with you right here.
I get, like we said, I get a bonus. I get munchkins if we hit that 250,000 mark. So, come on, let's do it.
Very rarely do we get the opportunity to have bonus coverage, day one coverage in high rollers like this. And, of course, today, special occasion. By the way, Chidwick with the music in the ears. I don't think I've seen that from Chidwick, where he's listening to tunes. He just took those out, perhaps getting dialed in.
What do you think he listens to?
9 Inch Nails.
Yeah. Nailed it.
I don't know. You know, it could be Yanni. Could be sort of just, maybe it's a podcast. You know, it could be Norman Chad's podcast.
It's
Hello,
definitely
Norman.
not that.
We see you in the chat.
It's definitely not that. Martirosian, by the way, very talented player. We've seen a lot of him this week. He's got 4s.
Guy is an absolute beast. By the way, Vyacheslav Boldigan, he played the Cyprus series last time around, somewhere out there floating in the social media Twitter universe, as we have an all-in here. Collision.
Yeah.
Flip. Let's rock. There's a picture floating around of Boldigan and his reaction, his facial expression from last year's Cyprus Super High Roller Series, and it is an all-time classic. Get out there, somebody find it. Off to the races we go here, Tuck.
Boldigan with the wry smile. Flipping pretty early on in this tournament. Nothing there for the ace-jack as of yet. Martirosian, he's all in for his tournament life right now, and 4s are still good. And they continue to be good, and a full double up there for Martirosian. He's up to 172,000. Boldigan down to 68K. Some people in the chat suggesting that maybe Taste of Tang needs to be a T-shirt we can get over in, on your website.
A little taste of Tang. Tangerang. Pootie Tang?
No, when you were a kid, didn't you ever drink Tang?
Yeah, I did. I love Tang.
Yeah, I mean, it's
you
terrible.
know what? I know, but I loved it. But I'm surprised that I don't have Tang in my house right now. My kids would love Tang. What is wrong with me?
Well, I mean, just pure sugar, isn't it? Just sugar and water. It's perfect. I know.
Mix it up, wash it down.
It's kind of funny. Some of the drinks that we grew up with, I've had over the last couple of years with my own kids, and I remember them being so good, and then I taste them now, and they're just absolutely disgusting.
Well, you've acquired.
I had a Yoo-hoo. I had a Yoo-hoo the other day. That was awful.
Don't start trashing Yoo-hoo. I mean, there could be a lot of folks here in the chat that just love Yoo-hoo. A fantastic chocolate milk, a little concoction from the sugar
I like chocolate
gods.
milk.
Yeah.
I like chocolate milk. Yoo-hoo
Not Yoo-hoo.
is absolute trash. I mean, listen, when I was a kid, I loved the Yoo-hoo. I was all over it. I'm just letting you know.
Well,
Boldigan with a pair of 7s. Chidwick with jack high.
Kiss the Yoo-hoo sponsorship goodbye we've been working on.
I can be converted. I'm just saying. Kool-Aid. Have you had Kool-Aid recently?
I have not, but I'm simply not going to sit back here and trash Kool-Aid, nor will I trash Yoo-Hoo. I think these are fine beverages that children around the world are allowed to enjoy. Adults can partake as well. I have no problem with these types of beverages. Capri Sun from Cole Pittman, the High C Ecto Cooler from Toy Den Nerds. And you're really giving them a bad rap here, Tuck. I can't allow this to continue. How about Mountain Dew? You know, I remember as a kid sucking down a little Mountain Dew and thinking it was the greatest nectar I've ever encountered. I don't know the last time I've had a Mountain Dew.
Not only did I have a Mountain Dew, and when I say I had a Mountain Dew, I mean I don't really drink soda very often, but I had a few sips of a Mountain Dew. I let my 8-year-old have a sip of it, which is, I mean, basically I let my 8-year-old have crack.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend crack for an 8-year-old, but Mountain Dew, you know, it's a little pep in their step. Maybe before a ball game, you want to get them fired up. I wouldn't recommend crack for an 8-year-old.
No, Matt Barhold says, Yoo-Hoo is like your commentary. Well played, Matt, well played. So I imagine kids like it, Brent likes it, but maybe as you get older, it's not your thing. I understand, Matt.
I drink a lot of Coke Zero and not enough
What is Coke
water.
Zero?
I don't think I drink enough water. Coke Zero
is Coke Zero? Is it just Diet Coke?
It's better than Diet Coke. They call it the GOAT of Coke products. In fact, that's their new slogan, their new ad. Did you watch the Super Bowl? If you watched the Super Bowl, you could not have missed all of the Coke Zero ads. No free ads here on this stream, of course. We're simply just talking about beverages.
Martirosian raising the 5,000 with the queens. Heath's going to give him a little action with 5-4 offsuit. Hit a 4, so we're going to get something there. Martirosian also has the queen of clubs. I think this is a unique opportunity for us. You know, if you are a no-limit hold'em player, if you're a tournament player, what an amazing opportunity to get early coverage, deep play from some of the best in the business, to be able to watch them play poker right now with cards up.
Yeah.
If you want to work on your game, this is a really amazing opportunity.
Yeah, very rarely do we have these opportunities, Tuck. To your point, when we do feature the Super High Roller Bowl, which I know we're going to be doing here in Cyprus, oftentimes we will do day 1, day 2 coverage. It's pretty much our only major that we have the opportunity to peek under the hood during these early levels of play, and certainly the creativity, the deep stack maneuverability that these players have. Something to keep an eye on. I still think that watching streams, high-level players, is the best thing you can do for your own game, tutorial-wise, in order to learn from the best. Implement that within your own play.
Yeah, Martirosian with the queen of diamonds and the queen of clubs. This board is getting pretty wet, and he's going to fire another shell. And why not with 2 queens?
Yeah, size it up. Big hand, big pot. 2 draws, as you mentioned. I suspect we would still get action from some sort of 7. A 10 seems unlikely unless it was of the puppy paw variety, meaning 10x of clubs would have had to have been there. Martirosian, I think, could do this with a variety of bluffs as well. He'd be sizing up. He'll remain balanced in those spots. Nice little pot.
Yeah, Martirosian, after doubling up with 4s, wins another one as he approaches 200,000. Heath gets away from the 4s on the turn. And, you know, not after you watch this, you can put your skills to the test. Playing PokerGO Hold'em, you can play for free. It is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game. Our own Brent Hanks. It's his voice that's part of the show. He's in there. That's right.
Yeah, that's right, Tuck. You can mute it at any time. It is an option, and I'm sure many folks have taken advantage of that.
Muted.
It is a lot of fun.
I'm gonna tie it in and hook it up to every single Alexa Echo I've got in the house.
Yeah,
play it everywhere.
If your marriage hasn't ended by now, it certainly will if you attempt that.
I want to thank you all for joining us here. I see you, Ben, Fred, Devin, Gary, son of Gary, Beef Jerky Boys, Will Dwan. Thank you. We'll be here for the next few hours. Early day one coverage of the 50K. We'll have this final table tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Bright and early, once again. And then April 13th, 14th, and 15th, we've got coverage of the 250K Super High Roller Bowl. The big one going down in northern Cyprus. Ali Mservic going to raise on a 203,000 chip stack with King Jack off. Heath making the call with Ace 8. Not much there for Heath. He's got the 8 of spades. Mservic with the overs and the gut shot. All good, Matt. We appreciate it. People in the chat pointing out that northern Cyprus is not Cyprus, hence why we point out that we are in northern Cyprus. $5,000 chip bet from Mservic. Heath makes the call.
This is a sticky little peel and call by Heath. Clearly calling correctly with ace high. Understanding that Ali would be barreling and continuing with these sorts of holdings, the queen jacks, the king jacks, the king queens.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah,
I was going to ask you, though, when you call with ace 8, what's the plan after that? I mean, he got kind of the perfect turn card because it forces Ali to shut down a little bit. But on almost every other turn card, you have to imagine that Ali is going to win the pot, right?
Assuming that Ali has, a lot of 2 barrels in his range. And you can see the little grin there. Ali knew that Heath was a little sticky. But you're going to see that, right? I mean, Heath believes ace high is the best hand. Check call. Take a look at some turn texture. If Ali barrels again, maybe we call again with ace high and force Ali to fire a 3rd shell with a variety of bluffs. Otherwise, perhaps based on history, he suspects Ali would shut down by the river with just king high holding. Keep in mind, king high, especially king jack, king queen, that would have showdown value against hands like 7-8 that would be open-ended, against queen jack that would be open-ended. So, there is showdown value with king high.
Yeah. And by the way, I mean, I mentioned the 10 being a good card for Heath. There are obviously other good cards for him as well, as he did have some backdoor flush equity, backdoor straight equity. He had the ace. And at the end of the day, he was getting a good price. I mean, the pot was $23,000. It was $5,000 to call. I mean, you're nearly getting 5 to 1.
You're just going to see it time and time again where these players continue to fight for pots. They're going to hit the streets. They're going to force
a couple of
their
big hands here
to fire clips. Yeah, this is interesting here.
Ooh, hello. So jacks for Chidwick. He goes 4,500. Heath calls with king queen suited, and Ali has picked up ace 4 of clubs. Does he 3-bet this? Here's your answer. No, he just calls.
And again, sometimes Ali would 3-bet it. Here, elects to simply just call.
Martirosian coming along for the ride as well. 4 ways. Pot is 20,000. How do you like your jacks now? I think you like them. An ace for Ollie, a set of jacks for Chidwick, Heath with a gut shot, no backdoor flush equity. The only one who doesn't like this flop is Martirosian. He can get away from it pretty easy, you imagine. Action on the superstar from the UK, Stephen Chidwick, who checks.
A little sneaky check by the set of jacks. Let's see if Heath takes the equity right to the dome. I think if Chidwick had a number of aces, ace-queen, ace-10, he would also be checking those hands as well. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, Heath with a gut shot.
A little splash, a little sprinkle. No spade on the pond for Heath. Just a pure gutter. Clearly has plans on later streets. Maybe we just bet small here in hopes we get called by those hands I mentioned. Chidwick could also have the ace-10s, the ace-queens. Very rarely do we get check raised.
Are we surprised that Ollie just folded the ace-4 to the button bet?
I am very surprised. I mean, he had backdoor clubs as well. I actually thought that must have been a mistake, but yeah, he threw it right into the muck.
I mean, he had backdoor wheel possibilities, backdoor clubs. He's got top pair. And frankly, it's a button bet. Maybe I wonder if Ollie knew Chidwick was up to something. I mean, that's where from a poker player's perspective, as I watch this and I try to learn, if you're home and you're watching this and you're trying to learn, I really try to, try to look under the hood and try to figure out what was Ollie seeing there. What did Ollie, calling pre-flop with ace-4 clubs, certainly reasonable. 3-betting would have been reasonable. But the fact that he was able to fold that on the flop without losing an extra chip, and look at him, he's not even bothered by it. Uncanny.
Yeah, it really is. I don't think he expected Heath to be betting a lot of the king-queen types of holdings there. It looks a lot like Heath can have a hand like ace-jack that he'd just be simply flatting the button with rather than 3-betting. He was also concerned about Chidwick. Again, I think Chidwick likely would have checked his ace-10s, his ace-jack, his ace-queens, maybe even as good as ace-king there. And Ali just got out of the way. The guy is spooky good.
Yeah. I mean, you'd think that you would lose at least one street of value with ace-4 clubs on that flop, but not Ollie. Chidwick raising with king-queen. Only the big blind comes along for the ride, and Chidwick with a lock on this hand in all likelihood. Dr. Jack Caniff says, any reason why these guys play so slow? I mean, they're not really playing slow. There's a 30-second shot clock, and I haven't seen anybody use a time card yet, so.
It's not too slow, but I will tell you that it happens more often than not where players do have a tendency to take, in my opinion, far too much time. Rob Young tweeted the other day about the Triton shot clocks that they used for their events. Rob Young also talked about changing the amount of time you would have if there hasn't been any action. If there hasn't been a bet or an open in the pot, you have 10 seconds. 10 seconds act, that's it. Get rid of the 30 seconds, reduce it to 10. If there has been action, if there has been a 3-bet, allow them to have the full 30 seconds. Clearly you're going to need to think a little bit more. And I do think little things like that should be implemented in order to speed up the pace of play.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'm fine with 10 seconds pre-flop. if there's action, maybe go to 20 seconds. And then I think post-flop, 30 seconds is more than enough, especially when you have time cards, so you can save and use when necessary.
Norman Chad, I don't know if he's still with us in the chat, but by the way, big flop here for Martirosian. A little straight flush action.
Yeah, and we got an action flop. I mean, Chidwick open-ended, Martirosian with a gut shot straight flush draw, looking for the 4 spades. And the 4 spades would be a lot of action, as it would give Chidwick the 8 high straight.
And I'll get back to Norman Chad in just a moment. I do hope he's still with us here, tuning in.
Martirosian's going to bet 8,000. Chidwick obviously not going to fold. Then again, I thought Ace-4 was going to obviously not fold either. But no, in this case, I feel pretty strong that Chidwick's going to come along for at least a street. And he makes the call. Pot now 29,000 in there. Oh, hello. And this is just getting even more interesting because Martirosian, now with a double gutter, he's got the flush draw. He's got a straight flush draw. He doesn't know he's up against 8-7.
Well, I think he's considering that Chidwick could have it. Now, what makes it difficult is when we have a 7 in our hand, we block it, right? But it certainly can be something that Chidwick has. Just because we have one makes it a little less likely to be up against that sort of holding. But you can't just simply rule it out altogether. Chidwick has a lot of jacks, a lot of 6s in general.
Chidwick out of position with the absolute stone cold nuts. Does he reveal the strength of his holding now? Does he play it cagey and just call?
Yeah. No one will shut up over here.
I think he knows that Martirosian has either A, a healthy draw, or B, a very good jack or better, right? Could be 2 pair types of holdings.
Yeah.
You can have 5-6 on the button. You can have 9-6 suited. You can have a variety of jacks, even as good as Jack-9 for top 2. I would expect more money to go in right here, simply because there are the presence of 2 shovels, 2 spades on the flop. But let's see what Chidwick does.
Yeah, and Chidwick has raised to 55,000, so do the math. 32,000 back over to Martirosian. Pot is 107,000. So Martirosian getting a pretty good price. Even better if he thinks that his straight is good. If he thinks he's up against 2 pair here, and his straight and flush shouts are good, then it's an easy spot. We can see that he only has 18% equity. And somehow, some way, Martirosian misses everything.
All in.
Chidwick all in, Martirosian obviously can't call. Nice pot there for Chidwick, up to 260,000. So you were mentioning about Norman Chad.
Yeah, you know, he took a lot of criticism over the fall covering the World Series of Poker main event. And frankly, I'm not entirely certain it was fair, right? The amount of heat that he took. He made some good points. And was the timing of those comments perhaps you know, not great considering that we were watching the biggest moment, the biggest event for all the money on the line. Yeah,
for people who aren't familiar, what did he say in reference to what?
He basically was talking about the pace of play and how players are simply taking far too much time to make big decisions, to make even not even big decisions, but to make minuscule decisions and taking the maximum amount of time allotted. And you know, I agree with Norman in many regards that he was pointing out. I think that we just continue to need to evolve to keep in mind of the viewing experience at home for the casual fans who want to tune in on CBS Sports, who want to tune in on YouTube and not watch a stream that lasts for, you know, 8 to 12 hours and people taking 30-plus seconds every single decision, even if they already know they're going to fold. And there's a lot of merit to that. And I'm glad Norman spoke up, and he did it on the biggest stage at the right time. And I think that changes will be made in order to improve the experience for those that want to watch at home. Now, us hardcores, Tuck, you and I, we commentate all these events. A lot of the professional poker players who tune in, we understand that, you know, there are long and lengthy decisions to be had. And we understand what these players are doing. But you got to remember, if you want to grow the game, continue to grow the game for a casual audience, you got to speed it up.
Yeah, and growing the game for the casual audience, it's not just a matter of that. It's also growing the game for the casual player. You know, poker is one of those games where you need to have a continual influx of players, you know, and taking that much time with trivial decisions does not help. Nobody wants to play with that. Nobody wants to watch that. I'm with Norman Chad, and I'm with you 100% on this. I've been talking about this, covering the World Series of Poker for the last decade plus now. I've seen it firsthand, and it is sometimes painstakingly slow. And I don't think it's fun. I can't imagine playing in a tournament like that. I don't think that's fun. I don't think watching it is fun. So, I mean, I'm really happy to see the changes that are being made. I know Patrick Antonius just put a tweet out there talking about the changes he's going to do on his tour. You mentioned the ones on the Triton Tour. We see pretty much every high roller now has a shot clock, which is great. I mean, you think about it, it's kind of like chess in a weird way. Like, there's a time clock. Yes, you've got to make really tough decisions for a lot of money or, you know, really tough decisions to win whatever game you're playing. But no, you don't have hours to make a decision. Time is part of it.
Yeah, we made a change, and I shouldn't say we. Paul Campbell really, at the Aria, who runs all the events for the PokerGO studio, great job that the entire Aria crew does. And they actually, in order to prevent stalling as blinds will continue to increase, when you get towards I think it's at the final table when the levels are going to go up and when you're going to have a level change, they actually will draw for the number of hands to be played based on the current situation of the tournament. So in other words, there's no point in stalling to let that clock continue to tick and tick and tick in order to avoid the big blind or to skirt out of it or to get to the button sooner. And no fault to the players because they were simply taking advantage of the rules that were in place. So it's subtle adjustments like what Paul and the Aria staff did to improve the overall experience for both the players and the viewers at home.
Yeah, there's a chat here. King Guy says, commentator, you should put the money up in a tournament this size and then make your fast plays. I understand your point, but I will counter that argument with something very simple. The players in this tournament right here that we're watching, they want me in this tournament. They want Brent in this tournament, okay? Married dudes with kids who at this point in their career, we play poker more recreational than professionally. You know, we don't put in 40 hours a week. We're not studying 40 hours a week. We just don't have the time. They want us in this game. And I will tell you wholeheartedly, I have no interest in playing in a tournament where people are tanking 3-4 minutes. I don't even want to play in a tournament where people are tanking 30, 40 seconds pre-flop, and they want me in the game. So, I mean, that's my argument to you.
Yeah, and I'll ride that same train, Tuck. I mean, I'll tell you right now, Bill Klein, who is a frequent flyer at all of the PokerGo studio high rollers that we put on. He comes out for every single major series. There was a time where he stopped coming to the Aria and he stopped playing in high rollers because of the tanking and stalling by various players, and he hated it. It was a miserable experience. He did not enjoy it. Many of the recreational business types that wanted to come out and play these events, they also would stop participating because of the nonstop tanking.
Yeah.
And that message was heard loud and clear.
And all due respect to Bill Klein.
Did change their names. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And Bill
all due
has
respect
every
to
right
Bill Klein,
to do that,
but,
and I'm thrilled he did it.
But Bill Klein is a businessman first. He's the first one who will admit it. You know, these professional poker players, they want Bill Kleins in the game. Many, many years ago, I was covering the World Series of Poker. I was in the black booth at the Amazon room, and I'm covering I believe it was the 100K one drop. And I'm going to throw somebody into the bus here. We're watching Doc Sands play. And Doc Sands is, you know, just at this point, slow as molasses. I mean, it was just ridiculous. And my dad was in the booth, and he was watching. And trust me, he's another guy. My dad plays poker. He's a recreational player. I mean, he used to play growing up, but you want him in the game. And my dad was watching this, and he just didn't understand that what we say. He thought it was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And watching that just alienated him from the game. He was like, I would never play this. This looks terrible. It looks so boring. So,
yeah,
you know, I am on the speed up the game bandwagon. And by the way, I think that's the same for baseball, for a lot of other games. If you want me to watch them, if you want me to play them and enjoy them, then make the game faster. Listen, I'm fine with. You've got a tough decision for your tournament life. It's on the river. Somebody's made a big play. Hey, take your time with that one. But, you know, pre-flop, you're under the gun +2, and you got Jack-8 offsuit. You don't need more than 5-6 seconds to make a decision there. Come on. So, I mean, listen, I love the direction the high rollers have gone. I do think, and I would love to see the World Series of Poker taking the lead as one of the biggest names in poker. You know, certainly the biggest tournament series out there. I would love to see the World Series of Poker start to implement time clocks. You and I mentioned this. If not at the start of the tournament,
but if they do it, Tuck, if they do it, you got to get rid of the 30-second nonsense. 30 seconds is too much. Too many players will take the full amount of time.
They will. Listen, I feel like it's better. It's at least a start, right?
It's a start, but I'm not even sure it's a great start. I think it could cause more problems.
Yeah, you might be right.
It's not like most people are taking 45 seconds and then acting. Yes, there are some that do that, but it's very rare. But if you actually give them a full 30 seconds, say, oh, yeah, no problem. You got 30 seconds to act when there hasn't even been any action. I mean, that's insane. 10 seconds, tops. You got 10 seconds. No action, you got 10 seconds. Hurry up.
I don't think people realize just how long 10 seconds is. Just count to yourself 10. Think about how long it takes you. You look at your cards. 10 seconds is actually quite a long time if there's no action in front of you.
Here's a really terrible take by Gauntlet 4. Says the high roller circuit just became an elaborate money laundering scheme. These guys not only have like 5 to 10% of their own action as commission, and the money isn't theirs. Well, that is absolutely untrue. In fact, that's one of the more ridiculous things that we've seen on the YouTube chat. I can tell you 100% that the majority of these guys have the majority of their own action. That's just the truth. Are there some that play for smaller percentages? Yeah, sure. But the majority of these guys have 100% of themselves, or at least 80% plus.
GB Bluffett with a good take says, I agree. World Series of Poker should be a front runner in speeding up and growing the game in the right direction. Yeah, You'd like to see that flush draw here for Boldigan. Martirosian with his 4s. Not a flop he's going to particularly like, and we talk about those small pairs. Just not many flops you do like.
Owen Lawler, is this real life? Well, probably not. I mean, it's all just a simulation after all. But yeah, this is real.
Not sure Boldigan realized that his 5 wasn't out. We can see it is. Boldigan with a small bet. I got to imagine Martirosian is just done with it, right?
Hope I wasn't wrong.
Yeah, he is.
I think so. Play by Boldigan. I'm telling. Has anyone found this picture of Boldigan? By the way, it's incredible. Did you see it, Tuck?
No, I want to see
meme
this.
last year, his face. Oh gosh, I don't know how to find it. Somebody out there in the chat, find Boldigan last year and his.
Probably should make a habit of that.
And his
I
facial.
think I usually do, so I'm really hoping it wasn't wrong.
Expression.
Phenomenal. Donald Mooney asking if Ivy is still in. Registration is actually still open on this one, so we're going to see the numbers grow in this tournament. For sure. Adam says, longest tank you've ever seen. I'll throw mine out there in a second. Brent, for you?
Oh, I've seen 5-10 minute long tanks, but usually they were justified. I can't think of anyone in particular, a name or exactly what the hand was, but I guess give me a moment. I'll try and think of it. Tuck, you've got one right away?
I do. I have one that I was actually involved in with Doc Sands. I'll throw him under the bus again. I don't care. I was playing the WPT many years ago with Doc Sands. We weren't even in the money yet, right? We were relatively close to the money, but not that close, okay? And
yeah.
I tried an elaborate check raise bluff on the river on a 10-5-7 3-3 run out. Okay?
Okay.
10-5-7 3-3 run out, everybody. Okay? I check raise bluff the river, and Doc Sands tanked for 9 minutes going into our break with pocket tens.
With tens full?
Tens full. Top
queen
full
ten
house.
It just called?
Well, I moved all in on the river. I check raise bluff the river. I missed my draw, and I check raise bluff the river, trying to rep a monster hand, and he just called. I mean, well, he called all in with tens full, but it took him 9 minutes to do so because he thought that
was he
thought that I might have quads. No,
oh.
He legitimately, the way I had played the hand, he was like, I guess you have to have quads here. And he just thought I had quads. And he had the second nuts, and he took 9 minutes to do that.
Yeah, there you go.
To his credit, he apologized after, but still, it was baffling to me, the whole thing. I still remember, and like I said, I never say bad beat stories. It was more of just like, really? But I remember him even saying, looks at me, he goes, Tuck, I've got tens full. And so in my head, I'm thinking, okay, well, then just call and let's end this, right? 5 minutes later, I'm thinking, okay, well, he must have been full of it because clearly there's nobody who's going to tank with tens full in this spot. How about 5-4 of hearts on this 10-4 deuce 2 heart board? Vogelsang, who's already won an event this week.
And he's just already the most stunning man in all of Europe at the moment. This guy is just way too good looking. Look at this guy. He's probably not wearing pants again.
Yeah, the European Jeremy Osmus, younger and European.
9,000.
I've never seen you gush about a man like this.
Look at the guy.
I know. He's beautiful.
incredible.
And he can play poker.
It's not
He's got
fair.
everything. He is checking all the boxes, I know. And here he has flopped a big one. He's got a pair of fours with the flush draw. Let's see how he plays this. Chidwick bets 9,000. There's a flush. Yeah, everybody in the chat, by the way, is assuming that it was a slow roll. No, that's the thing. I mean, it wasn't. I wish it was.
Slow roll is acceptable, right? Yeah.
I wish it was. I wish
like,
it was just a slow roll, but it wasn't. He genuinely thought that I might have quads, which I guess, hey, unless I tap myself on the back, I can go, well, I guess I sold it well. I'm kind of wondering. I guess maybe if he has bottom full house, I get him to fold it.
Yeah, probably would have.
Pretty crazy. Chidwick with absolutely no chance of winning this one. Vogelsang won a PLO event earlier this week in Northern Cyprus. We're here for the Super High Roller Series. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. The Triton Series ended and went right into our Super High Roller Series. It has been an amazing stretch of poker, and it is all culminating with our Super High Roller Bowl. The 250K No Limit Hold'em event, April 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Thank you guys all, by the way, for tuning in here on our YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe. Just do it now. Click it if you haven't done so already. And a little thumbs up, a little like goes a long way. Show your support for these free streams on our YouTube channel. The more support you show us, the more we will give you back in return as far as coverage. Take a look at this leaderboard. Chidwick.
Yeah.
At the moment.
The Merit Poker leaderboard.
Healthy.
Chidwick on top with 235. Benjamin Heath, 201. Ali, Vogelsang, Monterosian, all in there. Vyacheslav Boldigan bringing up the rear with just 62,000 chips. But we are in the very early portions of this event. A lot can happen, a lot will happen, so stick with us here. Jimmy Bluffett in the chat says, we all love Steve Chidwick, but does he tank a little bit unnecessarily in certain spots? Maybe a little, yeah. I think that's fair. Brent, you say you?
He's been criticized quite a bit from various streams and folks in the chat. I don't think he's alone amongst the high rollers that might take a little bit too much time, right? This is the sort of thing that just has to be addressed and to speed up the pace of play for everybody.
And I want to make sure that people understand this, and I don't want to speak for you, Brent, but I think I probably can. Neither one of us is advocating for making impulsive decisions. You don't want to give off timing tells. You want to think about your decisions. There's a lot of money at stake. Take a couple of seconds. Take 6 or 7 seconds before making a decision. That's okay. But just...
Yeah. I'm with you.
I mean, I think that's probably one of the biggest mistakes recreational players make. I know it's something that I did early on in my career, where I'd get overly excited and I would, call it all in super quick, rather than just take 3 seconds and just, okay, am I doing this right? Heath quickly folds. Heath is so solid. David asking, why is Ivy doing better than the rest? It's Phil Ivey. Might just be better than the rest as well. Phil Ivey is back. If you've been paying attention to Danny Negreanu's tweets, you probably are privy to that. If you've been watching us all week, you're privy to that as well. 2 titles in Northern Cyprus. Numerous final tables. Ivy has been on a tear. And with the World Series of Poker just about 6 weeks away, I got to tell you, I am pretty excited to see what happens there. How many events will Phil Ivey play?
What'd you set the line at? 9?
I said it at 6.5, but it's way. I think it's way too low. I would actually. I think he's going to play 9.
Yeah, I thought you moved it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's going to play 9.
Vogelsang.
I mean, with the 50Ks and the 100K and the 250K and all those 10Ks, I think there's a chance he could play as many as 14 to 15.
Yeah, I would take the over 9 as well. I mean, assuming he is, in fact, going to come out for the World Series. It's just a lot of big buy-in events, you know, and he's extraordinary at every game. You trying to tell me he's not going to play all the 10K mixed events? He'll be in there blasting. Heath, bit of a misstep here. Pretty standard 3-bet with king jack off, out of position, sizes it up, 33,000. Sort of holding that we 3-bet and then just fold. We avoid trouble on later streets. Let's say we just flatted here, right? King jack from the small blind, reasonable. And then it comes king or jack high, and we're up against the aces. We might go broke. We find a way to lose a lot more chips, whereas if we 3-bet from the small blind, we do get a lot of folds pre. Obviously here he stepped into it, but it's just a simpler way to play the hand.
You can't really blame him either. I mean, this is a button open. You're just not going to give that player a lot of credit. They could be opening very wide. Vogelsang happens to have, you know, number 1 right here, but he doesn't need to.
Yeah,
question I have for you is Vogelsang ever want to just call this?
It's not enough.
Oh, okay. Vogelsang's 4-bet was not enough.
I don't know. It was small.
This is a min 4-bet, and it's not enough.
Right?
So
It has to be a 500.
58.
I believe if it's over half the amount, he'll have to put a few more chips in there.
They're going to make him put out the exact minimum. So
yeah.
No,
and does that price in Heath?
Trying to figure that out.
It might, which is the point of Vogelsang trying to, if you're going to 4-bet, you know, make it small, leave the door open. Yeah, I would. To your point, Tuck, I wouldn't mind a flat. You flat, you take it in position with 2 aces.
I mean, they're not that deep. Once Heath makes it 33,000, right? Heath using those time extensions. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hand. They can use those time extensions. They get a handful of them.
Now Heath, because of the weird misclick by Vogelsang, is he leveling himself into thinking he can get one through? He certainly has the price to call, and he'll do just that. Credit to Vogelsang with this really small 4-bet. He's getting maximum value at the moment.
Yeah. Heath avoids disaster, but not hitting top pair. He does have the king of diamonds, but I mean, Vogelsang's got the ace of diamonds. Would you ever get cagey here and check it back?
I think he's just going to come with really small sizing again.
Yeah.
120 out there. He's got 123 behind. You're just hoping your opponent has somehow made a queen to try and get the money in.
And he bets 30,000, and Heath quickly folds. And as you mentioned, Benjamin Heath just stepping in it a little bit, but you can't really fault him. Attacking a button open with king jack offsuit, pretty standard. Just happened to walk into a big hand there. Benjamin Green said in the chat, let me see if I can find that for sure. Said the first person that I remember tanking a bunch. Yeah, Eugene Green, sorry. The first person I remember being slow was Chris Ferguson. Yeah, I remember that. Chris Ferguson with the hands and the sitting there and the waiting, and you're just watching, you're going, come on, man, just do something.
Yeah, well.
I remember when Jesse Sylvia.
I don't think that's the most memorable thing Chris Ferguson
did
along the way in his career.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm good friends with Jesse Sylvia. I love the guy. I remember when he made the main event final table versus Greg Merson He got coached by Vanessa Selps, and Vanessa, part of her coaching was to tell him to take time, to not give away timing tells. That was tough. Queen here for Heath.
David Paul says, how is it possible that all these superstar high roller players who crush these highly talented 50 to 60 player fields cannot get close to the WSOP final table? Well, David, I'm not sure where you were this fall, but one of these superstar high rollers won the main event by the name of Koray Aldemir. So I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to.
I mean, keep in mind, first of all, if you're talking about all of the WSOP final tables, many of them don't play the smaller events. So they only play the main event. They'll play some of the 50Ks and the big ones. And then keep in mind that what percentage of the main event turnout is actually these high rollers. It's so small, and they have to go through so many landmines to get through. It's very difficult. There's a ton of luck in the short term and a ton of variance.
Yeah. Well. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Again, Koray.
But Koray did it anyway.
Great player. And he won the main event, and he plays all of the high rollers for the most part. So I'm not sure what David was referring to in the chat.
Get a raise here from Chidwick, and just like Heath walked into it. Oh no! Look at this! What a dream scenario for Chidwick. Chidwick raising, Ollie 3-betting, Boldigan all in, all perfectly reasonable plays, but Chidwick happens to have something good this time.
All in.
And it's queens versus eights. And by the way, as we talk about people taking too long to act on their hand and wasting time, look how quickly Ollie he's not going to Hollywood. Yeah, I was 3-bet bluffing. No. You caught me.
Wow.
I'll quickly fold. By the way, had he stayed around, he would have flopped a pair with a flush draw. Boldigan looking for one of the remaining eights. And that is not going to happen for him. Chidwick didn't need it, but he hit a queen of hearts on the river. Boldigan has been eliminated. Chidwick now up to 319,000.
Yeah, Chidwick building early, accumulating. Will he finally make his first final table of the stop? We'll find out tomorrow, Tuck. We're obviously going to have that final table coverage of this 50K no limit event.
Yeah, that starts at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Make sure you join us tomorrow for that. We're not going anywhere just yet, though. Ian Sheriffs in the chat says, yeah, for sure. Ian Sheriff says, George Holmes made Koray work for that win. It was epic. Yes, it was. No doubt. One of the better heads-up battles we have seen in a long time. True story, by the way. George Holmes knocked me out of the main event this year.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was the guy who delivered the knockout blow to me. At least it's good. At least you look at that and you go, well, at least my chips went to good use.
I'd say that to be very true. Yeah, Holmes was, what a special showing. The main event, it seems to happen every single year, right? Someone comes out of the woodworks, amateur recreational type of player. Dreams come true. Special tournament, indeed.
Vogel saying with top and bottom pair. My mind, by the way, is still a little bit wired for short deck. I'm going top and bottom pair, but that's vulnerable.
Yeah, we did cover short deck earlier. If you guys missed it, Danny Tang took home the title. His 5th final table. He added a win to the resume. He put on, I don't know if it was clinical, but he certainly put on a show. He dished out one of the more uglier bad beats we've seen to Jason Kuhn, who bowed out in 3rd place. If it wasn't for bad beats, though, Tuck, I mean, I don't think I would even enjoy poker. I love being delivering bad beats. I hate catching them. It's just part of the game.
I know some recreational players that will literally only play, and they want to play against professionals, and they want to play against the best out there and just give them bad beats. They savor it. Martirosian raising with the Jack-10 offsuit. Yeah, Jason Kuhn, a recipient of 2 bad beats this week. And both times, they left him in 3rd place in a short deck event. And in both times, the person who knocked him out eventually went on to win.
Yeah, and a lot of money left out there.
Yeah. So,
Could
right?
still up plenty on the series, but could be up a lot more. If you guys want to check out the live reporting of today's event, the outer tables, head on over to pgt.com. Live reporting tab. You really can't miss it. Up to 33 players. Current chip leader right now, Michael Adamo. He has 460,000. Sam Greenwood in 2nd, 390. Jason Kuhn, who we've been talking about, he's in 3rd with 320. And ready for this, Phil Ivey. He is top 5 in chips. He's 4th with Makita the Milkman Bontakuski in 5th. We are.
Yeah, something tells me that at the end of the next break, maybe we'll get a table change and we'll get Mr. Ivey. I don't want to promise anything. Listen, I can't promise anything. I'm not in Northern Cyprus. I'm not at the Merit Poker Room right now. But I'm going to go on a limb and say maybe.
Do we know this or
no?
Or no.
No. Like I said,
you have no insider information. Okay.
Zero inside information. If I did, I would sell it more.
22.5.
People asking how many players are going to cash in this event. Again, registration is still open, so players are still filing in. Once we get the final numbers, we'll let you know. Martirosian, under the radar, very, very good no-limit hold'em player. Michael Adamo, just another absolute beast. And that guy just crushes.
I mean, what he did at the tail end of 2021 was unfathomable. I think he printed roughly, was it $9 million in the course of 2 months' time? He won the Super High Roller Bowl. He won the Poker Masters. He won. I think he won the High Roller at the World Series of Poker as well.
He did. I commentated on that.
Went bananas.
Yeah, and he was just relentless. He had a chip lead at that World Series of Poker High Roller. And I was fortunate enough to commentate on that, and he was absolutely relentless, just put on a clinic. Threes are in the lead. But I have to imagine that SHRB will figure out a way to win this one. 19,500 in there. Vogel saying, gotta take a stab. See if maybe he can just win it right now. We know he can't. Interested to see how Ollie plays the king-high flush draw. Just a call. Ollie checks.
And it's a good flush draw. I think if he had a very bad one, let's just use like 7-3 of hearts as an example, if that was the case. You can certainly consider check raising those sorts of flush draws. But here, with the king-8 of hearts, second nut flush draw, also good turn cards in the deck that are not necessarily a heart for your hand. And here, you know, let's see what Ali does with the missed flush draw. The door's open to consider bluffing. There it is.
Yeah, not a big sizing. Just trying to get an ace high or maybe a baby pair to fold. Knows he's not getting a big hand to fold, and he does exactly that, right? Yeah, the only player hotter than Adamo might be the guy we're looking at right here. Servage making 4 final tables here in Northern Cyprus in just the last 21 months or so have been magical for this man.
Pretty good troll here in the chat. TQ Suited says, you know we have the B-grade commentary team when it's Tuckman and Hanks. I'll tell you what, I kind of take that as a compliment. I mean, a B-grade is pretty good. I expect much worse. Yeah.
I mean, considering, what, Ali Najad, Nick Schulman, Lon McCarron, Norman Shad. I mean, the list of commentators that are out there that are so good. Hey, I don't think last time I got a B was in like 7th grade. Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy, appreciate the modifying here, but hey, when people say that sort of stuff, you don't need to hide the comments, buddy. A good troll is, I appreciate those very much. And even if he's not trolling, that's a pretty good grade. I'll take a B. Got a little warfare here. Blind on blind. I love watching these battles. Ali comes with the 3x open, the 12K. Martirosyan, a little smallish 3-bet sizing in position. Same hand makes it 27,000. And these guys will be very mixed with what hands they'll open. For Ali, as an example, for Martirosyan, what hands he'll 3-bet. And Ali understanding that Queen-8 can have a lot of value against Martirosyan. It's not necessarily a bad hand to have, considering how wide Martirosyan can be. He would absolutely 3-bet poor hands. The sizing is interesting to me. He priced in Ali. And now, let's see who can outmaneuver the other post-flop. Clearly advantage Martirosyan being in position and as the aggressor.
You are watching the 2022 Super High Roller Series. This is day 1 coverage of event number 6, the 50K No Limit Hold'em. We'll have this final table for you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action, or as we like to call it, the B team.
Yeah, which is a better grade than Jeff Platt and I usually get. We call ourselves the C team. So, David, I mean, we've won up to Platt. Not many can say that.
Now, speaking of Jeff Platt, he will be here for the main event, the Super High Roller Bowl, 250K. It'll be Jeff Platt calling the action with Brent. Do not miss a second of that. Should be a lot of fun.
I believe we're going to be doing so for tomorrow. Don't quote me on this, but I think the plan is obviously we're going to cover this final table, the 50K, as we see Heath has a premium here. And then once the 50K final table wraps up, we'll probably get some bonus day one coverage of the 250K super high roller bowl? Probably.
So will I be replaced in the middle, or will they let me actually do the super high roller bowl?
I think you're going to stay right in there.
Wow.
I
Big day
think.
for
I
me.
mean, maybe
I'm pretty excited.
Maybe they'll kick you out.
Heath with ace king. Not much there for his opponents. Chidwick with nut no pair. Action on Benjamin Heath. Bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see stack sizes under their pictures. You'll see the percentage of the time they'll win the pot if it goes to showdown. And Heath should win this right here. Maybe Chidwick's curious.
Well, the value of king high. Just a non-believer, you have the nut no pair. The problem is what's our plan on later streets, right? We call here. We're only hoping that Heath would just shut it down when called on this sort of texture. Looks like he's going to do that. Maybe a raise.
In
How
fact,
about this?
he's going
He
to raise.
Let's kick it up.
Yeah, on what is a very dry board. Chidwick attacking Heath.
Zachary Marsh says David and Jeff should do the 250K. That'd be a couple play-by-play guys in there together. That'd be a first.
Although with the way Jeff is playing these days, he could probably do both sides, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, he goes both ways. Chidwick adds a little equity here.
Yeah, Chidwick went from nearly no equity to okay, maybe. Are we at all surprised that Chidwick would choose this hand to do this with?
You know, it's more about, I guess, not necessarily trying to put pressure on an ace, but more or less trying to push Heath off a similar holding. You know, he just didn't believe that Heath had an ace here. And that was, I think, sort of the point of the check raise. That you don't see it that often. There's not a lot of hands that make sense to really check raise. If you're Chidwick, it would be like aces up, or maybe a gut shot with the wheel with backdoor diamonds. You know, things like that that at least have some sort of equity. Chidwick, man, he goes to the streets. He's like a street poker sort of GTO combined player. You know, not everything he does is theoretically optimal, but he's in the moment and he understands his opponents better than everybody else, right? It's just you know, I think Robert in the chat, he says this is just a Chidwicky thing to do. And here he just thinks maybe we shut it down, that he can't really continue unless he has an ace.
It's very interesting because I think really, really good poker players find bluffs that most of us don't see. And this is not a spot that I would normally think would be a bluff. So, yeah, we'll call it a Chidwicky thing to do. He does shut it down. Heath will put a value bet out there, and the hand will be over in all likelihood. You know, I've seen players take, you know, backdoor equity and bluff in this spot. You know, let's say they've got on an ace-9-3 board, maybe they've got like, you know, jack-10 of spades. where there's a lot of really good turn cards that you'll want to continue on. Plus, you can get some king highs. You can get some king highs and some queen highs to fold. You know, hands that we're actually losing to.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I just think Chidwick's hand selection there, not optimal, but he does this from time to time. And he sort of goes beyond the limits of what we would expect to see and takes strange hands to do it with. And I don't think it necessarily at all means that it's bad. Like he likes to press the envelope and likes to challenge himself and do new things.
Yeah.
And Frederick in the chat, again, we make jokes about chat pros, but really there are some insightful folks that'll join us here. Frederick, a great usage of just simply saying that's an exploitative play. You know, it's not necessarily game theory optimal, but perhaps he just thinks he can exploit Ben Heath, and that's all he was out to do.
Well, the gift that we have with the ability to be able to watch these great players play is that we see plays like that, and it kind of makes us look a little closer. Why is he doing this? What's he doing? Is this something that I can incorporate into my game? Should I? So forth and so on. Nonetheless, we continue on. Get a raise here from Heath. Vogelsang calls with King 8 suited. Chidwick going to call as well. 22,500 in the pot. Ace, Queen, Deuce. Chidwick flops the best of it.
I just realized, maybe you said this earlier, and I missed it, but we have both Vogelsangs at the table. We've got the tractor, Christoph Vogelsang, who joined us. And, of course, we've got the most beautiful man in Europe, Tom Vogelsang. They're not related, at least as far as I know. I mean, what sort of simulation is this, Tuck?
Man, this is wizardry. 2 Vogelsangs, 1 table, something has to give.
Okay.
Chidwick check calls the flop with a queen.
If Heath bets here again, clearly turning 6s into a bluff, he would strictly be targeting a queen. And he's going to shut it down. You will see that once in a while where you sort of zone in on, okay, he probably doesn't have a ton of aces here. If he does, it certainly is not going to be that strong. It's unlikely to be ace-jack, ace-queen. Can we ever apply extra pressure to some sort of queen? Obviously not the case, as Chidwick makes queens up. And this hand is, in all likelihood, simply over.
$25,000 bet from Chidwick does not get looked up. Chidwick back up over 300,000. I was actually wondering if Christoph Vogelsang was there. PokerGO Hold'em is here. Free-to-play online poker. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to PokerGoHold'em.com. Sixes didn't work for Heath. He's going to try it with sevens. Martirosian with King Jack offsuit. Three bet from Martirosian. I believe this will be the last hand before the players go on break.
Future table guys, you're gonna go back to your original table, table 1.
Ace-9 deuce, 2 spades on that flop. Heath does make the call pre. 47,500 in there. Heath checks. Martirosian, the pre-flop 3-better, is going to try to rep that ace. Not a big bet. Doesn't need to bet big. And 2 red sevens go in the muck, and that is going to take us to break. Day 1 coverage of the Super High Roller Series, event number 6. The 50K no limit. Registration's still open, so we may still see the numbers pop up. Take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Stephen Chidwick pacing our featured table with 300,000 chips. Going to take a quick 10-minute break. See you then.
Poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over $14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace-9 in Ivy's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there, as though it wasn't self-evident.
And I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivy gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivy rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivy will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivy will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he
graces
has
us
Ivy
with his thoughts.
Well covered here.
He does.
Oh, and Ivy.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Petrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivy doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry
Ace 7? Does Ace 7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a, it's going to be really hard to get away. Hear what Nick has to say.
Well, so far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like Ace-Jack, nor a straight.
What about trip 9s?
No.
Never.
No,
Ever,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip 9s are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, it makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivy has 9s full. He has other full houses, given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, 7s, all the 9s full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are King of Hearts X, some straight draws that had 1 heart. There might not be enough. Ivy also has bigger flushes. Pietrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like Ace 7 and King 10 with the King of Hearts, there is a chance Pietrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But they're out there.
Yeah, and
they're out there.
Is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivy's very capable. King of Hearts, Queen, King of Hearts 10. Just other stuff, I don't know, 7, 10 with the 10 of Hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many full houses that loom here with all the combinations of the 9 in conjunction with the board. I think trips, for the most part, flat here. Not that easy to find a ton of bluffs, and pretty interesting to see if Pietrangelo finds this laydown. And when I say finds, I don't even mean he's finding the correct play versus range, or of course right now it's correct. I'm inclined to think probably this hand is okay folding here, probably pretty safe. If we could sim this spot out 1,000,000 times, this actual spot live, I don't think Ivy takes off here that often with King 10 bluffing, so let's see.
It's 135 total? Yeah.
Gross spot, Ali.
Indeed.
Hey, Paul.
$250,000 chip pot.
Another food ordering for me? My hand out on this 30? Yeah, the restaurant did.
Pietrangelo has time bank issues as well. He's out of extensions, so he must make a decision soon. 20 seconds.
Ten seconds now.
Great fold. Found it.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Time
well
banks
done.
well
Well done,
invested there.
Pietrangelo.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why you use him.
$125.
Back at the outer table, take a look at this. Badziakuski has flopped an open-ended straight draw up against Stephen Chidwick, who has the overpair with 2 kings, and Makita has bet $125,000 into the pot of 150.
I believe Chidwick will just call here.
Call.
Sure enough. Another 250 into the middle, 400,000 the pot size. Chidwick checking once more.
Maybe Makita will be okay to just check back here and try to occasionally bluff the river on some runouts after getting called on Jack 10-5. However, there are some straight draws that Chidwick may have that have to fold and some ace high. So it's close. Definitely has outs.
350.
Oh.
350.
Tell you what, Nikita's not the one. He is barreling away.
Well, he's leaning on Amali, and of course Chidwick will call.
It's the higher variance approach, but it's worked out for him to this point.
10 seconds.
Though to be fair, I think the leaning sort of started more after he took that big bundle off of Chidwick with the set of aces. Steven calls again, and if you're Makita, you got to be asking yourself, I got an almost pot-sized bet in on the flop that got called. I put a meaty one in on the turn here that got called, and on the river, I just got an 8. Third check out of Chidwick. Where does Makita have him?
Probably around Jack X. 5X is absolutely allowed. Some 10s. King, Queen is possible. Makita would know that he's bluffing now if he chooses to use this hand as a bluff. And of course, something like a shove is an incredibly bold play on the bubble, in the 600K bubble. If anybody's capable, it's this dude, but I don't know, Ali. We shall see. All in here would be tremendous to watch. I don't think we'll be fortunate enough to see it, but he is still thinking, Ali. Fully aware he would be turning his hand into a bluff, essentially, if he puts something crazy out there.
Well, conversely, might he think that if Chidwick had some sort of draw, it's best to check back with the showdown value of an 8?
I feel sizing-wise, I mean, it's a pretty enticing move to just put Chidwick in. It's also quite maniacal, but think about it. If you're Chidwick with Jack Queen, Jack King, even 5-4, do you really want to call off 1.8 million when Seth Davies is over there on the other table with 30 bigs? And he does do it, Ali. Wow. Chidwick is capable of calling, by the way, but let's see. What a play by Badziakuski. I was just having fun up here, but he did it.
1.3 million.
Let's see if Chidwick comes with the call. Wow, I guarantee you he won't have any time extensions when he does whatever he does.
This is a massive pot here on the order of that which these two shared earlier in today's competition.
What a play by Nikita Badziakuski. Beautiful. And I'm surprised Chidwick didn't think about it a little bit longer. But what a great, 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 great play.
Picking up the action back at the table. 9-7-5 with a couple of clubs. Negrano with the gun.
Hello and welcome back to the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We're at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Day one coverage of the $50,000 No Limit Hold'em event. We've already crowned one champion today. It was Danny Tang, the Tanganator, who won the 50K short deck. And here, day one of the 50K No Limit Hold'em. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks, and we have a new featured table for you.
Now, Tuck, you mentioned we might have a new featured table. I don't see Phil Ivey anywhere.
No Phil Ivey, but we have some other superstars for you. Daniel DeVoris, Timothy Adams, Jake Schindler, Elis Parsonen again, and Mr. Ibinger.
Jake Schindler, he has arrived. I don't know if he's been there the entire series thus far. If he has, we have not seen him at a final table, which means, well,
it's 10-7.
Might be buried on the trip, Tuck.
Certainly possible. You wonder if all of these players have been here from the start or just arrived to play the 250K.
Well, I don't know where is.
Here's one of the great Canadians that will certainly play the 250K, Mr. Timothy Adams, the Prince of Poultry. All he eats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is chicken.
Is that true?
Now? You got a fresh Saculus?
Yeah, I do, unfortunately.
All he eats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is chicken? Is that
Just
true?
chicken all day long. That's it. That's it. He'll order a salad here shortly with chicken. I guarantee it.
Seems bizarre. I mean, I like chicken, but how much
Loves
chicken can
chicken,
you eat? Daniel DeVoris plays all the games well. Thinks about the game in a special way. He is our chip leader at the feature table.
Of course, DeVoris, another one of those Canadians that's made the trip out here. You don't see Adams, you don't see DeVoris, you don't see Sam Greenwood playing many of the high rollers in the United States due to the tax implications. They are all elite talent.
This is an above average flop for Adams. Top pair with the flush draw.
You can put it. Thank you.
Three of clubs on the turn. Once again, thanks for joining us. We are in northern Cyprus. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. Day one coverage of the 50K No Limit Hold'em. This is event 6 of the Super High Roller Series. I want to welcome all of you who might be watching on the Merit Poker or luxonpay YouTube channels. Those of you who are watching on the PokerGO YouTube channel, we are following that chat. So if you want to converse with us, if you have a question for us, that's the place to do it. And if you haven't done so yet, please hit that subscribe button. We are just under 250,000 subscribers. Trying to hit that 250,000 mark this week if we can.
Would love to do that, Tuck, on your watch. By the way, I wanted to point out that the cheeky, sneaky little check back by Adams on this hand on the flop, which I believe has earned him this additional action from the pocket fours. Had he bet the flop, he may have lost a customer. He certainly keeps DeVoris curious by taking this line. Not a great run out for the Queen Nine of Diamonds. Clearly, backdoor clubs do come home, but perhaps we do try and eke out a little bit of value still in hopes of being called by worse.
And he's going to go for it. Hard to imagine DeVoris calling another straight here, but he's getting a really good price. Look at this bet, 8,500 into 81,000.
That exemplary pot control, awareness, probably trying to get max value. I mean, that's DeVoris can't call much more than that with a couple of fours, right? Adams seemingly targeting fours, threes, ace high sorts of calls. There it is. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and it's hard. I mean, DeVoris, you're looking at that situation. You're getting 10 to 1, 11 to 1 on a call. You know, going back to my limit hold'em days, it's hard to find. It's hard to find folds when you're getting 10, 11, 12 to 1 on your money. Brian Metzger in the chat says Schindler did play a Triton event, so based off that, we assume he has been there, and it has not been going well for him. Greg Hausch says, you say that, but then you don't answer 90% of the questions. Well, that's because, Greg, only 10% of the questions are good questions.
I didn't even see any of Greg's questions. What did we miss, Greg?
We answer all the good ones. How's that?
9,000.
So, Zach Marsh, by the way, you don't need to write everything in caps lock, man. I mean, this is like... We get it. You're here in the chat. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, caps are very aggressive. It's a very aggressive way to chat. You don't need to do that. Just not necessary.
What my dad does.
Schindler raising it up with ace-jack. Timothy Adams is going to call him. An interesting flop. Schindler with top pair. Top kicker. Adams open-ended. I haven't seen Jake Schindler in a while.
He's been playing all of the high rollers in Las Vegas, and I guess by the sounds of it, he did make this trip for the Triton
been working out
Super High
too.
Roller Series. Yeah, he's in great shape. He's again, it's a part of this what we're starting to see unfold for a lot of these elite players, getting their bodies in shape. He's chiseled, really
He
is.
He looks like Ken. You know, Barbie and Ken.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Ken in him. Kenneth Schindler.
Check, bet, call. Pot is 60,000.
A great presence, posture, poise, demeanor at the table. A man of, well, not so many words. He lets his chips and his game do the talking. Typically, when he does speak, it is quite funny. He's got a great personality when you get to know him. Extremely intimidating figure.
Adams with the check. Schindler going to fire a second bullet here. Big sizing, too. He bets 45,000 into 60. Back over to Adams. Thanks for the love, J. Rom. Appreciate that. And Adams is not going to see a river card. Hello, Brian S.
J.
Derek
Rom.
Lawler.
Yeah, hello, everybody. J. Rom in the chat says, would like to know what happened with that hand. What was going on with Chidwick? I assume he's talking about at the break, and did he call the all-in? He did not. That was from years ago in the Super High Roller Bowl. You can go back and check all that out on PokerGo. Subscribe now. Rewatch the older Super High Roller Bowl main events, and Makita got that bluff through with 9-8. High level.
$8,500.
Somebody brought up Ike Haxton in the chat. And I wanted to ask you your take on Haxton and where he fits in the poker world, the upper echelon of players.
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, Ike used to play all of these events. We haven't really seen him since the COVID pandemic began. Do I think he can compete? Do I think he could play with these guys? Absolutely. Do I believe he has an edge? No. But I also don't think that many of these guys do have much of an edge. I think that, you know, the ROI is a small percentile as far as return here. I mean, these guys are just all so good. But Ike would be all right. You know, he'd fit right in there. He'd blast off with the bunch. He's got all the money. We know that.
Trip fives from Holder. Bet and take it. Very quiet for day one.
Yeah, you're not going to get a lot of talking. Yeah, you're not going to have a lot of chatter at this table in particular. Nobody here overly animated, all quiet, reserved. Schindler, again, he's not going to say much. Ibinger might chat a little bit. Tim Adams, DeVoris, typically a little bit of banter back and forth. Elis Parsonen, we know he's on the quieter side. Just depends, I think, Tuck. You know, day one doesn't necessarily mean that they're always quiet. It just depends on the lineup, on the dynamics.
Yeah, no doubt. It just always surprises me. It shouldn't, but it always does. You see a day one of a tournament, and you think, well, I mean, got a long road to hoe. Why so quiet? But yeah, it's just the dynamic. These players are in the zone. As
They're
you
tired
mentioned,
too, man. They've been here for a long time. It's not exactly a spring chicken at this stretch.
This has been a gruel for most of these players. Just jumping from tournament to tournament, nonstop poker, day after day. And they've been here for a while, as you mentioned.
Greg
players
in
with
the
an ace
chat.
high.
Talk nothing but love for the 500th time. What are the blinds, and can the graphics people get them in there? It's not like a simple, hey, let's just add some new graphics. That's not how this works. But as far as the blinds, yeah, we'll try and get you those. We're watching this with you in real time as we speak. This is just bonus extended coverage. If you want to see what's happening via live reporting, head over to pgt.com, and we'll get you that. Take a look at the current chip counts, of course.
Yeah, brought to us by Merit Poker. Dan DeVoris with 276,000. Mulder with 259.5. Timothy Adams on 240. Matthias Ibinger, our short stack at the feature table with 127,000. And yeah, we'll get you those blinds in a moment. I'll have my graphics team works on something right away.
Say I would go just because I'm not sure.
35 entries so far.
But I would go again. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was. I felt so bad. Man, the next day I was in such bad shape. I don't know why. Like,
looks like the blinds are 2,000, 4,000.
One of my friends from Finland, he
A
tells
little
me in the
conversation.
summer
Here we go. Let's tune in.
you can bet on how many people are going to drown because everyone gets so drunk and just.
it's a little morbid. Yeah, it's very morbid.
Drowning and what is going on?
I was talking with Mikko the next day, or a few days after. And he was like, Alice and I were trying to find his car. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it escalated very fast.
Maybe it's better when they don't talk.
We're talking about drowning and
in blood.
Maniacal things here.
Yeah.
Animals.
Yeah, blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante. We have 35 entries so far. Registration still open. Levels are 40 minutes long. Those yellow chips are worth 1,000 each.
And Greg says, I'm as chill as can be. Even pay for PokerGo. By the way, appreciation. Thank you, Greg. All the love there. Just looking for normal info that appears on screen typically. Yeah, it's not our, again, this is overseas. It's not our production. We are simply hosting the stream. And it's not a simple, hey, let's just add information at chat's request. It takes time to build out graphics. You can see the stack size there next to Parsonen. And we know they're playing the 2K, 4K level.
Parsonen's had a good week. He's made 2 PLO final tables. Eliminated both times by Ali Mserovic. And Ali laughed about it both times. Ace-King, King-10, and 2 aces out there for Elis. The Finn versus Ibinger. Max Lewin says, you wanted table talk? You get table talk about death props. You know what? I did say that. You're right. Funny how different the games are. You know, we've covered pot limit Omaha, we've covered short deck. Here we're covering no limit Hold'em, and how differently the games are played, the dynamic at the table, so forth and so on.
Parsonen really is a PLO expert as well. You heard him yesterday when we had him on coverage. He wasn't even certain he was going to play this event. Thrilled to see him hop in there. We know Dylan Weissman is now playing the 50K no limit variety.
Yeah, Dylan very open about his limitations as a no limit Hold'em player. He is primarily just PLO. In fact, I don't even think he played the World Series of Poker main event.
Bless you.
Mulder raising to 8,000 with the Queen-6. That's a min raise. And Michael Formani, by the way, I tend to agree. You know, I don't like a screen cluttered with too much information, but I think, you know, some information is obviously useful. I'm with you. But as Brent mentioned, this is a production being done in Northern Cyprus. We're just hosting it on the PokerGo YouTube channel. And we've got an action flop for you. Parsonen with top pair. Schindler with bottom set. Mulder is actually the pre-flop raiser with Queen-6.
Seems like there will be liftoff. Parsonen has that 10 of hearts as well. Schindler, what a spot on the button, bottom set. On a bit of a dynamic board, 4 ways.
You figure this is worth at least a couple of streets of value, depending on the run out. Pot is 48,000. Schindler bets 1/3 the pot, so it's 12,000 over to Parsonen. He's going to make the call. Yellow chips are 1K. The blue chips are 5K. Oh, indeed.
We have life.
Yeah, Parsonen now picks up a gut shot and a flush draw. And suddenly he's got 25% equity. Would love to see a river card for free. But Schindler with bottom set is unlikely to allow that.
Thank you.
And it goes check, check. So Schindler does let Parsonen see a river for free. The board pairs.
I think Parsonen is perplexed by Schindler's line. You saw the little glance looking over. What sort of hands would Schindler be betting relatively fat on the flop and then checking back whenever the flush does come home on the turn? You know, for us at home, it's like, well, clearly he's got a set and he was worried about the flush getting there. But would Schindler have bet a flush draw as well on the flop and then, you know, checked it back on the turn to sort of look under rep to ensure that we get an extra added street of value on various rivers? Would he have done the same thing with a set? Would he have done it with a good jack? And I think really for Parsonen, this is just, this looks like it has to be a value bet for Schindler. And if that's the case, Jack 10 just doesn't perform well.
No, I think Jack 10 at this point, clearly just a bluff catcher. The green chip, by the way, 25K. The blue chip, 5K. Schindler bets 40,000 into 60,000. He did check back the turn, and Parsonen gets away from it. That's a nice laydown. Very, very nice laydown. Schindler up to 261,000.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff by Schindler all the way around. Great point by Frederick again in the chat. High frequency check since most of Elis's range are straights and flush draws on that flop. And of course, you have to remember the jack certainly can be there as well. I would think that's just well played by both players.
Mulder on 267,000. Not going to play it. DeVoris with fives. Andre Tomas says, tonight I am playing the monthly main event at my poker club in Venice. Wish me luck. Good luck, Andre.
8.5.
Yeah, best of luck.
Go get him. I think we got your Vegas dust storms, by the way, here in L.A.
Yeah, you got the winds
storms going on. We got some howling winds, yeah. I thought the dog's inside.
It looks like it's a little bit clearer here, so that would make sense if it headed out your way. A little chillier in Vegas today, as it has been. We've had beautiful weather. I think today it's, you know, maybe in the 60s at the moment, Tuck.
Springtime, Vegas springtime is my favorite. That and fall. I was actually, to have the World Series of Poker in October and a little bit of November, that was just absolutely wonderful. I wish that was a year. I wish that was a yearly thing. I know that obviously isn't going to happen, but what a pleasure. April, May, October, my favorite months in Vegas. DeVoris with the check mark. He's going to take that one down up to 289,000 chips. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. 2022 Super High Roller Series. This is event number 6. Danny Tang won the 50K short deck earlier today. Jason Kuhn finished 3rd in that event. Lun Loon was our runner-up. This is day one coverage of the 50K No Limit Hold'em. We'll have the final table here for you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern.
And I've been keeping an eye on the live reporting, which you can find pgt.com/live reporting. We are now up to 39 total entrants in this event. 24 do remain. Current chip leader, Rok Gostisha, about 550,000. Vyacheslav Boldigan, who was with us at the start, he's accumulated 460. Sam Greenwood, 390. Jason Kuhn, 320. And Phil Ivey rounds out the top five, right around 300,000.
Seven high flop here. Mulder with a straight draw. Backdoor clubs. Just overs for Parsonen. Boldigan does a good job there. I mean, we saw him get eliminated at our table. So I guess he re-entered and has been able to run up a stack.
Tuck, another question for you in the chat. Will we see any more 888 car interviews? Love the Matisau one. That is fun content. What are your plans this summer, Tuck? What are you working on?
I appreciate that, Bri. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Yeah, the 888 Ride series that I've done for a few years, I've had a lot of big-name players in the car with me, and it's been a lot of fun. We had Mike the Mouth last in November. And the plan is right now to get that series going again. Now that, we feel a little bit safer about getting in the car with somebody post-pandemic. We'll get that one going.
Were you feeling safe in the car with Mike Matisau?
No, definitely not.
That had to be
never
terrifying.
Well, I was doing the driving. He was just talking, so it's okay.
What did he talk about? I didn't catch the I mean, I need to see this, but what was he? I mean, the man's got a lot to say.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what the editors had to do. So basically, the way 888 Ride works is it's basically comedians in cars, but it's not funny because it's me. So I pick up a poker player, I drive him around Vegas, we talk, okay? The editors edit it down to a nice little show that we can put on YouTube, right? I can only imagine what the editors had to do with Mike the Mouth because, as you mentioned, Mike doesn't shut up. I mean, you don't get the nickname the Mouth by accident. The Mike, Mike just goes on and on and on and on, and finally, I had to just pull over and, we're only looking to make a few-minute show here.
Any politics for Matisau?
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I even said to him, I said, you realize if we talk politics, none of that is going to make the show. So there's no point in us going in that direction. And he just couldn't help himself. Could not help himself. But, the 888 Ride series has been a lot of fun through the years. Phil Hellmuth has been in there. Maria Ho. Brian Rast. The list goes on and on.
I'm sure Hellmuth never talked about himself at all.
No, not at all. He's such a selfless man, just giving. Now, he was actually a really good, it was a good interview. Pair of jacks, backdoor hearts for Adams. Not much going on for Schindler. Who would you want to see? If I was doing an 888 Ride this summer, who would you want me to get in the car?
Are you talking to me or the chat in general or both?
Both. Why not? I'll throw it out to the chat. Let me know. Who do you guys want to see?
Mm-hmm.
I had Lon McCarron this summer.
How about, I mean, I'd like to see some of these guys, some of the PGT high rollers, get to know them a little bit more. Crack the shell, if you will. This guy, Jake Schindler, he never really has a ton to say, but maybe if he's stuck in a car with you, he'd open up a little bit.
I don't have many gifts, but I'm pretty good at getting people to talk.
Yeah. I'd like to see and hear you do that. How about Mickey Appleman?
Ooh.
Can you bring back Mickey? Throw him in the car with you? Thinking back to some of these old school World Series characters, you know, Mickey Appleman. He's there.
Greg Hoosh says Doug Polk. I've actually had Doug Polk on. Doug and I took a trip in my my 888 car. We took a trip to a cannabis dispensary. That was our ride. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Schindler is up to no good here. 5 high, no pair, no draw.
Yeah, Adams played this hand, you know, a little slow. 2 diamonds out there, an ace out there. And now he's facing a pot-sized bet on the river. Trying to figure out if he induced this or if Schindler has it. Nice call there from Adams. Adams now up to 273,000. Schindler on 224,000. Daniel Negreanu, Antonio Esfandiari, Tom Dwan, Phil Ivey, Sean Winter, Bicknell, Foxen. Some good names out there.
Will Kassouf, yeah, he'd say a lot in there too. You wouldn't get a word in.
That's kind of the game plan, right? I think the people out there, they hear enough from me being the play-by-play guy. The whole point of it is get somebody in the car they want to hear about. You know who was great I had in there? Recent Hall of Famer. You know, we talked about the Hall of Famer earlier today. Elia Lesra. There's a guy with some stories.
Oh, boy, yeah. He's been through it all.
Great call there from the Canadian. Tough spot. I mean, calling not that hard with a pair of jacks on the ace-ace board, but calling a pot-sized bet. We saw Mulder raise 6 diamonds. Sorry,
you know, polarizing spot too, where Schindler just unlikely has many bluffs. Right? He just never shows up in those spots while bluffing, and he happened to be in that spot. And for Adams to just correctly pick it off, it goes a lot to show you his skill set.
Well, DeVore shows you his skill set. Taking ace-5, 3-betting with it. Getting some good names in there. Victor Blom, Garrett Edelstein.
One cappuccino, please. Thanks.
I don't know if you
really
get
good
Garrett at
suggestions.
the World Series. I think he plays once in a great while the main event, but other than that, he never comes out for tournaments.
Nah, the good news is, though,
fantastic.
I mean, I got a car. That's the whole point of the ride, right?
Oh, you're going to head out to L.A. You pick him up.
I can head out to L.A., exactly. I mean, hey, even a better show. I could drive all the way from L.A. to Vegas, drop him off at the main event.
Beautiful.
Adams is going to raise here with ace-jack offsuit. Just a reminder, a scheduling reminder, we are back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. The final table of the event you're watching right here will be what is in store for us. April 13th, 14th, and 15th, we've got the Super High Roller Bowl. That's right. As Brent alluded to earlier, the most likely scenario, what a flop for Ibinger. Top pair and a flush draw. We'll get the final table of this event tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern, and when this concludes, we will probably, nothing definite, but probably have day one coverage of the Super High Roller Bowl. Then April 14th and 15th, we'll wrap that one up.
Officer Ibinger typically wears the orange poker code hoodie. This is a different look for him. Getting a little action with an absolute monster right now.
It's funny, you and I talked about the pace of play, and this is the first time this week that I've noticed it being a little slower. Because we've covered No Limit Hold'em before as well. Ibinger does make the flush. Today's the first day where I've noticed it just a tad slow.
Yeah, and again, this is why right now in these certain spots, each player should simply have 10 seconds to act. If you're raised, you get a little more time. But it's, you know, Ibinger here taking, I don't know how much time this is here. We're well past 10. Going to give him the old knuckle.
Have to imagine Adams checks this back, but he's considering his options.
$20, $21, $22.
And he is going to bluff at it.
$23, $24. So about 24 seconds, and he's going to throw out a little bluff there. Ibinger getting everything he wanted.
Yeah. I mean, Ibinger gets absolute max value. Adams has nothing.
Thank you.
Perhaps targeting an 8 is the goal of Adams' bet here, as the flush does come home. He does have the Jack of Diamonds in his hand, of course. Queen, typically, especially of the diamond, would be a terrible card if he were, in fact, up against an 8. But as we can see, Ibinger just has the goods. Adams stepped right into it.
Oops. Adams a quick fold. Ibinger takes it down. Ibinger up to 152,000. I'll throw this idea out there for you and for our audience. So I know Patrick Antonius just put something out there where there's going to be, you know, you've got 10 seconds stacked on your hand. If there's action before you, you get 20 seconds. If there's a 3-bet, you get a little bit more, so forth and so on, right?
Late registration.
Okay.
26.
See what's going on here.
Hi, Timmy.
Why not?
Well, while they do this, I'll talk about PokerGO Hold'em. PokerGO Hold'em is here. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark. You can be part. That's right. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Hellmuth, Danny Negreanu, their avatars are all in the game. Brent Hank's voice is in the game. And you can download it on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Looks like we're getting some players moving. We're losing Adams.
Or next hand, I mean, because we were doing the high card, right?
So what I'd like to see happen,
I would
Brent.
guess it's just because they want to make sure that we're able to play down to the money today.
Which one I'm using? Okay. It's still possible when you like.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
yeah.
The only reason why they extended yesterday was in order that the short deck players could still have the opportunity to jump into the holding game.
Yeah, but then that wasn't even the case because they had dinner break. But
no, like technically, I think it was time for it. That's why.
No, it worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't know exactly what's going on.
How many bullets?
Just second. I didn't have the.
Boytus
give the opportunity.
Joining us, Timothy Adams, moving to another table.
That's why you're here. That's why you're here. You're fresh stack, right?
Fresh, yeah.
Boytus, brand new in this tournament, just joined.
Where's Andras?
Schindler's going to raise with Queen 10.
He has a final table at GG.
Gonna call.
He won't play because of the.
Oh, he played the 10K?
10K, yeah.
Schindler open-ended. Parson with a pair of jacks. We'll get some action here.
In the morning, or 6.
Yeah, he said that's late.
Sounds like Boytus has just joined us. That is Zero Human Zero Online, talking about, I believe, or excuse me, maybe that's Omaha for Rolls. I think it's Omaha for Rolls. Either way, someone that he's out here on the trip with, tabled a GG 10K.
Like 2Ks. Everything.
Let's tune in.
Yeah.
And apparently made the final table.
Well.
Yeah.
Parson in check calls. Pot now 54,000.
How old are you?
29.
29.
You're younger, right?
Yeah, 27.
We don't get much table talk, so I can propose my idea when they're done.
What age did you start?
I think like 17, 18 maybe.
Yeah? Not so early then. Like 14, I think.
14?
Probably, yeah.
You played in like home games or something? Like home games? In,
yeah.
the country?
3-year-olds and yeah, like home games in the city.
Schindler with the double barrel. He bets 40,000 in the 54.
They're already playing high stakes by
big sizing. Parsonen,
I wouldn't say
not a
that.
believer.
I mean,
he's going to make the call.
Sometimes yes, sometimes broke.
Oh yeah, Parsonen's locked in here. He seems to have Schindler right where he's at.
Like 100.
Yeah, me too.
Backdoor diamonds got there.
That's a concern for Parsonen, clearly.
50 now for 3 months and win 100 pints.
If Schindler had a hand like 9-10 of diamonds, and here we go, incoming.
Yeah, you think of the double barrel range of Schindler, the bluffs that he has. At least some of them would have picked up diamonds, right?
Absolutely, and Parsonen does not have a diamond in his hand, which is also a cause for concern. I think he'd feel a lot better about the situation if he had some sort of Jack X of diamond, and there's a big fold and a huge bluff for Schindler gets through. So we have now seen 2 big bluff attempts by Schindler. He's 1 for 2 to be exact, but that one mattered the most because he was all in for his tournament life. So fascinating, Tuck, as you stated earlier, to get under the hood and watch these guys maneuver early on day 1.
Yeah, can't even tie the top because it's so full.
He did not take much time either. Diamond came off.
Well, he's
Parson
clearly
checked.
listening to us.
He piled the chips in pretty quickly on that one. So I'm going to throw my proposal out there.
Because you're just like, yeah.
So we talk about all these time things, and I know in chess you get a clock, right? And you hit your clock, and you have that. Now, that's obviously not practical in a poker tournament. Okay, we know that. But I would love to figure out a way where players would have, sort of like online, players have X amount of time per tournament to make decisions on their hand. And as the tournament progresses, you get more time. And, you know, so if you can make decisions pre-flop in 6-7 seconds, well, then later on, when you need the time, you'll have it.
I don't think that's
I'm not smart
unreasonable,
enough.
Tuck. In fact, Daniel Negreanu said this is exactly what's needed, is you get a certain amount of time for an entire tournament. That's it. That's all you've got. And if you run out, you simply run out of time, and you start getting penalized. But I love the solution.
You get, I mean, when you run out of time, you get 10 seconds for a decision. That's it. But, I mean, it's just one of those things where, you know, maybe every level, every 3 levels, whatever it is, every break, you get a little bit more time added on. And, you know, that way the players who do act fast in situations that are trivial, pre-flop or whatever it might be, they're rewarded because they have more time later on when they need it.
Certainly reasonable. I like it.
I don't know practically how it would work. I mean, maybe everybody has a card or something that you got to, you know, you put your card in, and so every card has their own separate kind of, you know, timer on it.
That's the difficulty, right?
I don't know how it works.
It's doable to test and to figure out for these smaller fields, particularly these high rollers, you know, where it's much more manageable. But, you know, you take that concept of the World Series of Poker where you've got thousands of people in an event, it just doesn't seem possible.
Ibinger nails the gutter. He can only chop this pot or win it. Can't lose it. 42,500 in there. Mulder does check his pair of sevens. Action back over to Ibinger. Yeah, I've tried to kind of come up with different ways how it could work. Far smarter people out there that can maybe come up with it. But that, to me, I've always liked the system like that, where if you think you might need time in certain situations, you can kind of make it up in other ones. And for any of you out there who play chess, then you're probably familiar with something like that, at least. (2022) Super High Roller Series, event number 6, day 1 coverage. 50K no limit. We've got well over 30 entries now. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. Ibinger. He's going to play. There's a look at the man. Boitis. 5-4 suited. Yeah, why not? Let's see a flop.
Douglas Pavic in the chat. What's up, Douglas? Says, hey, Brent and Tuck, I have the design, but the day job is in the way of getting it out. I've already started on it. Everyone uses their own phones. That's interesting. You've got the technology in hand. Most people do have a phone.
Huh. The problem with that is what happens if somebody doesn't have a phone? Are you now telling people they have to have a phone to play poker?
And I hate phones at the table. Hate them. In fact, I want to remove them entirely from any of our feature or final tables inside the studio.
I think you should. I think it helps the game. I think, number one, it speeds the game up. I think from a social perspective, you get more talk at the table. People aren't stuck in their phones. I'm all for it. King high was already the best hand. Running kings, going to ensure that. Boitis. Not going to take a shot at this one, though. Can you imagine a bet from Ibringer will be a fold? But Boitis, I mean, kings and sixes with an ace kicker. Do you call a small enough bet if it's for a chop? I don't know. Unlikely, but. Yeah, I will tell you that, you know, you and I talked about prop bets yesterday or the day before. I wish somebody would offer me money to get rid of my smartphone. I'd love to not have one. I know, the
Really?
logical.
You just don't want one in general.
I'd love the excuse to get rid of it for a little while. I know people in the chat are probably just going to be like, well, Tuck, just get rid of it. You know?
I remind you of the bag.
And I don't think, I can't do it on my own. I need added motivation.
No, just the hand.
But I would love the incentive to just get rid of the stupid phone and, you know,
Are you
not look at
addicted
it.
to your phone? Is that
I mean,
is
probably
that a
no
problem?
more, probably no more, no less than anybody, you know, most people today.
Yeah. I mean, I have a problem. I take it with me everywhere. I'll find myself sitting on the couch.
We all do, don't we?
Checking
Yeah.
out Twitter or whatever, yeah.
I think society in general, I think the vast majority of people probably have, you know, a problem. You know, I don't think I'm on my phone more than most people, but probably no less though. I mean, I'll put it this way. If Bill Perkins offered me a nice 5-figure sum to not to look at my iPhone for a year, I'd snap call.
So by nice 5-figure sum, 10,000. Not enough, huh?
That's a small amount. Get rid of my phone.
You can't use it for anything? Just simply no phone in your life whatsoever? No
I would
communication?
literally take the phone and put it in a safe and not use it. No, it would
So
just
how
be like we used to.
how does your family get a hold of you?
Like we used to. I'll be home. I don't know. I mean, you grew up without cell phones. So did I. We all got by.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? We survived somehow, some way.
Or
We
you borrow
survived without
someone's
cell
phone
phones.
and you call your wife. That sort of thing.
And maybe you figure out part of the prop bet is you can have like you can have a flip phone that has no internet or something like that. Boyd just picks up kings. You seem like you have zero interest in this. The vegan thing you do for a nice amount of money, but the phone thing, no way. You need it, right?
Oh no, talk. Listen. There's always a price. You know, I don't know what mine is for the phone thing. I have to have, for my job, I just have to be in constant communication with players and talents across the board. I don't think I could get away with it, but there's always a price, you know. I might get fired from my job, but perhaps the price is right where it doesn't matter.
There you go.
Well, I could still use email, right? I could take my laptop with me everywhere and just have it.
Taking a look here at Boitis.
Taking a long
Have the
look at
privilege.
Boitis. We're just, it's our Boitis cam.
Yeah, we have a special Boitis cam there. think he's the second time we've seen him at our feature table.
I believe you're right. Omaha for Rolls. I think that's the online name.
That sounds
that we
right.
Established for him. An absolute killer.
Yes, that is right. Laszlo Boitas, Omaha for Rolls. The Hungarian, he's 28 years old. See a lot of these PLO experts jumping into the no-limit ring. I think the PLO guys would really like these no-limit guys to jump in their PLO ring, too.
And a lot of these guys just have all the money. You know, Boitas kills it online. He's probably got like 3,000 Bitcoin. Who knows? Just a great deal of wealth amongst the high roller community.
Six-high flop here, 2 hearts. Ibinger open-ended with the 7-4. He's up against 2 players, both with King-Jack. Yeah, I would definitely give up my smartphone.
Dutch guys doing it
for 1 Bitcoin.
Well, I think now you're talking, Tuck. I mean, 1 Bitcoin, that's, I think at the moment, worth around $40,000 USD, and clearly the sky's the limit, allegedly, as far as that currency is concerned. And this is great here by Ibinger as we tune back into the hand. In an orthodox line, we defend from the big multi-way, flop texture that favors us, and we simply just lead. And I think he has another great card to consider doing it once more. He tries to understand what Boitas can have in this particular spot. King-Jack of diamonds, the backdoor love and equity. Keep in mind, Boitas just flatted a raise pre-flop. Could he have small baby pairs? Yeah. Well, we can probably remove some of the 5s. It would probably, it would make sense for him to have a hand like 5, 6 suited of clubs. Of course, now the only thing that really would make the most sense, maybe 5, 6. I guess that's the only combination, really. So again, a great 2-barrel opportunity with just 7 high.
It's this kind of out-of-the-box thinking that we watch sometimes. And if this is a recreational player, you might even be like, oh, the donk lead, or what is he doing? But because it's a really good player, because it's somebody with the pedigree of a Matthias Ibinger, we kind of, you look again. And I think that's something that all the good players do. They just try to always think, okay, how can I make my opponents uncomfortable? How can I take this standard traditional hand and put my spin on it, so to speak? I really like that lead out by him.
Really pretty stuff by Officer Ibinger.
It's a good story. We had a lot of adventures in Panama, in Macau.
Schindler raising it up with the ace deuce. Blinds are 2,500, 5,000 now. So that's a min raise, Parsonen. Likely to come along for the ride. Only has 73,000 behind, and he's actually going to move all in. No flop necessary. He gets the ace deuce in the muck.
Elis still kicking himself, I think, over that Schindler hand. Uncertain if he made the correct decision, folding ace-jack to Schindler's shove where he just had queen-10 high for a missed straight. I would imagine, Tuck, that a lot of these guys by now are privy to information that has been captured on the stream. They're learning in real time what has happened thus far.
That's fair. I think that's fair to assume for sure. In a spot like that, when you have ace-jack, and again, the board was king-jack, X, and then running diamonds, so Schindler had queen-10 for the misdraw, but he did have the 10 of diamonds.
Same time. It's just for different sizes.
What was the card?
I think you correctly pointed out, yeah, he missed the straight in that spot. But he's playing diamonds the exact same way. So while we want to be results-oriented, we can look at that one spot and say, yep, you made the bad fold with ace-jack, but over the long run, I don't know if it's a bad fold. If that makes any sense.
No, I think it does, right? I mean, that was, he had a key card in his hand, that 10 of diamonds, to tell a story. And if Parsonen had a single diamond in his hand, it might have made the call a little bit easier, or at least changed his decision-making.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point is, while in that exact spot, he folded the winner, I think more often than not, when if he makes that call, he's probably going to be shown the goods. Boitas, not going to get much action. Gets a little bit, though. 28-year-old Hungarian. More of a PLO player than No Limit Hold'em, but a good player, a good poker player nonetheless, for sure.
Not sure if we saw that correctly, but did Ibinger fold pocket nines pre there?
You know what? I was looking down at the. I was looking down at my notes, so I didn't notice that if it did happen.
I thought he must have been involved in the hand, and we just didn't see the graphic and was waiting for it to move over, and then saw Boitas collecting the pot.
I do have a shirt with.
I don't know.
What the chat,
I don't know what
that's what the
just
chat is saying. The chat is all kind of wondering. Wait, he folded 9-9? He folded 9-9, so I guess he did. I was looking down at the player bios and didn't catch it, but was it just a 1-bet or was it a 3-bet?
No, there was no 3-bet. Boitas opened under the gun with aces, and I assumed that Ibinger had called and we had moved around the table and we just hadn't seen him. Must have been some sort of graphics error or what have you, but I think he just mucked pre.
I'm assuming it must be an RFID error then. That seems weird. I mean, at this point of the tournament to just fold nines?
I think you're right. At 9, it wouldn't make any sense whatsoever.
You know, we don't often get those.
They happen.
But yeah, it happens once in a while. If you know, let's say you're sitting in seat number 2 or seat number 1, then the cards fly over your sensor. It can mess it up for a second. Michael Formani confirming, he said it was single raise and he was on the button and with 9-9 and he folded. Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense.
17.
Mulder betting 17,000. Boitas is queen 3 in the muck, and we continue on. Again, this is just day 1 coverage.
The original?
Giving us an opportunity to look under the hood at how these players think.
It's Reiner.
No, not Jeff.
Huh?
It's on the party poker patch.
Yeah. Maybe somebody at some point can ask him about that hand, but I'm gonna go on the assumption that there was a graphics error or an RFID error, and that he did not just he did not fold 9s there. Or although Andreas Weber points out, hey, right moment to fold 9s pre when your opponent has aces.
It's just weird. It's spooky.
I don't buy it.
I don't think so. I'm guessing it was an RFID error, but yeah, that was bizarre to say the least.
Schindler on 250,000 chips. Gonna raise up with king 10. Mulder makes the call. Divorce out of the way.
And here we go. Mulder, I believe we're on the button. 5-4 suited. If we can play the button with a hand like 5-4 suited, certainly we'd play nines. Ibinger.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm just not buying it.
Same.
I mean, there are some times where you're near the money, you're at a final table, there are ICM considerations where you can sell it. But at this point of the tournament, I just cannot imagine a scenario where you're folding nines of the button to a single raise.
Panama?
For any reason, really. Even if I knew my opponent had aces, okay, great.
So, like, non-degen stuff.
Even more
I'll
of a
set
reason
mine
to
then.
call it nines.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say it's like...
Dapper Dave asking if Phil Ivey is still in. Last we checked, he was, right? You can check out, you can go to pgt.com and get all the live reporting. The last we checked, Ivey was on about 300,000 chips.
And it's also like the same as like, there's like, you know, all these like tall buildings that are just like all marble on the exterior or whatever. But then you're like walking on the sidewalk outside of the building. And then there's just like fallen down wires going across the street and like holes in the, so many holes.
Nines
in
are
the
no
sidewalk,
good for
just,
Ibinger,
like,
but he's going to play jacks.
Like, that are like 6 feet deep. Where if you're like drunk at night and like not watching where you're going, you could die. Yeah.
I think Divorce is talking about not watching where you're going and being on your phone, maybe? Yeah, I've seen some horror
I don't know,
stories
but we've
about
heard a lot of sort of death talk whenever they pipe up. First it was drowning.
Yeah.
Prop bets. Now we're talking about dying while walking, talking on the phone. Maybe we don't want them to speak, Tuck.
Yeah, maybe table talk is overrated. By the way, Alistar Donaldson agrees with you. Says, I think they should ban phones at the table.
There's really no sense. There's no point. I mean, all the
How much
events
pushback
we run,
would you get?
There's some palace-looking place.
Who cares? Then don't play. You know,
no, I'm with you. I'm just wondering how much pushback you get.
Times we have had final tables with players at the table where they're looking at their phones and they're looking at the charts. They're looking at ranges. I mean, come on.
That's terrible. Seriously?
We're at the final table. We don't need this, guys. Get rid of the phones. No one should have that. Ridiculous.
They're looking at their phones and looking at their ranges?
Yeah, and how they're going to change and what they're calling. Yeah,
I wasn't here last time, but yeah, it does kind of suck that like.
Vogelsang is wearing pants today. Good news.
Like, the place looks like a little deserted, right? Because it's like all the pools are empty.
Looks like he's wearing
There's,
capris, though.
Construction tape everywhere.
Like
well,
short
that's
ones.
fine. It's a qualifier.
And then serve lunch and like a bunch of peers.
Very hip, very stylish. All the kids are wearing them these
By
days.
the looks of it, they're starting to open up, but because I saw them.
Yeah, I've covered live streams before where phones are not allowed. I'm a big fan of it. I think get rid of them.
No point. You don't need them.
Sometimes people make an argument, go, well, I work a job where I need to be held. You know, somebody's got to get a hold of me. Okay.
How much are you playing?
Maybe your wife's pregnant. Okay. There's always an exception to the rule. Mulder raises, calls a 3-bet from Schindler. Case 10 out there. Schindler's made some hands today. Kind of expecting
Certainly
to have more
has.
chips.
Made hands, gotten some big bluffs through. And I think he's very likely going to get a little action here from Mulder, having connected with a 10 as well. That case 10, as you pointed out.
I don't know how you...
Great price.
Yeah, I don't know how you call a 3-bet pre, flop a 10 on this board, and then just check fold. Seven of diamonds in the turn. Pot is 150,000.
For Schindler now, mindset, 150 in the middle. You can see the stack sizes next to both opponents. It's hard to put your opponent on a 10, right? It's extremely difficult. So what is the more likely scenario for him to have? Can have a lot of jacks here. Can he have draws, hands like king, queen? Yeah. Certainly could be the case. This is a very, very interesting check. Perhaps trying to represent that he doesn't have a made hand.
And Mulder checks it back.
Lot.
Does Mulder not have many flush draws in his range since he checked back the turn?
I don't know what flush draws they would be. I mean, could he have like ace, queen of spades? Unlikely, right? That hand is probably going to be getting in pre-flop, or at least you would assume so.
Schindler checks it again.
Yeah, this is something else by Schindler. He is just trying to suggest that he has a hand like ace, queen, ace, king that he's missed. Trying to induce Mulder to eke a little
Mulder
value,
does
and that
not
backfired.
fire at it. And Mulder's, you should have smile. Mulder's, okay, cool. Lost the minimum on that one. That could have been worse. Interesting hand from Jake, for sure. Take a look at the Merit Poker leaderboard. Jake Schindler on 315,000. Daniel DeVoris on 273. Elis Parsonen, the PLO expert. He's already made 2 final tables this week. Has some work to do. Only 92,500 for Parsonen.
I think the chat a little confused by Schindler's fancy play, thinking that he missed out on all the value, and you know it's possible. He could have missed out on a little bit more. It's hard to give your opponent a 10. I think we can still target a jack. Queen jack suited makes a lot of sense. It's not going to be a lot of unsuited hands unless it's exactly ace jack off that's in there facing a 3-bet.
I think you nailed it on the head there, Brent. If we don't give our opponent a 10, which, I mean, we've got 2 of them. There's one on the deck. There's one on the board, so it's very unlikely our opponent has a 10. You know, we're trying to get value. And if Mulder has a jack there, he's likely betting the river, right?
I think he's probably going to try and get a little thin value if he has ace jack, right? Maybe not even thin. It just seems like an easy value bet. But Schindler also allows Mulder to keep his bluffs in play by opening up the turn and, again, the river. Let's say Mulder did have king-queen with a spade. You know, that would have been a perfect river to sort of overbet, try and apply a lot of pressure to lesser hands. King-queen would effectively be a bluff there, even if he were up against a hand like ace-queen, ace-king that Schindler could have possessed. A couple of nines.
I think sometimes we forget, you know, they don't see the cards, so they have very limited information. And while the double check there from Schindler certainly looks strange and didn't work out for him in that particular spot, and I don't think it's as perplexing as people might think.
No, Yeah, I think it's very fair. Obviously, Schindler was never considering folding at any point, no matter what happened on the turn or the river.
Right.
He was not going to get off of that hand.
Well, he picks up tens again. He's going to raise to 10,000, min raise. I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, clearly if he knows his opponent has exactly ace-10, he's going to put some value in there because that's the only way he's going to get value. But it's really hard to put your opponent on a 10 in that spot. This time, Mulder's got king-jack. Ace-ace-3. 2 hearts out there. Tobu says that was the best Hanks has ever analyzed the hand.
Wow. Appreciate that, Tobu. Yeah, it doesn't happen often. Let's face facts.
Pretty sure that's a backhanded compliment, but you'll take it, right?
Hey, listen, I'll take anything. Any sort of compliment, I'll take it, Tuck. There's no shame.
Schindler with a 19,000 chip bet. Back over to Mulder. Pot is 56.5. Mulder calls. King on the river.
You know, it's the power and the value of King High, right? We think that Schindler can show up with less. Sort of feel like King High can be the best hand. And Schindler, again, he had him right where he wanted him. He was getting the sorts of calls from Mulder, who's simply a non-believer in the moment. And wisely, of course, checked back there with the tens. Was a little concerned that Mulder was calling with an ace, perhaps a sticky, stubborn king high sort of holding. Kudos again to Schindler, despite losing the pot.
This is the only reason why I'll play devil's advocate on that last hand. If we're playing against players who are notoriously sticky, players who fight for every hand, then wouldn't we want to bet our set there? Because we know we're going to get called by all the draws, all the jacks. If somehow, inexplicably, they do have the case 10 in their hand, do we want to give our opponent a chance to be sticky as opposed to a chance to our opponent bluffing at it?
Yeah, and I think, you know, in a vacuum, you're exactly right. We don't know Schindler's frequency to be betting and changing his betting lines with the top of his range. We just don't.
No.
Is there a scenario where he is going bet, bet, bet with a set? Yeah, of course there are. But there, in that particular spot, he didn't. He just opted for a different line for reasons that really we just don't know. Only Jake knows the answers to those questions. And it's easier for us. We see all the cards, but that's just
right,
reality.
Yeah, the game is incredibly easy when you can see the cards, and I think something you just mentioned there is important also. You know, these players trying to balance their range. The way Jake played that particular hand, maybe he only plays a set of tens that way 20% of the time.
Right. Yeah.
You know? Maybe he looked at the randomizer or something, and it was, you know, he hit the 10% spot where he goes, oh, okay, I guess I check it twice here. Keeping in mind, by checking monsters like that, you do protect your ability to get the showdown with lesser hands also.
Yeah, another great point.
I think it's something that, you know, even commentators, we forget sometimes because we're like, why would he do that? And then you forget that these great players might, you know, play a particular hand one way 80% of the time, and then play that same exact hand differently 20% of the time. King high flop here, no suits. Nobody's got a king. Divorce with a pair of sevens. Mulder also with a pair of sevens. Divorce on the slight free roll over Mulder, as he has backdoor diamonds.
We've seen Mulder. He's very active. He had 5-4 of hearts, last orbit on the button. Saw a flop here again, 9-7 of hearts in position. Terrible card now for Divorce. I think he may have considered sticking around later streets, but this is going to be an opportunity now for Ibinger, I believe. He's got the jack of clubs as well. Unlikely that Mulder would have checked back very many kings. Even if he had a hand like ace high, I'm not sure Mulder would have checked back on the flop while in position. I think Mulder is a little handcuffed here. You have Divorce behind you. You have to be concerned about the overing Broadway types of tickets. Of course, the king and the ace to our 7. Then again, what does Ibinger have? It's like it's an ace and only an ace. I don't think he'd be betting a king if he did check the flop, and I'm talking about Ibinger in this instance.
Oh, Mulder, sticky on the turn, gets rewarded on the river with his second pair. See if Ibinger continues to tell the story. At this point, we know it's not going to work.
For Ibinger, too, now, ever being called on this turn. Yes, there are draws. Hands like 5-6 that could have been there that Mulder could have checked on the flop to try and take a free turn. Clubs show themselves on the turn as well. But it just looks like he can have an ace a lot of the time. Ibinger just shuts it down.
A couple of people in the chat, Tony Bai, Gmon, say, you should commentate a hand with all the cards hidden. That would be fun. I've done that a lot. I assume you have as well.
Yeah, I think, Tuck, first time I ever stepped in a booth was with you years and years and years ago when you used to have that small little setup at the World Series of Poker. I'm pretty sure we never had hold cards then.
It's a totally different game, but it certainly opens your eyes to everything that goes on and how difficult it is to really put these players on hands. I think the players are going on a break. Give me a second just to read one more here. V-Sock says, Schindler is a far better player than any of us. None of us can rightly criticize his play. I think you can criticize him, but you'd probably be wrong, and I know we would as well. We're going to go to a break. Back in 10.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Fonemo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet, yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
foul?
foul?
Always say, foul in an icky moral way.
there in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Makita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negreanu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense. It's like throw out 15K, that'd be sick. Yeah, 15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So, what we got to do here is put 1 blue chip in. Go ahead.
5 9. I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. He's a Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I can't ask
table is the next to break.
It is the next to break.
Okay.
In the event that we break it.
Against the rules. Rules.
Bads weighs his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine, 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this freaking flop.
Daniel calls. No, Daniel under the gun here. Kind of repping the pair. He can have some of the stuff like this, but
Do we leave the feature on this
does have some big pairs here, given this line. And
Wow.
In she comes.
And Negreanu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negreanu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now?
It's a great hand. We see.
Yeah, buddy.
It's a little under a 3-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the end
the turn
for Makita,
brought it away.
The turn and
the river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Makita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ollie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's right. That's a very
pretty good cards. Good cards.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn.
Yep.
I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ollie,
what did you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. So none of that matters. You either got it, or you don't. Question is, what could you have that?
10 seconds.
It is under the gun 1.
Full house makes
Guarding
a lot
the positions.
of sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? 6s or 7s? You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that slot. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
See the deer.
10 seconds.
Does he come with this?
I still haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with the second time extension.
Not?
So, get on. I raised. That was the button, so I was under the gun here. I don't have. Budyakovsky, good player. Good player. A bit less I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into 47.
I'm gonna try to win, like you said. You know? I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use two of those.
10 seconds.
Oh, do it, Daniel. What a fold. Awesome.
Wow.
Sevens or sixes? Fours? Find out.
Six.
Beauty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a rough spot for Jake.
Cooler alert.
Yeah.
And on this sort of texture, it is real tough to see a path.
What happened pre-Ollie? Do you have a
Yeah, Smith
line?
opened to 4,500. Schindler 3-bet it to 14,000. Smith just baiting his man. Flats. Doesn't look to get any more in there pre. Now he is knuckled. And Smith is just thinking maximization here. What line will be the one that yields the most profit?
10 seconds.
These cards just don't rate to have connected with Jake. And flats. Board pairs on the turn, and the seven's not supposed to help anyone.
So ugly for Schindler, yeah. Everybody's been in this spot a million times.
Snapchat. Not really. Deeply or aged?
Yeah.
I was told I was too old for it.
Nah. Not too old.
I don't like it. I already have Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, Instagram has all that anyway, if you want to do that,
They stole it, right?
Yeah, they did steal it.
There's 30 pairs above the 7 that we beat.
Facebook has stolen it, too.
Yeah. Snapchat's useless.
6 that we
What
don't.
do they have? Run of the market, nothing. Oh, they have filters.
Yeah,
One that we chop with. Some hands that have an 8 in it that aren't even paired. A little bit. Just a really rough spot for Mr. Schindler, and
what's the bet?
You empathize, been there. But he's done pretty well for himself, and maybe he'll hit a king. But yeah.
Well, the bell tolls for Jake Schindler, who has no add-ons. $28K, second barrel. And this...
No, Nietzsche working a little bit, by the way, kind of giving Smith the once-over. Not even in the hand. Maybe he's just looking at something else, but I think he's kind of eyeing this pot, you know, paying attention. Looks at Dan, looks at Jake.
By the way, if I'm Schindler, I'm feeling pretty good about 2 kings right now.
Oh, yeah. Kind of looks like 10s and 7s for Dan. Something like this,
Maybe
of course.
jacks.
I mean, it's, you know, Smith opened under the gun. Doesn't even have the goofiness. And
this is an awful card for Smith. He makes aces full, but just a ton of action.
It's interesting because we'd love King Queen to keep barreling, yet I would gravitate towards leading here because Kings and Queens just simply shut it down. Jacks as well. Maybe Dan just leads. I don't know how.
And it could look like a desperate lead, by the way, if he did, as we see him check, right?
It's one of these spots where he's not going to lead. He doesn't have a lot of bluffs here, but it's a spot where I just want to lead with aces full and check a lot of most other stuff. And I know that's unbalanced and bad, but it comes up so rarely. I don't know if Schindler's just taking off with something like 2 Broadway cards. Maybe King still can try to get value, which is pretty sweet if we're Dan. We have all sorts of checks on the end. It's great to have great hands in our checking range, of course, but...
Do we take the ace X's out of Smith's range at this point if we're Schindler? I feel like we can and maybe go for value, right?
Ace of spades and another spade is possible.
So the peel with ace big of spades?
Ace king is allowed to just still have fought. Even ace queen can fight a little bit. Something like ace 6 suited is, I guess, impossible, but... Schindler's weighing going for value. What's unfortunate for him is things like jacks and 10s. Might check fold.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Is that all of it?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, say goodnight to Jacob Schindler.
Understandable. Kings are incredibly strong there. If we think
you
about it, especially with the king, sure. I mean, great hand. Top set for Winter, open under for Foxen.
Buckle up.
A pot could be a Bruin, Ollie.
Exactly half pot, laying 3-1 to the open ender.
Now a heart draw added to the repertoire after Foxen flatted. Just about $250,000 in the middle. Alex staring on pretty intently.
Sure. Some very conceivable scenarios where it all goes in here.
Looks like he's trying to steady that breathing.
Right. Very possible Foxen makes a semi-bluff here and puts Sean in.
How much did he bet?
145. Jam here is pretty natural. You have some fold equity in. Just under a 2-to-1 dog versus this, the absolute bazooka. So let's see.
Time extension.
Chip lead pot on our hands, Ollie.
What do you do if you're Foxen with this holding, Nick?
I think a little bit of calling and a little bit of raising. Both are good. I could easily see jamming it in if I was out there. Sort of depends how wide you think Sean is. Do we have an additional read on how Sean is navigating this spot with the 3-bet pre-bet bet? I think it's unusually strong. Perhaps I'll call.
Alex has Sean well covered.
All in.
All in.
Does jam it in. Of course, Sean is calling, and he will hate to see this end. Just
right. That's 7-8 of hearts.
Feeling when your man has something like King Queen, etc., which I don't know does this. But here we go, Ollie. What a huge river for both Winter and Foxen.
Yeah. Straight and flush draw is as good as you hope to have without having the set of 9s beat in this spot. 13 outs once. For Sean Winter's tournament life in a 1.226 million chip pot.
Here we go.
To the river.
Boom.
Oh.
There it is.
Yeah, man.
Pretty rough for Winter. 3 bets, big blind button, 2 black 9s, 9-6-3 rainbow.
Good luck.
Ugh. Just really gross way to bust, obviously. Good game, Sean. One of the best. He'll be back. You know the drill. Brutal. Chidwick out 10-8 suited, respecting the under the gun open. Looks like Talal has defended the small with 7s, understandably. Foxen out with the Queen 6 offsuit.
Heads up.
Mateos.
Oh no, Adrian.
Oh,
looks like 1.4 million is coming over to Shakurchi in all likelihood, unless some really scary cards come off that slow down both players. But set over set on the 8-7-4, 2 clubs versus the small blind defense. Pretty brutal flop for the Conquistador.
Yeah, we've
just
got
4%.
Train wreck in progress here, Nick.
90.
Talal's knuckle draws a bet of 90 from Adrian. There's some draws out there. Shakurchi may look to put the action in now. Unclear. Fuse has been lit, though. And it looks like a raise.
335.
335,000 total. No, man.
You feel for this.
Yeah.
After the long grind, great player. Bottom set. No good. Just 1 out. We can feel the pain. Brutal.
10 seconds.
And, it's flat, Ollie. Maybe.
I'm
maybe
surprised.
a road to a version of some kind.
I really thought Mateos was ready to get it in there and charge any of the prospective draws or over pairs. And now a 9 of clubs is not a welcome sight for either hand.
Player.
Welcome back. The sun has set in northern Cyprus. We are at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in northern Cyprus for day 1 coverage of the 50K No Limit Hold'em. This is event number 6. Earlier today, Danny Tang won the short deck event. That was event number 5, the 50K short deck. 5 final tables, 5 cashes for Danny Tang. Finally taking home the biscuit. He won it all this morning. Day one coverage. We got a new featured table. Carrie Katz at this one. The Milkman. The Mullet. Michael Adamo. Getting a little bit of flavor of some other players here as we look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. A new featured table to finish out our day.
The Dominator. He's made it. The Milkman, Badzakuski. And we have not seen yet
That's the one that matters the most.
Jesus
Yeah.
and Michael Stoiza. Those are two players, Tuck, that you and I have not yet
Well, I have
covered.
one.
So
I've done one.
happy to have them join us.
All everyone.
Yeah, that is Brent Hanks. I am David Tuckman.
25
Thank you for
KPL,
joining
only
us.
one bullet.
Chat has been spot on today. They've been helping us out. We do appreciate that.
No ante. Made it easy.
Oh, yeah, that one.
There's a look at one of our new guys, Jesus. Pretty hand, Jack 10 suited. All in.
And just 88,000. I believe the blinds are 3,000, 6,000. With a 6,000 big blind ante.
182.
100.
Looks like Kazoo is going to get some action here. What do you think?
Gosh, both of our newcomers just getting right into it.
All in.
So is all in. Katz picks up ace-4. Sometimes if you peel back the ace-4, sometimes it looks like pocket aces.
First one was short deck.
This one was the 4, the .84.
Yeah, short deck, Jack 10 would have been a sweet hand.
Still a sweet hand in this game.
Yeah.
10 with a flush draw coming. Yeah.
Always.
Never easy.
Never easy.
Yeah, short deck flop.
Short deck too. Short deck, you'd be like dead.
Yeah. Sweating bricks.
No short deck.
So is it with
Don't
the
speak
king
so
of
soon, my
clubs.
friend. Don't jinx me.
Kazoo in a bad spot. And ace on the river.
Not
El Jefe, Carrot Cats would have made trip aces and won the hand, but did not call.
Yeah, that was a solid
Soiza's
start.
kings hold,
Solid first hand.
and he's up to 250,000 chips. As we bid adieu to Kazoo.
A lot of
entries.
comments in the chat about Brewer's mullet. I'm a big fan, Tuck. In fact, I know I say this a lot, but I think you could rock a mean mullet. I really do. I believe that. I think the Tuckman mullet needs to arrive.
I would do it for $5,000 a month like Chris Brewer's getting. You got me.
I don't know if it's $5K a month. I think that was off. It might be $5K total. I don't know exactly the figure that's been.
He's not doing it for $5K total. Come on.
I'm telling you, I don't think it's for an absorbent amount of money. It's not $5K a month. I think I was very wrong there, but you know what? I'll find out.
I'll make you a deal. You know what? What day is today? Tuesday? Yeah. It is tantalizing Tuesday, and I'm going to give you a deal on this Tuesday. That's right. It's 2 for Tuesday. I'm going to give you the mullet, Hanksy. I'll give you the mullet and no iPhone, okay? $5,000 a month. Both for $5,000 a month. It's 2 for Tuesday, okay?
I better just look for $5,000 somewhere.
Just put it on the PokerGo tab. It's fine. You got petty cash, right?
Yeah, it'll be fine. You're right.
You play
It'll be
like
fine.
Nobody will notice.
Close to 300?
300 around.
Thank you.
I mean, think about how ridiculous it'll look with no iPhone, no smartphone whatsoever, and a mullet. Hours and hours of enjoyment.
No smartphone, mullet. I mean, it's the 80s all over again for you.
Baker KC says mullets are back in style in the southern U.S. There you go.
I don't think they ever left the southern parts of the U.S. They don't.
It's a good
that
point.
style has always been the same.
Wisco Barron says, can we get a swag giveaway? Maybe Adamo's game-worn flip-flops. Autographed, of course. Somebody reach out to Adamo and see if we can get those flip-flops autographed.
I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it. We always do some sort of giveaway. That is Remco and Donnie Peters when they run our YouTube streams. That's their specialty. They're always giving away items. For the rest of us, they don't have us, Tuck. They don't have anything for us to give away.
Nothing. Wow. Well, I mean, listen. If somebody wants to offer me money for me not to use my iPhone, not only will I not use it, I'll give it to you. You can have the damn thing. There's my giveaway.
Wow.
I'll even autograph it.
We're giving away hours and hours and hours of free streams. I guess that's probably good enough.
Yeah, and if you are interested, I feel like we're giving away a free education. You watch these guys play poker, you can't help but get better. I would ask you, I mean, obviously you don't play poker like you used to back in the day when you were crushing, winning bracelets, torturing people's lives on the felt. But now that you do a lot of commentary, have you noticed your game is better than it ever has been?
I think it is. Yeah. I mean, just nonstop conversations, seeing these guys, being under the hood. For me, it's I'm a visual learner. You know, I can't run the solves all day. I don't have the time. But doing these shows, understanding, or at least trying to understand what it is and why they're doing what they're doing, how they perform, it's the best thing that's ever happened in my poker game, no doubt.
Frederick Eggholm says Adamo should rock his Poker Masters jacket.
You know, I think we have his jacket in Las Vegas still. I don't
Maybe
think he
that's
took
a
it
joke.
home with him on the flight. Yeah.
He left
We
it?
still have it. He left it. Pretty
If I
sure he
actually
left
won
it.
one, if I won one of those, not only would I wear it out of there, I don't think I'd take it off. I'd sleep in that thing. I'd be so proud.
I think he took the super high rollerball ring, but left the Poker Masters jacket. I could be mistaken, but I'll find out.
HP Stretch says in all caps. By the way, no need to do it in caps. If you're playing mid-stakes, this won't make you better. Yeah, I disagree wholeheartedly. I have commentated countless hours of poker, and I can tell you that it has helped my game immeasurably. And I am, I would say, primarily a mid-stakes player.
You don't.
I don't know what do you define mid-stakes?
Right? You're just playing. Oh, you know, you're 2-5 and above. 2-5 to 5-10. That's mid-stakes, right?
Yeah, 5-10 is my bread and butter. Yeah, I don't play a ton of tournaments. You know, having kids, it can be difficult to put that kind of time in. Cash games are a little easier for me. You know, you can go put in 5 or 6 hours and get home for dinner.
Tough, man. Tournaments are extremely time-consuming.
Yeah, I mean, if poker tournaments would be a, I think more like dad-friendly. We got an all-in here.
Ooh,
Bodziakowski. Yeah, Bodziakowski. Yeah, he just keeps waking up with the big ones. Bodziakowski moved all in from the small blind. Soiza squeezed it, saw one jack, saw the other one, and very quickly said, okay, we can party. Queen 9-3, 2 diamonds out there, nothing at all for the milkman.
It's more fun this way, Tuck. Right on the river.
Was there ever a doubt? Nope. 9 of spades, and the milkman has been eliminated. And Soiza, courtesy of kings and now jacks, is up to 409,000.
And I'm uncertain if registration is still open or closed. I think he can still hop in this thing, Tuck. The Milkman certainly will, if it's an option.
Not a bad start.
Not a bad start at all.
How much was there were 27 people active, and others we've lost 2. You've got both scalps.
Yeah.
How much was that? Like 140, 150,
125, 128 with the blind.
20 bigs, 21 bigs.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining us here, the Super High Roller Series. We lose 2 players very, very quickly at our featured table.
And if you do want to follow along, live reporting elsewhere, perhaps the Ivy tracker, just check out pgt.com.
I'm okay if you win.
Click on live
10
reporting.
seconds,
You will see all the updates happening from today's 50K No Limit event. Tuck and I doing the bonus coverage now. And, of course, tomorrow we'll bring you the final table.
Around 120?
121.
Thank you.
Look at Carry Cats, Ace King. Adamo, the original Razor with Ace 3.
All of it. What do you mean? He won the hand.
And it sounds to me like registration is, in fact, closed.
Yourself,
for this
wow, okay.
event, as payouts have been released.
That would seem about right. It's 8 levels.
Yeah.
8 levels at 40 minutes a pop, and I think they're approaching the dinner break out in Cyprus. It is 9:42 in the morning here, which would tell me, I believe, if I've got my math correct, I think it's 7:42 p.m. in Cyprus.
That would make sense.
So they've been going for about 6 hours.
I'll give you your top 5 right now, as it stands. Chip
I like it.
Tim Adams, the Prince of Poultry, 855,000. Jason Kuhn is in second, going for his sixth final table of the trip.
This. Just
Roko
unbelievable.
Stisha is third. Daniel Dvoris is fourth. Vyacheslav Boldigin, fifth at chips. And I have to mention sixth because it's been the talk of the week. How about Phil Ivey? He's in sixth place right now as it stands.
Unreal. Unreal. Is Ali still in there?
Ali is still in the top 10. He's hovering around ninth place, 200,000 chips. Michael Soiza, unaccounted for thus far. We know he's eliminated 2 opponents here early on at this feature table, so he certainly will be jumping into the top 5 after back-to-back eliminations.
Jason Kuhn is just not human. It's unreal.
All in.
El Jefe going to stick it in. We got a coin flip coming.
Yep, ace-10 versus the sixes. Now, I know we have somewhere in there.
Let's open for ace-5.
The, what is it?
Well,
no human?
Fives.
The
I'm
online
not
guy?
that greedy. Ace-5 out of an ass.
Zero human,
Okay, now I'm
zero.
greedy.
Ignat. Yeah.
That's Ignat, right.
That's good flop.
So far, sixes are good. Adamo looking for an ace or a 10. 9 or a jack gives us a nice little sweat, though. Jack especially.
Ooh, or how about a queen?
Well,
And
that
the
does
ace
it
now.
too. Neither player with a club, but an 8, an ace, or a 10.
6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds will work. El Jefe with the full double to 230,000. And Adamo, I believe, has been.
Good.
Yep, Adamo has been eliminated.
I told you you're getting the losing out of the way early. Now you heat a level 7 tonight.
Dropping off left and right. I think we're now down to
Gonna go.
20 players remaining from the 43 total.
I've seen this radio.
Jefe is healthy.
You want to get healthy? Play a little bit of free Texas Hold'em poker. Work on your game. From the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more, be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. I want to get in there and play against Maria Ho. Avenge
Flips against him.
my her knocking me out of the main event many years ago.
So you've been knocked out of the main event by Maria Ho and George Holmes.
Yes.
Anyone else very notable that has eliminated you?
Let's see.
I don't think so. No.
Pretty good.
I don't think I've been I don't think I've been knocked out by anybody else notable.
Someone's moving up.
Yeah, they're moving somebody.
Deepest run I made, I think, was day 5, maybe day
playing.
6
They don't do the weight,
in the main.
That's a deep run.
Years back, it was relatively deep, and it was
unless
John Racner sent me packing in a hand that I wish I could take back. But long story short,
you still remember, and the crazy thing is, like 13 years later, you still remember the hand, don't you? It's just insane.
It was for the chip lead of the main event.
Yeah.
That deep, yeah. It's insane.
It's just,
at the time, I was just so like, I didn't think of it like I do now, but I got in jacks versus aces for way too many chips.
It's just amazing when you think about it. The World Series of Poker main event is such a unique animal. It's such an amazing event that you can get knocked out, especially if you get knocked out day 5, day 6. You will remember that knockout hand if it's significant. Always remember the significant hand before the knockout. Years and years later, you'll be thinking about that.
And I have a horrible memory, but that
was it the year Racner came in second?
Yeah, it was that year.
Oh wow!
It was the chip lead pot that deep. We were the 2 big stacks, and he had me just pipped. He actually had aces the hand prior, and I just didn't believe him when he put in the 4-bet, so I 5-bet all in like an idiot with 2 jacks.
I mean, in fairness, back then, we were getting into pre-flop wars all the time. People would do that with ace-6. So
yeah, we were, and I use we relatively. I don't think John was. Like, John's always just been real steady, solid. He wasn't a lunatic like the rest of us.
You got caught up in it. I get it. Soiza, he's got a gut shot, looking for a 4. Brewers 8s are good right now.
And this is really fun stuff by Soiza. Rather than check calling, let's really put in an aggressive play on this dry texture, gut shot to the nuts. You can get a lot of folds. Brewer clearly sticky. Doesn't think that Soiza ever has a king whenever he check raises, which I believe Soiza should be mixing in from time to time as well.
Yeah, I've heard players talk about that. I want to know your take. If you're never just betting, if you're never check raising one pair, like top pair, you become a little too easy to play against, don't you?
Yeah, and I think he does. I think you have to be mixed, especially when deep. This is a tricky one now for Soiza to pursue.
16?
He's going
to stay aggressive. He bet 16,000.
I thought he said 60. 16,000. All right.
16 into 52.
Does he ever have a 6, though, Tuck, right?
Well, I mean, I've seen players in this spot check raise a 3. The 6 is a little less likely, I agree.
Check. Good.
I hit a 5 on the river.
I thought that.
Yeah.
I was thinking I was a lot more scaled to call once the 5 came.
Say what?
So I was thinking I would be a lot more scaled to call a shove once the 5 came.
Yeah. But still, I don't know.
Yeah. Tough hand to hold.
People in the chat not being very
if
friendly.
If I shove, will you still call?
I don't know on that Vival. Other Vivals I would. That one's kind of scary.
Yeah, for sure. One of the 2 cards you don't want to see, something along those lines. Well,
you said folks aren't being very friendly, David?
It's somebody just laughing at you. 5-bet shoving Racner. LOL.
Well,
dummy.
Listen, I deserved the criticism. It was horrific. I didn't know better at the time. I didn't have it in me to just maybe call and open. I was on the button too. Just call. Got great stacks behind you that can move it in.
I mean, you could even 3-bet. You could 3-bet and call 4-bet and then get away from it too, can't you?
I could. You know, I think I can just call. You know, a couple jacks, mix in some calls with my 9s, 10s, and jacks. 3-bet once in a while. The stacks are right.
You know what's right? Boldigan. He's giving away some of those chips. He's only got 239,000, but he's got aces, so a reasonable opportunity to get some chips here. He's going to raise to 12,000. Brewer calls. So he's thinking about it with King Jack off.
Call.
And he says call. Adam Pascal asking what you had. He had jacks. John Racner had aces. Brent did not show up, did not catch up, and was gone. Sad story.
It's very sad.
You know what, though? I feel like had you not 3-bet and then felt compelled to 5-bet, get it in against the aces, who knows? Maybe you would have final tabled that event and never worked for PokerGo. Maybe you wouldn't be here. Think about how your life would be different. Somehow I feel like it's all worked out okay.
I feel better about it now, Tuck. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're
That's
right.
what I'm here for. I mean, let's be honest. Had you won, let's say you won $1 million. Back then, you were pretty stupid. You probably would have blown through it anyway, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I feel better about life now.
I knew you would. Mr. Park says, Brent, are you playing the main event this year?
Oh, yeah. Won't miss it. I'll be in there. Blasting off.
How many times have you played it now?
Correctly 4-betting and 5-betting. Punting. I've played every year since 2007.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. That's a lot of
Maybe
mains.
08. You know what? I think it's 08. Every year since 2008.
So you played like 15.
Yeah. Definitely stuck.
Yeah, that would be. Well, I mean, that day 5, day 6 score must have been pretty good, though. You can't be stuck much.
No, well, I mean, what was it? 70,000 or something? 60,000? Yeah.
Pair of jacks here for Martirosian. Have you cashed any other time?
I think I have 3 caches in the main.
Then you got to be close to with one day 5, day 6 score for say 70K and a couple of caches. You're probably pretty close to even in main event, which means
it's close. I think I'm down a little bit. Yeah.
Which means you're in the top 5% of people who played main events. Okay, probably top 3%.
You just continue to make me feel better, Tuck. This is beautiful.
I'm not. Hey, listen. I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up your butt, but I'm going to be honest. Okay. Oh. If you were terrible and you didn't cash, if you played 15 times, you never cashed. I'd say what it is, but you know, you make it day 5, day 6. That's tough.
Blowing smoke up the butt. How about Boldigan here? Gut shot, backdoor puppy paws, and he is coming hard after Martirosian.
And Martirosian's not a believer, though. He's going to make this call. Pot now 115,000. Oh, Boldigan now picks up a pair of 8s to go along with his gut shot. I still have yet to see this picture. I'm going to look it up later, though, for sure.
Oh, it's really good. Daniel Hart, by the way, reminded me I was 41K, so probably stuck.
Still impressive, nonetheless. Check, check. 115,000 in there. 3 of diamonds.
Harry, how slow do you think Makita is when he plays chess? Do you think he could play a game against him?
Oh, no, he beat me pretty quick.
Check, check. Monterosian going to win it.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Monterosian now up to 324,000.
You definitely would need timed clock.
Oh, yeah. You have to play it, yeah. A classical game with him might take a long time.
Days.
Feels like it.
So it sounds like Makita plays a little chess and he takes his time. We know he takes a lot of time at the poker table.
So a lot of formats law, but in classical you can take as much time between moves.
Does anybody play that?
That's what the World Championship is.
All right.
So like the World Championship matches take like 9 hours and stuff.
Shit.
That's too long.
But I think most of the people enjoy playing with a time clock more.
Yeah.
Kind of like us. Like the main events, right, doesn't have shot clock, but...
Right. They get introduced later on.
Yeah, I'm fine with them not putting it in the main. It's whatever. It's really, really big for a lot of the people that get there, so let them take their time, even if it's not the best viewing experience.
I think that's an interesting and fair take.
Now playing like
I think
501K or some shit.
I think the vast majority of recreational players would prefer time clocks.
Yeah, for sure, because it takes too much time for a lot of people, right?
Yeah, it's the internet pros that take the longest.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true anymore. I think recreational players.
They're usually responses, well, because I can take more time.
Yeah, I think recreational players in general play slower than pros at this point.
Wouldn't know.
Yeah, at least in the U.S. You go play like some of the big field stuff. It's like I get it. They just run into a bunch of spots like they're really confusing if you've like never played it before.
I played in Vegas recently, but to be honest, I've forgotten what it's like. Yeah. I played all the small events, everything, the whole thing.
I mean, it's fun.
Yeah,
but it's
been a while, that's why.
Some random Joe's deep in the main, he gets shoved on for like 10 big blinds, and Smallville's big, and he's like, the fuck do I call?
Well, I mean, happens to me sometimes still, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's still a hold spot now, so I'm saying, like, I don't blame if that guy takes 2 minutes to figure out what the fuck he should do.
It's fine. First tournament life, Once a year, you play a big event.
Yeah.
I wonder what the new room is going to be like in the new casino, or the old casino.
They showed a photo of it.
I haven't seen it.
It looks like it's like a general convention room.
I'll tell you, in a day without much table talk, I appreciate Chris Brewer.
Yeah, that was nuts.
That was nuts, man. The entire rigging was shaking.
Yeah, I was at the steakhouse in the Rio, which is in the top, the Voodoo Steakhouse, when that earthquake happened, and like the way they designed them to be safe is like that the building actually like moves with the quake. So when you're on the top, like we literally had like silver whales sliding off the tables and stuff. I was with my cousin from Texas, and they were freaking out.
Everybody was freaking out, man. People like jumping off their seats and running for the door, that kind of thing.
I don't know, dude. I think being from California, I was just like,
I mean, I didn't know what to do, to be honest with you, Like, my girlfriend had kings. She's like, fuck, I got kings. What the fuck is going on?
Did I stand up?
I think she won the hand after that. They continued the hand and she won.
My friend had a funny one. He flopped a set right when it happened, and he came back, and then this old guy just ran this savage bluff on him, and he folded the river, and the old guy just like showed and was like, dude, I thought it might be my last hand ever.
I'm not folding my last fucking
Yeah, he was like, I just was gonna win it. It was like an insane. He got like double check raise, and the guy shoved like 2 times the pot of the river to the and he was like, I guess I got a 4.
Oh yeah. Shit, man. That's quite funny actually. I gotta win my last hand,
Yeah, he was like,
So you have about 300, just under?
Like 260.
Thank you. Call.
Hefe active here, a little 8-6 suited, fun hand. So always a connects, backdoor puppy paws. Let's watch Carrot Cat's get to work. Semi-bluff, 3 to the straight flush. The event that the shovels come through the back door. Clearly a 9. The dream ticket. This is going to be a tough card for Kerry to want to continue on. You have to be worried about Soiza having some sort of flush draw and simply check calling. Unlikely we'd even fold out a 10 at this point. If he were to bet, he'd be just solely targeting a 7. These are fun spots on the river. We've got the key club in our hand. Just a measly pair of 7s. Do we think that Kerry would just be shutting it down with his semi-bluffs? He's going to go for a little blocker bet. Effective. Winner, Soiza. Jamie W., I'm pretty tired of hearing commentators complain about tanking. Like, don't watch live streams if you don't want to see tanking. Jamie, I think you're sort of missing the point here. It's not just commentators complaining. It's the masses. It's unwatchable.
In fairness, from a commentator standpoint, I don't really care. You know, right? I mean, this is my job. This is what I do. Whether the players play fast or play slow, I'm going to be here calling the action regardless. It's just, I think from a fan's perspective, from a player's perspective, from a fan's perspective, it's more enjoyable to watch it a little faster. From a player's perspective, like I said, I don't know how anybody can play if it's super slow. I just don't find it interesting. I have no interest in playing if people are going to play super slow. The main event is the only tournament that I'll play if it's with the risk that it might be somewhat slow. But I'll call the clock on people without any issue.
4 green.
I was making lots of friends last year in the main event, calling the clock on people.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and you have that option, and you're going to do it all the time, and I would encourage others to continually call the clock whenever it does become a problem at a table.
All of it.
Yeah. I let them know. I said, listen, it's not personal.
The right thing to do.
I go.
Especially in PLO.
Fulham's all right as well, I guess.
I go, we're at level 2 of a tournament. Somebody bet 3,000 into 18,000. This is not a 3-minute This is not a 3-minute decision.
I'm not folding. I call the flop. Sure, why not? Yeah. Middle pair top kicker.
Brewer calling with the ace. Not surprised. Martirosian, backdoor equity. Now drawing dead. You are watching the 2022. Sorry, go ahead.
Typically, range advantage, Martirosian, this sort of texture off the button. However, Brewer's going to have some aces. He's going to have some Broadway hands he would elect to simply just call and defend from the big blind with. This is an interesting turn. I think it's still on Brewer, and this is the school of thought now. Even when we have an ace here, and that board pairs on the turn, such as that queen, we simply lead. Shut down the action, keep your bluffs in play. You would have a queen from time to time, a jack, an ace. Theoretically, it's something you're going to become accustomed to seeing and highly should be employing in your own game as well.
Get a dealer change. You are watching the 2022 Super High Roller Series Event 6 Day 1 coverage. Take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. This is just for the feature table. Michael Soiza sat down, picked up kings, picked up jacks. They both held. He eliminated 2 players. He's on 377,000. Gary Katz trying to put together some scratch. He's got 231,000. Chris Brewer, the mullet. He's been entertaining. A lot of table talk here. He's on 177,000 as we watch this field whittle down. Got about 24 players left. Over 40 entries in this one. Each ponied up over 50K, so prize pool of over 2 million. Brent Hanks, David Zuckman calling the action. I want to thank all of you for joining us. I think from, when we talk about taking a long time, this is a game, and similar to chess in the sense that the longer you take, in theory, the better your decisions will be, right? So I think it goes without saying that in a game like this, there should be some time restraints to limit that.
Totally fine with that. It would even out the playing field, if you will. You take away your ability to think as long as you like on a decision. It's better for the recreational player. I'm just thinking about it from a TV perspective. A lot. Yeah, a lot of these are being made into episodes. They're going to, they're going to air at some point on television, and yes, they're going to be edited. Yes, we're going to clip and cut out a lot of the tanking, no problem. But there was a time where the live stream of the main event and various World Series events were on ESPN. That is unwatchable when something is going to last that long and folks are going to tank nonstop. And it has become a problem. It's not like we're just talking for the sake of talking. It is a problem for this game. And Norman Chad, maybe the timing wasn't perfect, or maybe it was. He had all the eyes on him and on the players while listening to him talk about the problem with tanking. And could he have picked a better situation maybe to address it? Sure.
Maybe, but to your point, I mean, that's the one time of the year where he has the attention of everybody. So if it's something that he needed to say, I'm fine with the time and the place that he did it. And I was certainly fine with his message. Listen, I mean, this game is near and dear to both of our hearts. I'm passionate about this game. I love it. It's not just my job, but I love it. If I didn't, I'd do something else. And I know it's the same for you. It's a game that we grew up with. I want to see the game continue to grow. And I will always say what I think is right for the game to grow, for the game to be more fun for everybody.
Yes, and players in the tournament when you're on and raise the blinds 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 people enter at the end of this level. We'll have a 45 minutes dinner break. Blinds up.
Now, here's an example that, by the way, B Purple Poker, when Farha folded against Moneymaker's bluff, implement the time clock. No, there's going to be situations where clearly you're going to want and need a little bit more time. Some people, let's face it, by the way, when they're overly dramatic, when they have antics, the cigarette dangling out of the mouth, it's quite entertaining to see somebody nervous and in the moment and in the spotlight. But when it's no conversation, extremely dry, and happening over and over and over again, that's when it becomes a problem.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I want to make sure it's clear to everybody, at least from our point of view, and I think you and I share the same opinion. I am not looking to get rid of the flavor of the game. I am not looking to get rid of, if there's a huge moment and you need a couple of minutes to make a decision, pardon me, the last thing I want to do is prevent you from making that decision and taking the time to really think through something. I've watched Garrett Adelstein on streams. Think about, this guy never takes more than 20 seconds to make a decision, but I have seen him take 2 minutes in certain spots. Huge moments where somebody check raises for $100,000 in real money. That's awesome, seeing his mind working. This is about, Guy 3 bets, the other guy shoves all in, and now I'm going to tank 40 seconds to Hollywood. What do you just fold? Who cares?
Yeah.
Pre-flop, you got Jack 6 offsuit, under the gun +1. What are you doing? Just fold. I mean, the last thing I want to do is take the flavor out of the game, take the strategy out of the game. I love that. That's why I love this game. Pair of 6s here for Martirosian. Catch with just the dreams and hopes of ace-king that have gone unfulfilled. I love it. Orion says, time to bring back smoking at the table.
Well, that means we got to bring back the oranges so we can all have them next to our noses to smell. Wasn't that the whole point of Johnny Chan with the orange?
I don't know. That might have been. I don't know what the. I thought it was just a lucky orange.
The smoking bothered him, so he wanted the orange to sort of freshen the scent.
Yeah, that makes sense. I heard the stories about the LA poker rooms and the smoke-filled rooms before I got into the game, and I probably would not have been a poker player if smoke was still around when I started playing.
How much do you have?
Can't imagine. I just can't imagine walking into a card room and just sitting in a cloud of smoke for 8 hours, 10 hours straight. Brewer's gonna limp in. That's interesting. Martirosian with the king deuce. Brewer on just 140,000. As you can see, the blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante. So Brewer limping here on what is about a 17.5 big blind stack. We'll call it 18 big blinds. Marcus Rucker asking if Phil Ivey playing. Oh, yeah. Phil Ivey's playing everything this week and playing well. 5 final tables, 2 titles. And last we checked, he was 6th in chips. Pair 4s for Soiza. Brewer's going to bet, though. Martirosian attacking. Not much going on, but he's just not a believer. There's some dead money in there. He's going to go after it. I'm not sure if Brewer is considering something here. He is. Look at this. Oh, Hanks. Wow. Yeah, so the best hand folded. Brewer bet. There was a call in there, and Martirosian check raises. Brewer calls him with just king 10.
Yeah, this is sick, and it's like for Martirosian, what does Brewer have? What you just have to give him credit for having an ace here, right? A big hand.
On Brewer's stack? Yeah, I think so. Remember, Brewer limped in. Now, if you're Brewer, what do you put Martirosian on? We can see he's got the best hand, but he doesn't know that. And he checks it back.
Well, this is
5-6 got there. 5-6 got there, and spades got there. Martirosian has the deuce of spades. Brewer's got the 10 of spades. How does this play out?
My gosh, what is happening? Martirosian clearly does not give Brewer credit for having an ace. Brewer knows that,
Green
aware,
14.
says, buddy,
Green,
I'm
yeah.
calling.
Yeah.
Brewer just looks like he's ready to fight, doesn't he? Martirosyan
so.
does it. Brewer might call him with king 10 high. This would be sick.
Yeah, that river, though, completes many of the draws. 5-6, spades.
It's just so believable, right, by Martirosyan, yet he has absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so Martirosyan check raise the flop. Oh, wow. And Brewer moves all in.
The world. Wow.
This color is
Oh, this is the hand of the day. What a hand.
It doesn't look like blue to you? Light blue? Anyway. The color?
No.
Looks like green?
Huh.
Shows the king of clubs.
For me, yeah.
I could still have it, though.
Does it look like light blue to you? Or green?
Turquoise.
Turquoise.
What a hand. Well, that's awesome.
Interesting.
That's Amber.
Martirosyan check raises with nothing. Brewer calls him with nothing. He goes check on the turn. Then the river, you get a sprinkle bluff from Martirosyan, and then an all-in from Brewer.
The hand played itself.
The hand played itself.
Didn't look like it played
That's the line of the night. I love it.
The magical mullet. He dug deep into the soul of Martirosyan, saw through everything, had a plan of his own. That was beautiful.
16?
The hand played itself. Oh, two players taking it to the streets, just battling. You gotta love to see that. That is fun. The chat loves it. What a play. Brewer is sick. 6 shove. He knows Martirosyan is out of line often. Such a fantastic hand. The power mullet. High-level poker. Thank you for the chat, guys. That's good stuff. Pair aces here for Boldigan. Cats with the gut shot to Broadway. No spade in his hands. Five-handed at our featured table. I want to thank our sponsors, luxonpay, ggpoker, David Tuckman, Brent Hanks here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. Event number 6 right in front of us. The 50K No Limit Hold'em. All of this building up to what will be an epic Super High Roller Bowl, a 250K Super High Roller Bowl, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. Good morning, Sandy Joy. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be in the world. It is nighttime over in northern Cyprus. King high flop. Martirosyan just continues to fight. He's tough, huh?
He's a bulldog. He really is. He is fearless, relentless, sees all the spots, everything.
I think that's an apropos description of him. Martirosian, the Bulldog. Janice,
how much you have now?
Salthammer asking how many levels you can late reg in this tournament. I believe it's 8. Levels are 40 minutes long, so registration has closed on this one.
Yep.
Farhad says, payback for the 300K bubble in the super high roller a year ago. I'm not quite sure if that's payback just yet for Brewer. That was a
I'll tell you what, though, that's
a painful bubble.
I don't know if you remember that. Yeah, did you see that hand where Brewer opened ace-king? Martirosian, I think he ripped like 9-3 suited, I want to say. And Brewer just begrudgingly had to call it off. And Martirosian dished out a terrible, dirty, no good, very bad beat. Sent Brewer home packing.
That was incredibly painful. I mean, I had no dog in that fight, but just watching Brewer and watching him go out that way was very, very painful. Brewer with 10-8, Soiza with 7-4 on a king 6-4 two-club board. Eddie Watson asking if Negreanu has been playing out there this week. No, Negreanu tweeted that he was thinking about going out to Northern Cyprus, but decided to stay in Vegas. He's watching his good friend Phil Ivey play and dominate at that. I believe the players are going to go on a dinner break in about 25 minutes, and when they do, we will call it a day. But we will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, for more poker action from Northern Cyprus. If you have any questions in the chat, ask away. We'll do our best to answer them during the lulls in action.
Yeah, can you grab those? Sorry. Trying to be helpful and I do the opposite.
And Vikas Duel points out ace-queen versus 10-4. Yeah, that was a different super high roller bowl where Brewer stone bubbled against Justin Bonomo. So he has done it twice in the biggest of buy-in events. It's just so painful.
Yeah, and you know the saying. You know the saying when they always talk about how it all evens out, right? Not when you're bubbling the super high roller balls. It doesn't even out.
It was warm.
6 is still good here. See if Martirosian wants to take a shot at it though with king high. People asking about Tony G and Tom Dwan. I have not seen either player there. I don't think Tony G is coming. I think he's busy doing something. And we have not seen Tom Dwan.
Yeah, it's
which is surprising,
right? Dwan typically a frequent flyer for these Triton events. Ambassador Tony G obviously was there the last time around. Not certain they are.
Yeah, you wait, but Jason comes in.
250,000 super high roller bowl starts tomorrow.
Not too bad.
There he is. Jason Kuhn.
He's back.
Yeah, the only one having a better week than him is Ivy. And it could have been better. Kuhn has received 2 brutal beats at the final table of short deck to be eliminated in 3rd place. And in both of those situations, he could have very easily won it had his hands held up. Most notably this morning, where he had a set of 7s.
Could be worse.
Versus Danny Tang's aces. With 1 card remaining. Tang hits an ace. And that was for about 80% of the chips in play.
Insane.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I think he was nearly an 80% favorite too when the money went in. Is that right?
77%, which is that is a lot in short deck. And then just a couple of days before that, it was him versus Mikita Badziakowski. And Jason Kuhn flopped the straight with Jack-9. And the Milkman hit running diamonds to make a flush. Jason Kuhn was 91% to win that one.
That's just disgusting.
So to lose both of those in those pivotal moments, just really, really unlucky. Kuhn hits a 9 here. Brewer open-ended. Kuhn on a really, really strong stack, though, 566,000.
You know, and the pain, the bad beats, the suffering at the poker table that a guy like Kuhn and many of the top pros go through, it has a tendency to drive them even more. You know, it gets them all fired up, and not in a way that's going to affect his play emotionally and tilt, but it's just more, I think, reaffirming that I put myself in this spot. I know I'm playing great. The money went in. I was a huge favorite for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I got unlucky. And he doesn't dwell on the fact that he was unlucky. He's just driven.
Look at this bet.
Yeah,
betting second pair,
value.
no kicker. Yeah, he is betting for value with second pair, no kicker on a wet board.
And I think he knows, right? Brewer, we've seen it already here today at the feature. The guy does not like to fold. He fights. He scraps. He's got a mullet. Does he look like the kind of guy that's going to fold ace high to you, Tuck?
Well, he might fold to me, but I don't know if he's going to fold to Kuhn.
Move a little bit.
This way?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is he raising?
No, that's a call.
He just called. And Kuhn shows him the bad news, and that's a great value bet from Jason Kuhn, who's now up to 632,000 chips. Yeah, somebody, when Brewer first started playing poker, somebody told him, you can't win if you fold. And he has taken that to heart.
Tuck. Ivy.
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
We just got Ivy?
Okay, cancel dinner. Let's just stick around.
Yeah. I mean,
Ivy,
I'll go all day,
Kuhn,
Tuck.
Katz.
We got Ivy and Kuhn. This is amazing. Got Martirosian and Brewer going absolutely bananas every other hand.
I imagine this must mean, are we down to like 18 or 16? The fact that we got all these players?
I can tell you right now, I'm going to go to pgt.com, take a look at the live reporting. And it looks to me like we are down to 18 players. Yeah, Tuck, current chip leader, by the way.
16.
The Prince of Poultry. Tim Adams, the Canadian. He's got 1.3 million.
What?
Sam Greenwood, another Canadian. He's out there. He's third in chips. We know Kuhn is second in chips after that pot a moment ago against Brewer.
159.
Rook Kostisha and Vyacheslav Boldigan. That rounds out your top five.
The bet is 16, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Do we know how many cash in this event? Is it 6 or 7?
Well, let me tell you that in a moment. Payouts, which are also found here. Top 7 get paid, 439 PGT points to go along with $731,000 first place prize.
Wowza.
Minimum payout for 7th place is going to be $86,000.
So, top 7 get paid, 18 left. Brewer with a gut shot. Soiza with a pair of 4s and a flush draw.
Call.
Eight of spades. Pair of fours still best. Brewer with just 131,000 chips. Pot is 68K.
$40.
Always low chip. Very lucky.
Brewer telling a believable tale here with the
All
King
in.
Jack. Obviously, Jack 10 the
Oh!
nuts. And how does
Soiza
just
doesn't
rip it
care.
there? How does he just rip it? Bottom pair with that flush draw, unafraid of Jack 10 being present or a queen.
Maybe.
That's
Maybe not.
but maybe.
Great result there for Soiza.
I just wanted to go all in on the Vival though.
That's
I
why
really
I
just wanted. I really just wanted.
Stick it
to.
in.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I had a 5. It'd be pretty hard to
I
fold.
was big blind, so this is correct. Yeah.
Oh, not against you. I meant against
Oh.
him.
Yeah.
Nah, against you. I think I just did good. Just had an ace high that made sense. Alright, I'm over this fucking tournament.
9-5 triple range much. Oh, he goes all in.
Oh boy, yeah, you are, Brewer, because you walked into the Kings of Ivy.
Shit. What's happening? Pass.
While this might not work out for Brewer,
me.
let's not forget
That's
the
a bad
heroics
sign.
from just about 20
Mike's
minutes
already
ago.
falling out. They'll totally get off of me. They know.
It's on you.
Carry with a very slow peel.
It's all full in there, don't. But an ace is no good for me.
Yep, only 2 aces left in the deck, as we
I've
can
yet
see.
to have a pail today, so I think I'm due. Actually, that's not true. I had queens once, but I lost. And aces once, but I lost. And sevens, but I lost. So I'm due.
Nine high flop. Ivy with the king of diamonds. No help there for Brewer. Brewer's looking for an ace and only an ace. We know there's only 2 of them left in the deck, and that is not one of them. Deuce of spades. And Chris Brewer can only shake his head, hand his chips over to Phil Ivey, and walk away. But again, let's not forget such an amazing play just 20 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately for Chris Brewer, he just couldn't get anything going after that, and he has been eliminated. We're down to 17 players. Ivy, now very healthy.
I can hear the crowd, Tuck, screaming in the background. Ivy, Ivy. There he comes. Ivy's on the loose. Kuhn up top, though, at this feature table.
Yep, Merit Poker leaderboard. Jason Kuhn, 628,000. Michael Soiza, 437. Bill Ivy with 370. Gary Katz has some work to do with just 158,000. But you heard Brent Hanks talk about Gary. Nobody plays a short stack better than Gary Katz.
Well, he does it. It's amazing, right? It's masterful. There should be courses written about his short stack play. He just seems to always be there forever. Shows up at final table after final table. Might not have all the chips, but he gets there.
He's what they call a tough out.
What
are you, 16?
Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante. Martirosian going to make it 16,000. Kuhn has a very playable ace-queen of clubs.
A very three-bettable ace-queen of clubs.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to do.
Yes. 42.
Mitch X says, is that Ivy from Short Deck? Is there another Ivy that I don't know about? Yeah, that's the Ivy, the one and only, Phil Ivy. 104,000 in there, ace-queen versus 7-6. This seems like a fair fight. Maybe not so fair anymore. Martirosyan with top pair and a gut shot. Jason Kuhn with the overs, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight possibilities.
But 20,000.
Load Runner 3 says, what will you do if Ivy wins? I don't even know if I'd be surprised.
What is 82?
And Martirosyan raising here with top pair. Against the three-better. Kuhn calls. Jack of spades. A black picture card. Not bad news for Kuhn, but the Jack of spades not the one he's looking for. Just love watching these players and how they don't give up. Just, they fight and fight. And after check raising, Martirosyan checks back. Checks the turn. Kuhn checks it back. Deuce of diamonds in the river. Martirosyan's got it. This pot's got over 250,000 chips in there. And Martirosyan's going to check it one more time.
Tough spot for Kuhn. Yeah, I think he senses that he's up against a pair and just unlikely to get it through.
Succeeded. Yeah.
And Martirosyan gets some nice value out of that one. He's up to 412,000. Kuhn back down to just over 500,000 chips. PokerGO Hold'em is here. That's right. You can play for free. Free. Did you hear me? It's free. It doesn't cost you any money. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Plus, our own Brent Hanks. It's his voice in the show. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to PokerGoHold'em.com. Kuhn picks up Ace-King. Ace-Queen no good for him. Maybe Ace-King treats him better. Bold again on 292,000 chips. Is going to call.
How much do you have?
2-7.
2-7?
2-7.
A lot of clubs out there, 10 high. Ace King still good. Both players with the club in their hand. Boldigan bets 21,000. Hard to imagine one bet is going to get this job done. Not only does Kuhn have ace king, but he's got the king of clubs. And he doesn't make the call. Pot now 94,000 chips. Oh.
This is an interesting card for Boldigan, filling in what could have potentially been a backdoor straight draw that would have been semi-bluffing.
See what Boldigan wants to do. 94,000 chips in there. And he bets 45,000, so he bets just under half the pot. This will give Jason 3-1 on the call if he wants to make it.
Sickening price. Boldigan really has been telling a believable story. That's the difficulty now for Kuhn. Would he ever value bet a single 10 as played?
Well, I mean, it went check on the flop, so I feel like Boldigan might bet any pair.
He certainly seems to know that he's targeting a relatively weak holding at this point from Kuhn. Just ace-king high.
In the muck, the ace-king goes, and Boldigan wins a pot.
That's really pretty by Vyacheslav Boldigan. Did you find the photo that I was referring to of him, Tuck?
No, I haven't looked. I'm trying to pay attention. I don't want to miss any more pocket nines being folded, so I'll look after we're done. When we're done, I'm going to go make myself an omelet, and I'm going to look for Boldigan pictures. I'm going to find as many Boldigan pictures as I can while I'm eating my omelet. And that's a hit for Jason Kuhn. Kuhn, who's had just an absolutely tremendous week. It could have been better, as we mentioned. Loses with ace-queen, loses with ace-king, and he's now down to 465,000 chips. Still a very healthy stack. But he was up over 600,000 a few moments ago. Ivy with top pair, Martirosian. Lets it go.
It just will not surprise me whatsoever if Ivy continues this tear at final tables, a 50K no limit hold'em event. He's having that sort of series. 5 final tables, 2 wins, made nearly $3 million along the way.
The mystique of Phil Ivey is very real, and it is alive this week, that's for sure. He's back.
That's on me, shit.
Currently second in the PokerGo Tour standings, right behind Ollie. And within striking distance, by the way, now. Boldigan raising the Jack-10. Kuhn with Ace-7 offsuit. Kuhn calls, and for the first time in a while, he hits a flop. Ace-7-3. He smashes it. Boldigan is going to try to rep that ace. Not going to work, just a question of whether Kuhn wants to call or raise right away.
It's pretty unlikely we're up against another ace, right? Maybe for the times we are, we simply just need to put in a little bit of extra value here.
You're going to miss the big blind increase.
Unlikely any ace would fold to a check raise as well.
I see. Missing the big blind increase on my big blind.
Yeah, I'm not a brutal bastard, am I? Blow up on my time banks on you.
Perry would have used 2 time banks just to make sure it goes up on you.
This might be the last hand before the players go on dinner break. Maybe we get 2 more in, we'll see.
Not quite that time of the tournament yet, right? No. Save it for later when it matters most.
Ooh.
Nice.
You play like 350, Arthur?
400.
400.
Maybe 390.
Martirosian raising it up with Queen-6 offsuit. The old, I'm going to attack the dinner break, the last hand before dinner break.
That'll do it, Tuck. Man, what a day of action. Tomorrow we get to do the final table. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's been a great day of action here. Take a look at the GG Poker lead out payouts. 7 places will get paid. Min cash is $86,000. Got about 18 players left. They'll play down to a final table tonight, and that will be here at 7 a.m. Eastern. Brent Hanks will be here. I'll be here. And they'll be playing for $731,000. After that, the Super High Roller Bowl. Make sure you join us tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for joining us. For everybody at PokerGo, for Brent Hanks, I am David Tuckman. Goodbye.